Show me what you got. Back up, 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 back up.
3. Beautiful stuff here coming out from Pain.
They'll know exactly that there's a player here potentially trying to come up with a sneaky play.
No, oh my god!
The Viper's pit does get pulled on out. Clutchy dispatches of Easy, and there's another entry point.
Even with all the Viper units still down here from RDW, Bunda.
They do gather the information, and Myth has actually moved around onto the other side of this poison cloud. It's great on the hole. Another picked up by Myth. A third! Yes! Oh my word!
Welcome everyone to the VALORANT Oceanic Championships. My name is Matsy, coming at you tonight with 2Tap Tony. We have got some absolute banger matches on tonight. How are you feeling about them, Tony?
Well, if anything, to go off that intro alone, it's going to be some crazy action, Matt, and I'm more than excited, of course, to see these teams see it through to the end and go over to that NA Last Chance qualifier.
Definitely keen to see some of the teams in the NA Last Chance qualifier because they're going to be coming up against the likes of FaZe Clan, coming up against the likes of Version 1, you name it. They are going up against the best of the best. But alas, we are going to be getting into this tournament tonight, and let's hear a little bit about it before we get into it.
Welcome to the VALORANT Oceania Tour, a year-long tournament where the best players from Oceania battle it out for cash prizes, a place in the North American VALORANT Champions Tour, and a shot at the global title. Players can compete in up to 3 stages consisting of open and closed qualifiers and regional finals, each with their own AUD $10,000 prize pool. By placing high enough, they'll accumulate enough championship points to be one of the top 8 teams fighting for a shot at the OCE Championship, where the prize pool doubles. These 2 top teams go on to the North American Last Chance qualifier, with the winning team invited to the VALORANT Champions, where the world's greatest compete to be named 2021's Global Champions, winning an as yet undisclosed prize pool and true gaming glory. For more information, head to LetsPlay.Live/VOT.
Welcome back, everybody, and a shout out to Kathy for that tournament explainer there, giving all the details on exactly how the tournament is going to be played out. But we do have some prizes on the line for this one, guys. We're going to go through them right now. It's going to be $20,000 in total here. So first place taking away $8,000, followed by $4,000 for second. Third place going to be taking away $3,000, with fourth place taking away $2,000. On the other side of things, you do have $1,000 being taken away by 5th and 6th place, as well as 7th and 8th taking away $500 each. So every team in this tournament is at least getting something for their troubles here tonight. But we've also got an additional prize on top of this one, and let's go through it, Tony.
Yeah, of course, we've got our Vodafone MVP award, and a thank you, of course, to Vodafone New Zealand for giving us this coveted Vodafone MVP. And of course, look out for the aces, look out for the Reddit, look out for the Twitter-worthy clips, because of course there is going to be plenty of them this evening, Matt. With all this action, I'm so keen to get it started.
And let's take a look at some of the highlights from the last matches we saw in this beautiful tournament. Peace coming up against Order, already seeing some absolutely gargantuan plays coming out from the Peace side there, really showing that they're a true contender against the likes of Order, definitely taking maps off them in the past, and we're certainly trying to seek to do that in this matchup here. But Order obviously showing their true prowess over the region, showing why they are displayed as the best of the best. Just such a flexible amount of map picks behind them, and just really know their way around pretty much every single agent here.
Yeah, and of course, going over to this Bliss wildcard game, this one was absolutely insane, Matt. Of course, we saw it yesterday go down. It went the full 3. We saw overtime here on this first map once we got Breeze, of course, underway due to, some technical issues. We had a bit of a trouble, but we got it underway, and the series delivered on all fronts here. Bliss playing for keeps, and of course, wildcard playing for keeps as well. We saw Jungle go absolutely huge this one round, 12-10. The scoreboard was so very close, but Bliss was just able to inch it over that line, get it on Haven, and go to, of course, that upper final. We'll get to see them versus Order tomorrow, which should be a crazy game.
Definitely keen to see some more of those Vodafone MVP type highlights there. Could definitely see some of them on Reddit in the future. But we do have the bracket coming at you right now, seeing exactly how things are played out here. Big shout out to the B stream as well, obviously covering the likes of the Direwolves versus Legacy matches, as well as Nebula versus Mindfreak there. definitely keen to see how things do play out as well. Obviously, on the other side of things yesterday, we had Order taking on Peace, as well as a Wildcard versus Bliss. But for tonight, guys, we've got Legacy versus Wildcard, Peace versus Nebula. These teams looking to fight with everything they've got. It is all on the line here. If they bow out here, that will be the end of their run in the tournament. How do you think things are going to shape up, Tony?
If anything, of course, yesterday is to go off, then it is going to be absolutely insane. Of course, arguably, Wildcard, the second or third best team in the country at the moment, and Legacy not far behind them in that kind of fourth to third place. And this is a battle and a clash of titans here, Matt.
We'll see exactly who will be able to win this Battle Royale tonight. But let's go through exactly who we're going to be seeing as we take a look at the Legacy side of things. To start it off here, you've got your Fang, Punda, Duddy Boy, Mike, and Nice Axe. The former, straight out of the Zoo roster, you know exactly what they're capable of. And we'll see if they can really live up to their name here tonight.
Yeah, this Legacy, or of course X straight out of the Zoo roster, is absolutely stated on paper. They've been doing nothing but perform since being under this organization. Of course, players to watch for. Nice Hack, such an aggressive jet. Once he gets that operator online, really starts to peek in angles and can really start to get teams caught in a loop. And as well, Punda, one of those underrated, of course, players, very sharp individual aim. And Legacy, overall, all captained by their IGL Yafang, who's got a ton of experience under his belt.
And with that experience, definitely does come in full display in your gameplay. But we're taking a look at the other team now. It is going to be a Wildcard, the on paper number 2 team in the region. Definitely looking to fight with everything they've got. They want to push it all the way to the grand final. They have a revenge story in place here, and we'll see if they'll be able to bring that through tonight.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Of course, we saw Wildcard in the Stage 3 finals. They just quite undershot where you expected to see this roster really perform. And of course, very star-studded individuals. They've just had Sign join in the past few months. Of course, Swell, very, very individually talented. RD, of course, and Noz captaining this lineup to success. Wildcard looking to make that lower bracket run because they actually fell victim to Bliss last night, man.
Definitely catching some of us by surprise, that's for sure. But we've got a head-to-head here tonight. The battle of the in-game leaders. It's going to be Yafang and Noz as our highlighted players from both of these teams. Without brains like theirs, their teams would not be in the position they are today. I'm curious to see who's actually going to be able to pull this one out, Tony.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Of course, Yafang has a ton of experience as an IGL for this core of 5 that, of course, Legacy have had for so very long. As well, Noz, of course, familiar faces, and he's, of course, old former Direwolves teammates when they were under Direwolves. Of course, he played Sign and Swell, and, you know, adding RDW and Infrequent, some very star-studded names to that roster. And it's always interesting to see, but, you know, Matt, this is very, very crazy to say the least.
Oh, I'm very excited to see how it's all going to play out, Tony. But before we do move on, we've actually got a few interviews that have been conducted by Conky, asking a few players their thoughts on quite a few things about the game, as well as individual players who they think is the best. So let's take a look.
Who do you think is the best player in the region and why?
Best player in the region and why? Maybe like Auden or Textile, one of the two. You know, you could even say Ninum and Lu, I would say. You know, they're 2 really good players from Direwolves.
I personally really look up to Scroll, but that's because I have to play the server role as well, and I think Scroll is by far the best server in the region.
Oh, wow.
His utility and everything is just like perfect. Like gunplay aside, right? But like utility-wise and the impact he has on that character specifically is just like next level, and I don't think any of us can compare. If you want to talk about things like raw fragging power and things like that, right? You have monsters like Ninum going around, you have Ronsky, you have Disco, I have to even say. Like Disco and Autumn.
I think it's Disco by far.
Ooh,
he's
okay.
Like all around, he's like aim mechanics are like way above like most players in the region.
If we're talking about mechanical, I think it could be Ninum. Like he's just really sharp.
Ninum's
like
nice,
he's
yeah.
the sharpest player I've ever played against.
I think it has to go to Texter still. I think the fact that he in-game leads and sort of like has a pretty good leadership of that team.
Probably Disco, I think. I feel like he's been like really consistent throughout the entire year, and he's been on, I'd say, like every single role. He's been duelist, he's been like Sentinel, I'm pretty sure he even played Smokes at some point.
I've been thinking about this a bit. I think Tex is probably the best player in the region, to be honest.
Yep.
Like easily. The dude can pretty much play any agent. He IGLs any frags at an extremely high level. He doesn't play a duelist. Not that I discredit, but if someone's gonna come to me and tell me that like Ronsky or Ninim or whoever is the best player in the region and they strictly play Jet, then I'll tell you to get the fuck out of their house. There's like, you can't come to me and tell me someone is the best player in the region when they play one agent that's the most broken agent in the entire game. He probably has the most impact on a team. I think my entire team is probably better than everyone else on any other team. Easily. I think you could replace anyone on our team with anyone on any other team and the team becomes better. So that's how I view it. No disrespect to other players, I just think we have the best 5.
Thank you so much to Conky for those interviews there, as well as the players for really giving up their time to just give us a bit of insight into things there. Really curious, actually, just how many different thoughts the players had, and it's really great we're able to get those answers there tonight. But Tony, do you have any thoughts on that one?
Yeah, it was interesting to hear, of course, a few of the players throw around, of course, the likes of Ninim, Ronsky, as well as Disco, even Scroll, even getting a brief mention, of course, a very coveted Sova player, as Yafang said, and you know, Yafang, probably as well one of the best Sovas in the region. He pays props and pays homage to one of his others, of course, on the Sova role. And it's really good to see as well Tux, of course, having a lot of faith in his entire team, saying they're just the best team on paper, and everybody is, of course, looking to crown against them.
And it looks like we are going to be getting straight into the map vetoes now, guys. Let's take a look at exactly what maps are going to be brought before us. So, starting it off, we do have the Breeze being banned out by the Legacy roster, followed by the Bind on Wildcard. First pick going to be actually Split, so a bit of a surprise to come through there. You don't see that one every day, Tony.
Yeah, Split is, I guess, a little bit of an interesting pick. It's either a first ban, because nobody likes to play that map, or it's just that, of course, last pick that nobody really wants to go to. They, of course, picking it early here, Wildcard must have something in the wakes of things. And, of course, I don't believe we've seen Split from them recently. So this one's, you know, a little bit going into it in the dark, because Wildcard, we haven't seen Split. Legacy, we haven't seen Split all too much recently. Of course, Ascent being a very prominent map here for Legacy, I have to say, a prominent pick for them, but it's also a really good map for Wildcard. Both of these teams, not too bad on the Ascent, and then Icebox going to be out of Cider. This is going to be a crazy start to this series.
Really excited to see how it's going to be playing out, and maybe both of these teams just trying to steer clear as far as possible from the latest map before Fracture in Breeze there. But curious to see how it's going to play out on Split. Like you said, it is a bit of a grey area considering that teams really haven't played it as often as of late, but I'm definitely curious to see if we might see some explosive plays from this one. Maybe there's some secret strategies that have been worked into this. I feel like we could see them coming into full display in this one.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, and as well, of course, Ascent being left in the pool. We saw Wildcard yesterday absolutely go off a tear. Swirl, I believe, dropping 30-plus kills in that game on Omen, and it's going to be very, very rough. If that's the Wildcard we see on Ascent, Legacy are going to have their number answered. And, of course, the 65% win rate overall for Legacy on that map, and, of course, Wildcard, they've got a strong win percentage, 273 overall. So Ascent's going to be a bit of a bloodbath. Split, as you said, it's going to be a little bit of a weird one. As we said, we haven't seen it in the past few months from a few of these rosters, but of course it's had a little bit of a face change since. It's, you know, a little bit more less defensive sided. Of course, all the tunnels being opened up a little bit more, and Icebox being that last one. We saw Wildcard, of course, play it yesterday, I believe, or the day before against, of course, Nebula, 13-10 in their quarters against Nebula, and a very close affair, and not what we expect to see out of a team as revered as Wildcard.
We'll see if expectations continue to be defied here, as obviously we do have a Split upcoming, and I'm very eager to see just how things will shape up as we do progress further into this tournament, because obviously seeing the surprise in a Wildcard being in the lower bracket, definitely turning a lot of heads with that one, and we'll see if this might be the end of their run here, or whether they are seeing red, or they are out for blood and want to get the potential rematch up against Order in the future. But obviously they've got a few obstacles that they need to contend with, and a Legacy could be their first.
Yeah, it's going to be a crazy one. Of course, Legacy making their run through this, of course, lower bracket as well, beating out the likes of Direwolves in the process. Of course, they fell 0-2 to Peace at the start, but it was a close game against that Peace roster, as we said, and as we've seen, Peace are one of those teams, of course, that are fighting for that kind of top 3 chance with Wildcard, with Legacy, and well, Split's where it's all going to go down, Matt, as we can see, of course, our lovely flyby Valorant Masters, of course, actually going to be later on in this evening. So Berlin, of course, just under the way. We're the precursor to Berlin, and, you know, it's going to be a hard act to follow, but we've got the picks here through Matt. Of course, both teams locking in that Astro, a very good pick on a map like Split.
Definitely can't go wrong with the Astro pick. Being able to cut off that vision will only pay off for them. Looks like the wildcard side for the moment, just trying to find information. Artie does spot the foot of a nice axe there. Not going to be able to take them out as yet. Looks like Mike actually going to be the first one to get a pick, as a matter of fact, and some intel as well with the camera. Might even be able to find a bit more. Yifang actually going to go for a flank there through the vent room, though. All things working out for Legacy at the moment. Luckily for Artie, they are at least able to find 1 kill back.
Yeah, that was an interesting play there from the side of Wildcard, and Yifang's able to catch it. Wall boost not going to be paying off this time for Wildcard. Now, they've got everybody stacked up at this B site. The spike isn't in the hands of Wildcard for the moment. Sign going to be picking that one up. And, well, they've got 50 seconds here, but only 2 players left for the side of Wildcard. You can see Legacy getting very deep on the push. You can see Nice Hacks and both Mike going for this kind of deep market hold. And maybe Wildcard aren't going to expect that the flank coming in quickly. They're going to be looking to go up through the 7 side. Of course, Duddy on the rafter goes for a first shot, backs off completely, and this is now 30 seconds for Legacy to hold it, and Wildcard to try and make the hit.
And it looks like Legacy are going to be able to hold it successfully there, only losing 1 member in the process. So a pretty decent start to them on the defender side. We'll see if they can manage to back that up going forward, though. Looks like Wildcard only going to be picking up 1 Sheriff this time on side. The rest of them just going to be holding tight just on their eco route on the side of Legacy. Obviously, one of them going to be picking up the Spectre there. Looks like a few of them are actually, and just a couple of upgraded pistols to boot there with the armor. So pretty standard bias coming through from both teams. We'll see who will be able to get the better end of this one, though.
It's a little bit of a small thing to touch on as well. We said, of course, Yifang coveted Sova God. He's actually bringing out the Rays to start this series off, and you know, I had a little bit of discrepancy with Yifang, of course. I painted him as a Sova 1 trick, but Yifang appears to have a very diverse agent pool, and of course, bringing out the Rays, going very, very aggressive for this A main control. Of course, Noz on the other side of only pistols, as he said, for the side of Wildcard. Paint shells to flush Noz out, and well, he's going to have to back off completely. Ultimate Orb for Yifang, almost halfway to that showstopper. Could be really good on a map like Split, of course, able to stop some of the hits from coming in before they even get into the site.
Looks like the wall is going to come down there, though. Wildcard looking to push their way straight through to the vent there. We'll see if they will be able to find a pick. In fact, Duddy actually going to be able to line up the first one on to Noz. So not a bad start for Legacy. It looks like they're looking for more, though. Yifang able to line up 2. They do find 2 back on the wildcard side, though. Now going to be a 3-on-1 situation. Signed should be able to pick up one of those upgraded weapons. So not a bad trade out. We'll see if they can find anything else, though. Obviously, with such limited time available, maybe they can get 1 more kill out of this. But with 10 HP, it is a bit of low circumstances there. We'll see if they can make things a bit higher for themselves, though.
Ooh, that camera gravity, well, too good at holding Sign in place. And of course, as you said, very unlikely that he were to win it, and is going to be walking up Punder, and of course, Mike from the Heaven going to take him out. Spectre's retrieved, no guns saved, and Legacy, they take the eco, but they lose a few members. Some good kills being found by Wildcard on that wrap, and, you know, getting themselves halfway to a few ultimates as well. RD, of course, next to the res, and as well signed near that Empress. But at the moment, this is a good start for Legacy. Of course, as we said, Split, a very defense-oriented map, and getting off to as good of a start as this is what you could want.
All looking positive for the side of Legacy, but obviously we are pushing into the bonus round now for Wildcard. Going to be picking up all their primary weapons. Looks like Legacy just trying to stop them before they make any kind of a push towards that garage position. So now Wildcard just going to try and force that middle control again, see if they can spot anybody through the smokes. I like this camera position from Mike there, because if anyone crosses to mailroom, then he can just call that out to his team immediately. He's already got some information there, pinging it out for them.
Yeah, that's a really crazy one, and I don't believe that's one we've seen. Of course, we haven't seen Split all too recently, so, you know, Legacy appear to have been doing their homework behind the scenes, and Mike with this beautiful camera, of course, to scout for the info, and at the moment, Wildcard playing very split of the map, but Legacy, you can see 2 players deep pushed towards the B main side. They've left Duddy, of course, to his devices in this off angle, going to be holding it first on a swell, waiting for RDW to peek in, slow orb dismiss out, Duddy's completely scot-free, and a first pick onto the board for Legacy to start this round.
Looks like they're just continuing to play in the same trend at the moment, always finding these openers. That could change soon, though, off Noz's lurk here. Yifang definitely holding the close angle. Noz surely should be expecting it, though, but with time coming to a low point, Wildcard really do have to force their way through, and they managed to do so successfully. Noz going to be able to open it up there. Panda, at least given the information from that screen's position, but Wildcard, they got nobody else to contend with on the side. They're going to be able to get this spike down.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the snake spikes cover anybody from peeking that, of course, back hall line. Duddy and his teammates are now all dropped into sight. Nice Hacks looking to push up with the rest of them. RDW with a double, though. Nice Hacks going to be taken, and Frequent Noz combining for 2 more. Beautiful hold there for Wildcard. Get the spike down, get the money, secure it, and third round, no bonus going Legacy's way. It's Wildcard with their first.
They're definitely going to be happy with that, really running down the clock to the last possible seconds. And considering the vulnerability that they located on the site, they were able to brute force their way through. We'll see if they can find similar success pushing into these future rounds, though. As now both teams going to be on even footing here. Phantoms and Vandals are plenty across both teams. Full armor on most of the players. Signed going to be the only one on the light armor there. We'll see how it does play out for these teams, though, as they just settle into their defaults at the moment. Try and find a bit of information towards it middle once again on the wildcard side. Looks like the Legacy players are just playing a little bit further back from the site this time, just playing from heaven, waiting to see if Wildcard will push through towards either middle or otherwise garage, and then they can try and reform their defenses accordingly.
Yeah, you can see the double stack on the wall. It's both Punda and, of course, going to be Nice Hacks holding that crossfire, and Punda just going to be hitting a quick little jump around, just trying to bait some shots, bait some info out. You heard, of course, one player close. It's going to be Infrequent, just holding this line. The rest of his teammates looking to rotate out. And this is very interesting to say from Legacy, of course. Yifang now playing it a little bit further back now that they're on the rifles. Infrequent taking a little bit of damage. Poison Orb goes down. Yifang holding in an off angle towards the box, but he's checked by Signed. And now it's up to young Mike here in the back of the site. A few wires, of course, and the camera to scout for the info, but he is going to have to go huge here, Matt.
Definitely going to have to put in as much work as possible. Looks like Mike actually does find one, though. Looking for a second. Will be taken out by RDW. Infrequent actually taking out Punda as well. A nice pick to come through. As well going to be revived, and it all comes down to one now. They managed to rain down chaos on the side and take away the second, evening it up 2-2.
Yeah, Infrequent with a bit of sixth sense there at the end, of course, getting a beautiful spray through that wall. And Wildcard, a beautiful round to pick up. They're not a hold this time, but a just straight take into the face of Legacy. And you can now see a few of those ultimates start to come online for either side. Legacy, they've got the Empress and the Showstopper, but they don't have the money to buy in this one. For the side of Wildcard, of course, you've got Infrequent with the Blade Storms, and they've got rifles, and they can afford to lose this even if the Sheriffs were to take a few out.
See if they will be able to take any out at the moment, as Yifang and Co looking to push quite close through the A main position. Noz prepared for them, though. Takes out 2, make that 3, runs out of bullets in the end. Signed there to back it up, though. Should be able to take out this player. In fact, they do. So, leaving it all down to Duddy once again in the 1-on-4 situation. Could catch them, actually, considering here's them going through water. Does get the damage on Artie, but Artie's just too powerful with the Vandal there. We'll be able to clean it up in the end, taking away the third round for Wildcard.
Yeah, a valiant effort, I have to say, from Legacy, trying to go for that A main stack, but of course, Wildcard, as we said, one of the best in the country. They understand how they want to play on those kind of anti-eco rounds against a push, of course, like Legacy. You do have that Showstopper online, and you know, now Wildcard have one more ultimate to add to the total Viper's Pit for Noz could be very good. And I have to say, this toxic screen that's been thrown at A so many times has kept Legacy's players on guard at that A site. And of course, Wildcard just been free to rotate with the threatening of that toxic screen alone.
really does allow you to just put that decisive cover between you and the site. And we'll see if they can put it to use in this round here. As Wildcard, we're going to potentially go for a split towards the B side at the moment. Obviously going to fall back after taking a slither of damage there. Just try and keep your opponents aware that you could be pushing one way or the other. Even just faking it out towards the front of the side at the moment. Keeping Legacy guessing. Wildcard definitely not revealing their hand as yet. Just trying to bait out some utility from their opponents here. And then once the utility starts to whittle down on the Legacy side, then Wildcard will have a lot more ease to get onto a site.
Yeah, you can see Tripwire up, both on in play here for Mike. Of course, Yifeng up in the heaven. That wire is awfully close. Artie has heard it. Wall has been busted, and now Yifeng has been busted towards the heaven site. It's Wildcard looking to push in with this broken wall. Mike has not been checked for the moment, playing just outside of this pillar line, finding the first on the sign, but can't quite convert the second. It's Wildcard now with the plant, and Legacy trying to fight back in, putting a drops from heaven, but drops dead where he stands. The res comes in. The showstopper's available, but Noz, beautiful flank to come in at the perfect time. Duddy Boy with the Empress, but can't do anything. It's RDW to close it, and Wildcard stroll themselves to a B site hit, and they stroll themselves to that hold. 4 now to 2 on the board, starting to come back slowly after such a struggle of a start.
Yeah, start off slow, but looks like they're getting a lot faster now, taking 4 rounds in a row and sending Legacy onto an eco round here. Only going to have Sheriffs across them with a bit of light armor to boot on the Wildcard side. 3 Phantoms, a couple of Vandals, and plenty Ultimates to play with here. We'll see if the Legacy side might be able to stop a Wildcard in their tracks with these Sheriffs. Obviously, the coverage already being pushed out there by the smokes, and Frequent actually caught off guard a little bit there by Duddy. Manages to fall back through the ramen shop, though. Knows that Legacy could push aggressively here, and is holding tight angles to try and stop them, but Duddy going to be able to line up the first there.
That's a beautiful shot landed from Duddy, but Sign able to trade it immediately back. Mike going for a little bit of an over push. Duddy gets another on the RDW. That man is shooting no blanks right now. It's all shots on for Legacy. Yifeng even finding Swirl showstopper. Sign needs to dodge it. Now it's 2 to 3 here. Spike down in the hands of Legacy, and Wildcard are going to have to come crawling back into this one. Duddy holding a nice little off angle. Does not check it. He does, but Duddy dead accurate on his shots right now. Matt, it would seem, Signed the only one left. Legacy, they've got their crosshairs trained on his position. Punder's been checked, but he's been taken. Signed going to fall to the netherworld, and it's going to be a thrifty picked up by Legacy.
What an absolutely chaotic round coming through from Legacy there. Duddy looking to make some Vodafone MVP-like plays there. Keep your eye on that one, that's for sure. We'll see how they do manage to use their success, though. Obviously going to have a full buy across them as a result of that. Wildcard going to be supporting themselves with a full buy of their own, though. Do actually have the Operator being used by RDW now, followed by the Spectre, as well as a few rifles between them. Looks like the Blade Storm already going to be activated, though. Infrequent actually taken down immediately by Duddy, so already continuing that power.
Yeah, Duddy seems to be on one. He's found he's in a fire, and he's bringing it to light now in terms of against this Wildcard roster. An early start, Yifeng going deep into the sewer for Signed, and that's 2 picks for Legacy unanswered completely by Wildcard. Ultimate Orb still available to be picked up. Of course, Noz still has that Viper's Pit to put down. Swirl one away from the Cosmic. It's going to be the eye out from Duddy. The Leer is in. Just a bait for Nice Hacks to go for the swing this time. And it is Wildcard all slowly but surely bowing out in this round. And Legacy, they're just putting so much pressure on Wildcard to go for this hit.
And the pressure is not letting up anytime soon. Looks like things are slowing down to almost a halt, though, for the 2 remaining Wildcard players. But as they slow down, a flank has come through. Yifeng takes out one, looking for 2 with the paint shells, pushing him straight into Nice Hacks. Nice Hacks actually going to be taken out there. Duddy able to clean it up, though, evening it up once again, 4 to 4.
Yeah, that is a crazy round. Picking it up off the thrifty Legacy, even up the scoreboard at that 4 to 4. And well, Matt, this is a game to say the least. Of course, Legacy, not every day we get to see them on split. Wildcard, not every day we get to see them on split either. This is, you know, maybe a little bit of a counter pick from the terms of Wildcard, but Legacy, they seem to be a little bit immersed in the element right now. As we can see at the moment, Duddy going off huge. Wildcard though, they've got 3 ultimates, they're back to the guns. Operator out here from Infrequent. We need to see them start off with this opening pick.
Definitely desperately seeking it out right now, Tony. And Legacy, they're not looking to hand it to them on a silver platter. They're just holding steady, just facing a little bit further back, waiting to see if Wildcard will push into their own angles. Wildcard already going to be spotted out by the camera, though. Nicely placed by Cypher once again. Obviously, Mike doing great work on that one for Legacy. But Wildcard still just holding steady for the moment. Waiting to see if they can spot any further utility. Just bait it out from Legacy and try and find some kind of vulnerability.
And you can see a few slow orbs being invested by Nice Hacks, but Yafeng has rotated over towards this A Heaven Swell. Gonna be grabbing the spike, and it might be a bit of an A split. Yafeng might be under fire here towards the vent room, and he's going to be looking to peek towards the rope line here, finding a shot, but Infrequent's found his. He's found the mark. It's going to be a first picked up now on the board for Wildcarders now. Looking to push towards this B site, Cosmic Divide goes up. Nice Axe though playing in the open and off of his own, taking that RDW, trying to find the shot onto Infrequent, only half tags him. This Cosmic Divide perfectly sets up Wildcard's hit now. Cloud bursted down, everything is laid on the cards. Legacy just outside of it, waiting for this plate to go down. Wildcard, they get it down, but Legacy are knocking on the door.
Legacy right in front of them right now. Swirl going to be able to take out the first though. Infrequent going to be following it up. One player remaining in Duddy, and Duddy falls down. A Wildcard takeaway round number 5 there, and will take the lead once again.
I have to say, Noz has been absolutely crazy on some of these flanks, and finally, it's going to be a pause here for Legacy, of course. We spoke about Wildcard's coach, De Bears, but Legacy, they've also just picked up a coach recently missed, doing a ton of practical things behind the scene for this roster. And Legacy, they've definitely picked it up recently, of course, as we said, showing this org debut very, very good, of course, over in the Winter Cup. But, you know, over here in the VOT, it's all hands on deck, Matt, and we can see that definitely from Duddy Boy. It's interesting to see, of course, Duddy Boy's change as a player overall. Of course, very prominent smoke player, Astra, and of course, sometimes even swapping out with Punda. There's a bit of a diversity there with Punda and Duddy. You know, they can role swap if one wants to play the Phoenix. One can go, of course, over to the smokes and hold it down. But, you know, Wildcard has a core of 5 for quite a while now. And Infrequent showing up massive, and Noz, as we said, with a few of these flanks, have been absolutely perfect in shutting down Legacy's retakes.
Both teams definitely displaying their strengths rather right now, and we will be able to see them coming into full swing once again here as we do push straight back into the round. Just going to be in the buy phase at the moment. And as you were talking about, Tony, players being able to flex into their various roles definitely does give you an added strength there, because maybe your opponent might account for one player playing one agent a certain way, but then you've got the other player who can play it completely differently, and that just absolutely puts things on their head entirely. But another round ahead of us now. Going to have a Wildcard just sitting into their default. A couple of players outside A for the moment, and a couple outside the garage. Do have Lucky number 8 inside there, just holding in water, waiting to see if anyone's going to push through middle aggressively. The patience certainly being exercised in the early round.
Yeah, and I guess, again, to touch on that point of diversity, and we heard it, of course, from Tux, from Order, saying that, you know, Texter, one of the most diverse players, plays Sentinel, Disco as well. Of course, a few of the names that we've seen role swap it and still do absolutely massive bits. Noz starting it off beautifully on a nice Taxu, who seem prone to a very bit of aggression, and they're trying to go for that ultimate orb, and you can see Swell just going to be having the back off for the moment. A few damage and a few shots being peppered in by Yafeng.
Could see a few more shots coming through as well as we tick it down to 38 seconds remaining. And here comes that deadly camera again. Mike, making use of this one time and time again, has spotted sides now. Going to be able to relay that information straight to their team. Camera has been taken down now, though. Wildcard forced into an uncomfortable situation, pushing straight towards this B site right now. Mike and Co trying to stop them as fast as they can. Even going to have the Viper's Pit activated. And Wildcard managed to demolish 2 players and will be able to get the spike down.
Yeah, Wildcard just seemed to put the foot on the gas when Legacy aren't expecting it most. Good shot from Infrequent. Duddy scared of that Viper's Pit. Noz in a prime position towards heaven. This is just so hard to go for the read sake, and it's just going to have to be Duddy backing off completely, even in the midst of the alleyway. It's signed, and of course, RID holding a beautiful crossfire, checking every which off angle that Duddy could be in, but he's all the way in the opposite side of spawn. That's going to be another round on the board for Wildcard. Again, a beautiful take to this B site, and Legacy seem to be struggling on some of these B holds, Matt.
Looks like Wildcard have identified that vulnerability as well now, exploiting it time and time again, and will put them in the lead by 2 rounds at this point. Obviously, Legacy do have some room to adapt, though, with 4 ultimates available to them at this point. Certainly will be seeing them put to use within these last 2 remaining rounds of the half here. On the Wildcard side, however, they got a couple of ultimates still available themselves in the Resurrection, as well as the Empress there. We'll see who will be able to win the Battle of the Ultimates and the Battle of 4 rounds in this half, as the best case scenario for Legacy is that they even it up, taking 2 rounds in a row here, but Wildcard, with the momentum they've started to gain in the past 2, could be looking to push ahead even further.
Yeah, this is a strong attack side coming out of Wildcard, and I have to say, as we said, Split, one of these more defensive-oriented maps you see, of course, from a few of these teams, but Legacy, they appear to be a little bit more aggressive on their attack. Yafang, of course, deep, pushing a middle, just spotting out the market for the moment. For the moment, Wildcard, of course, showing nobody here. Swell, just on the other side there, has spotted one on the Yafang, backing off completely now, trying to go for this B-site take again. Wildcard, infrequent, posted on the line, just waiting to hear the, of course, sound go off and give it the cue for Wildcard to go for the hit.
Just waiting for that timing, waiting for the cue, as you said there. We'll see if they will be able to find it now, as Wildcard seem to have that proclivity to really take these rounds down to the last second, always keeping Legacy guessing here. Legacy going to be playing towards the safety of the B side, though. Waiting to see exactly where Wildcard will choose to assault here. Still do have 30 seconds remaining at the moment, but they really have to commit towards this B site. Noz just being forced to play the lurk role, make noise towards A, make sure that they don't opt for a full rotation here. Really give Legacy a little to no time to react.
Yeah, that high leer goes out. The Tripwire has been destroyed. It's up to Yafang here. Phantom in hand. 13 seconds to stall. Wildcard's hit go in. Shots come out. It's infrequent. No, it's Wildcard. Beautiful ones. Duddy though on the Empress, taking 2 back. Jump shot on the side, but it's nice hacks to find the mark on the Swell. Nos now the lurk left. It's Punda with the right click. Classic to close it. Legacy, they shut that hit down, and Wildcard, they bit off too much of the clock. They bit off more than they can chew. It's going to be a pause here for our final round of the half.
Yeah, as you were touching on there, Tony, just taking a little bit too much time in the end there. Legacy, they managed to play around those corners, just really keeping Wildcard on their toes, just taking their battles one by one, not allowing them to work together to get that spike down. And as a result of that, Legacy do manage to close the distance, keeping it only 1 round between them now. If any more surprises like that come through from Legacy, we could see an even Stevens half here going 6-6. We'll see exactly what will be brought to the table, though, as obviously Wildcard, they've got enough money to get a full buy into this round, and Legacy in a pretty similar straits themselves.
Yeah, so it's going to be really even Steven. Of course, Ultimate's still online for 3 out of the 5 for both sides. Nice hacks, of course, with the res. Neural Theft available for Mike if they want to use that. Cosmic could be very good to hold down a site from Punda, but for the side of Wildcard, they've got the Blade Storm, they've got the res, and they've got the Empress. Some very aggressive ultimates to go for in this last round. But of course, what we saw from Legacy, a beautiful time on the clock. They're just stalling for so long. Noz, of course, trying to sell that fake at A, but Legacy just weren't fooled on that one. As we now go into it, 5-6, last round of the half, Matt, and it, as you said, could be even Stevens here.
And we get into the thick of it once again now. Utility going to be coming out early on there. Nice hacks, just waiting to see if anyone's going to be pushing up close in Garage. Do have a pretty good majority of players there, but Nice hacks going to be able to open it up with a nice headshot on to RDW there. Now Wildcard forced to consider other options over towards middle. They need to find a kill back, and this could be an opportunity because Legacy, they're going aggressive.
Yeah, they're very, very eager to take these fights. You can hear the Blade Storm has been popped from Infrequent. He is hunting for a kill, so is Swirl. Legacy, though, they showed a bit of aggression towards mid. They back off completely. They know that they've got the numbers advantage and they can just fall back to what has been working. Default is what has been their bread and butter so far this entire half. And you can see the members of Wildcard definitely feeling like an A-split might be in the cards here. Of course, the wire up in the vent room. Blade-Storm is down, and Wildcard going to have to tandem with both Punda and Mike over this A site with 30 seconds.
Such limited time for Wildcard once again. Will it be able to help them, or will it come back to bite them again? It all comes down to this now. Nod's going to be falling down. Trades coming out on both sides, though. Punda able to take out 2 there. Sign actually going to be taking out 1, but gets taken out in the end. So Legacy take it away 6-6 on the half, keeping it as close as ever.
Yeah, that was a beautiful spot from Yafang, baiting towards the heaven, and then he was just able to swing from that screens after his fallen comrade died. Of course, Mike, beautiful hold, Punda as well, some beautiful shots being landed by Legacy. That's why we're at this 6-6 scoreline, Matt, and this is so back and forth. It's still hard to tell who's absolutely going off. You can see Infrequent and Nods for the side of Wildcard, very strong in the stats, but of course, Duddy, we saw some crazy Sheriff shots there in that thrifty round that Legacy picked up, and as we can see, scoreline 6-6. It's now Legacy to the attack side, Wildcard on the defense. And we can see a few frenzies being invested here by the Legacy side. No Sheriffs this time.
Looking to flurry into the round with a frenzy, it would appear, as they do start to push their attacker side over towards the A side at the moment. That's where a couple of the Wildcard players will be placed, and most of them actually going to be towards a B. Might be able to get a flank onto Yafang if they do pace themselves effectively. Obviously, still just going to wait things out for the time being. Legacy looking to edge their way over towards the site as well. But this flank coming through from Wildcard could look to stab them in the back. Yafang actually going to be aware of it, though. Just holding steady, turns away at the wrong moment. The timing allows Wildcard to get the opening kill.
That's a sneaky one there from Wildcard. Going for the flank, Yafang. Very, very unfortunate timing. He's even typed it in chat. He's not too happy about that one. And the rest of Legacy, they're going to have to keep their ball rolling here. Looking to wrap around the screen side. They've spotted out Noz. They're going to take him. Noz doesn't expect it. He's caught on the timing this time. Mike going to toss up the cage here. The A site is on the cards, but they haven't checked side in the back of the site. Punda's gone astral. Side has taken out Nice Hacks too. This is all gone awry now for Legacy. They had the makings of a hit, but they need to now pick it back up. Duddy gonna be taking out RD. 25 seconds here, still trying to go for this tab, but Swirl, beautiful shot. Duddy now the last member to drop off the heavens. He will drop to Swirl in the end. Signed and the rest of his teammates, a beautiful hold to that A site. Wildcard are gonna be picking up the pistol this time.
Just really unfortunate from Legacy there, just not checking the side, really comes to bite them in the back there, but this does now reinvigorate the forces of a Wildcard, give them a nice burst of energy to potentially hoist themselves further into these rounds. But stock standard picks going to be coming through from both teams at the moment. Do have Spectres aplenty on the Wildcard side, and it looks like Legacy not going to be committing anything here, just going to be saving up for future rounds. Looks like most of the Legacy roster going to be sacked towards A once again. Now looking to find something. Duddy going to be taken down to start things off, though.
Yeah, trying to go for some early eco kills. The knife wall going to be busted, but Noz here in a good position with RD, just waiting for it to be going down. Snake Spite out there from Noz. Either forces Legacy to push or forces them to back off, because they're going to be vulnerable to that Snake Spite. Slow orb drop by RD. Spots one. I believe he might have seen his head. There's a few players jumping over this wall, and I don't know about showing too much to Wildcard, because of course they've got Spectres, 30 bullets in the chamber, and all you really need is a few to hit the head, and you'll be found dead in the round. Yafang going for the wrap up to the rope, looking for the wrap up heaven, but Wildcard, they've just got too much utility to dump. Signed now holding this ladder room, and it's going to be holding the ropes. Takes a second, going to be healed up. Signed takes a third. Ego kills are nothing to this man. picking up 3 already. Maybe looking for Mike. 2 shots come out, and it's signed to deliver with 4. Empress secured, and a flawless hold here for Wildcard.
Great teamwork coming through from them. They're able to absolutely clean up the Legacy roster in round number 2 of the second half. Do now have the bonus round coming through from Legacy. However, Phantom's going to be picked up by every single player there. Looking to see if they can manage to overcome the force of Wildcard here. We'll see if they will be able to manage it. Considering Signed has the Empress, that could be a key factor in this round. No other ultimates really close by at this stage, so really could be the edge that Wildcard needs in this one. Looks like the Legacy roster, however, just going to be settling their way into a default at the moment. 3 towards middle and a couple towards the A and B sides.
Yeah, Legacy still kind of incorporating that split kind of default that we saw on the defense side to start it infrequent. Senses a few players his position, so he will be backing off. He's going to be playing it towards the ropes, Signed and Swell in a crossfire up on top of the ramp here, and a good off angle here from Swell could catch a player off guard infrequent because holding the ropes, as we said, shot missed, and an opportunity now for Legacy if they want to push towards that A site. They could force a play onto infrequent, but he is going to be backing off. And still, Legacy kept guessing. RD on top of his wall has been busted it down the one side. Yafeng spots out Swirl. It actually catches him with a wallbang headshot. Swirl going to be taken, Signed taken low, and this might be Legacy looking to wrap this A site. Infrequent has rotated over. RD still finding the shots, but Yafeng lurking around and lurking up a storm. Picks up another kill, and this is Legacy in a good spot to maybe take this A site.
Definitely well positioned at the moment to do just that, with the one defender inside tagged so low towards screens. One stray bullet is basically all they need to take him, but gonna be caught looking the wrong way there. Punda goes down, at least Signed putting up a fight for their team, and now delaying the side of Legacy a little bit further. Spike will come down now, though. It's going to be the 4-on-3 situation for these teams. Will Wildcard be able to redeem themselves and go for it, or will they just be playing for exits here?
They do have the option to play for it. Of course, this is bonus for them. And at the moment, a few players quite extremely low, though. Infrequent taken out in heaven here. Noz just might be looking to drop the snake bite as a few players look to lurk and walk out the ramp. Noz gonna be picking up 2 as they walk vulnerable into it. Gonna be picking up a 3rd on a mic. Noz, beautiful hold here on the exits. Duddy can't really get out without having to fight a few members. Noz now going to try and stroll on this site. He realizes he doesn't have the time, but he's done more than enough. A 4K in that round steals away all of the guns off of Legacy, and it's going to be 8 now to 7 on the scoreline, Matt.
Just neck and neck all throughout this series. This is exactly what you want to expect from the matches in the VALORANT Oceanic Championships. These teams proving exactly why they are in the places they are here tonight. Definitely showing us exactly what some of the best are capable of in the Oceanic region here. But we've got another round on our hands now. Legacy going to be picking up some upgraded pistols across them. Not really looking to pick up anything else, really. Wildcard going to be stuck on their respective rifles. Looking to potentially take this round away based on weapons alone. But we've seen what Legacy can do with pistols. Looks like RD going to start it off with the opener.
Yeah, that's not a pistol, that's a phantom in play for RD. Drops the wall off the toxic screen. This is so hard to push through from Legacy. You can see Signed holding a headshot line over the top. Beautiful on the Punda. Just backs off completely scot-free. Wildcard collecting themselves some cheeky little eco kills here. Because, of course, Legacy, they've only got pistols into this round. They didn't have the funds to invest fully. Toxic screen goes back up. Wall's still there in play. Inside is still in the same position. Duddy, though, up on top of the statue, I believe. Playing a little bit of an off angle, but will be caught out in the open. Nice hats. Going to be looking to hold that headshot line. Spots out RDW's dome. Ponytail. Nice hacks. Not going to be him that shoots it. It's Mike.
Mike definitely making a heavy impact for their team tonight, but will be taken down in the end by Wildcard, solidifying their 2-round lead once again there. Luckily for the side of Legacy, they are going to be able to buy into this round, though. Do have 5 Phantoms across them, couple of ultimates to boot. They got the Empress as well as the North Theft there. On the side of Wildcard, however, they're looking pretty similar. A couple of Vandals, 3 Phantoms, as well as the Viper's Pit and the Empress. Both teams definitely stacked up, ready for action. We'll see who will be able to take the first blow, though, because those openers definitely showing their importance for both of these teams.
And this round is the utmost importance for these teams as well. Viper's Pit early from Nods. You can see that Wildcard opting to play this Viper on split has been quite crucial in some of these takes. But Punda gonna catch RD with a gravity well spray down combo. Paint shells come out. Nods takes some damage. Forced to either push in to the side of Legacy or forced to back off. Healed up fully now. Legacy starting off with a bang here and might be looking to put that pressure on to B. Nice Axe, of course, just outside of the garage. A few players posed towards A. Legacy still playing this kind of split map style on this attack side. Blast Pack out, trying to bait maybe a player to swing. Gravity well is dropped. Nebula dropped on top. And this is, I guess, what you see from both of these teams, of course, running that Astra. It's hard to tell on the spectator. Of course, we've got colors to tell, but it's always hard to tell whose stars are whose and who's going for an aggressive star or who's going for an aggressive swing here with some of that Astra util.
And that might confuse some of the players themselves, but alas, Legacy going to be setting themselves up over towards the B side. Do have your Fang holding the lurk there, going to be caught by Signs though, so evening things up 4-4 now. However, the position of Mike could be crucial here because Mike might actually be able to catch this Reyna, or rather the Viper player in Noz on the flank, but then Noz might be able to do the same here. Definitely, getting close there. Mike gonna be able to get away. All right, back towards the site though. Duddy setting one up.
Yeah, he must have taken a coin toss there with that duel, and he must have gotten head there. And Duddy, speaking of head, he's found one onto frequent Sign. Trying to hold it here with Noz. They're the only two remaining members here for Wildcard. Nice axe drop. Sign dispatches of Noz 2 coming from the rafter. Beautiful shots being landed for Nice Hats. Legacy collect themselves at 8th, and you know, we saw a 6-6 scoreline. We're still seeing a close game of affairs here, Matt. And Legacy not having to burn too many ultimates either. Empress was from Duddy, but now they've got Rez online, they've got Neural Theft, they've got Cosmic Divide. Some of these takes are going to be awfully deadly, and for Wildcard, they don't have the money to defend against this one. This could be an even scoreline yet again.
Always just swinging the pendulum both ways. You go one way, you must go the other. We'll see if the side of Legacy will be able to even it up here, or whether we do see a Wildcard, a form of recovery. Obviously, on a strained economy, it could be difficult, but with the death ball composition in middle, it might be good. It looks like both sides going to be able to take a kill each early on. The gravity well making dividends for the side of Legacy, but Wildcard continuing to tear through. At least a couple there. All going to come down to RD now. 1-on-3 situation, Tony.
That's so hard to deal with. You can see the power that this Astra really brings to play on a map like Split, just forcing Wildcard into the open. Probably not the position they want to be in this eco. Of course, they want to be playing off angles, trying to catch Legacy off guard, but there's a wire in play. Artie knows it, but of course, does he expect Mike already here to trade it? Duddy going to be there as well, but it's going to be picked up by Mike. Beautiful gravity well, and I have to say, Punda, we don't get to see more than this Astra all too often, but it's always a treat when we do.
And you certainly love a treat, Tony, because we could see some plays off of it. Could see a potential Vodafone MVP going their way. Keep your eyes on all the wonderful plays tonight, as the winner will be announced in the future. But obviously, keen to see a few more coming through now. On the side of Legacy, we do have 4 ultimates available for them, so they're looking good in that department. Wildcard going to be recovering, though. Full buy from them. Do have the Operator to play with, as well as the rifles here.
Yeah, an Operator in the hands of Infrequent. What more could you want from him? Of course, an early pick is what Wildcard are after right now. Legacy, again, falling back to this kind of default style that we see from them, and you can see Wildcard sensing that the side of Legacy play a little bit more stock standard. Mike, actually they catch Sign. Neural Theft is able to go off, but Swirl is going to be trading out Mike. The positions, though, have been called for Legacy. They know there's only one at A now, and they look to pick that spike up, rotate through the sewer, and look to come storming into this A site in just a second. Of course, Wildcard, they sense that 2 Noz is now on the rotate over, and looking to put that toxic screen in play. Of course, it's already been laid down. He's only got, of course, the snake spites left, but could be very good at stopping Legacy from taking this A site before it even becomes a reality for them.
Looks like they are just going to wait patiently just towards the top of the ramp there. Here comes the showstopper from Yafang, though. That's going to force a wildcard at least a little bit further back, and it looks like they've just used that ultimate just as a bit of pressure to get their teammate back in the game. We're going to be using the Cosmic Divide as well. Noz not going to be able to spot them at all. Might be aware of just where they're coming from, though. Panda actually swinging away, does actually spot them afterwards, though. Taking out two. The timing from Panda, ever impressive. Leaving it down to 2 players now for Wildcard.
That's absolutely sensational, and Wildcard, they're going to be losing their minds. There's no way that happens. That Cosmic Divide, the tap onto the Ultimate Orb, just to bait Wildcard into taking that fight. And Punda, such a pivotal position there, going huge with a double. Beautiful spray transfer. Legacy now in double digits, Matt. Of course, this is Wildcard's map pick, but Legacy, they've been fighting toe to toe. This is 3 rounds straight for them, and it appears Split might be a little bit more attacker-sided than we would have thought.
It just seems like this whole tournament is just filled with teams just defying the odds, exceeding expectations time and time again. All the surprises are coming to the light here tonight, and I'm so excited to see more of it from both of these teams right now. But obviously going to have a timeout coming through from the wildcard side, just trying to weigh up their options as we do head towards closing time for map number 1 here. Only need to take away 3 rounds on the Legacy side, and do need to take away 4 rounds if you are wildcard right now. Wildcard, their economy not in the best state, but they've got 3 ultimates to play with there. The Cosmic Divide, the Res, as well as the Blade Storm, with the Viper's Pit pretty close by as well. So maybe after this round, we could see a really huge setup coming through from them.
Yeah, it's really all down to these last few, as you, of course, can see the scoreline. The first to 13 is what we're after, and Legacy, they're also very close now. Wildcard as well is still in a fighting chance here. Marshall Bucky going to be coming in last minute, and as he said, ultimates available. Bladestorm immediately from Infrequent. Nebula, slow orb up here for Legacy. They know that Wildcard tried to go for his garage control early on. Nice hacks, beautiful shot, shuts down the Bladestorm, and that's a great start for Legacy now. They're going to back off, though. They know that they can play a little bit more safer after finding that first pick. Of course, play a little bit more default and really keep Wildcard guessing, because they've rotated 2 over towards that B site.
Looking to just take their time with it for the moment. Yafang going to be breaking down the wall, though, over towards the mail room. Artie trying to catch them with the Bucky there. Not going to be able to use it, unfortunately. Gets taken out. All going to come down to Noz now in the garage. Gets bashed past by Mike, and now leaving it down to the last 2 players inside and Swirl. All they have is a Marshal and a Sheriff to their names.
Yeah, we saw what Legacy are capable of with these Sheriffs. We saw beautiful shots from Duddy to really propel Legacy back into this game a little bit. Of course, if they were to lose that round, they'd be feeling a little bit sour. And, you know, I believe Yafang said it best in an interview once. He said, worst enemy of Legacy is themselves. They throw some of these rounds, they tend to get really down on themselves, but they're not down right now. They're feeling hot and on point. Yafang, a beautiful shot with the Bucky, and of course, going to be signed, just trying to pick up an exit kill, but Yafang's not going to let him have it. It's flawless from Legacy 11, now getting scarily close to that match point.
All they need is 2 more rounds, and that means this round in particular is going to carry a heavy amount of pressure. If you are wildcard right now, they cannot afford to lose it, because if they do, their economy will be in tatters once again. They're going to have to force up everything they possibly can, and it could all go to disaster from there. So we'll see if they will put their ultimates to use here. Still got 3 available. Viper's Pit, the Resurrection, the Cosmic Divide. Let's see if they put their pride on the line to take this one away.
Viper's Pit early from Noz. He wants to waste no time. You can see Infrequent rotated over towards this ramp. Mike going to be holding it. Shots come out. Mike backs off completely because he's the only one there at that A side. The drop in. Infrequent going to be taken out. The Lear's going to be hold. Mike just sprays blindly through it. Signed able to finally trade it, though. It's 4-4. Infrequent falling, and of course Mike going to be falling in the process. Viper's Pit kind of hard to push through here for the Legacy side, but it will be going down just early from Noz. He's backed off of it, and This gives position for Legacy to maybe go for a wrap on. It's a beautiful shot from Signed, though, holding this rope. He goes up and down it. Legacy, a little bit topsy-turvy to this take. Noz on the rafter has a good line. Nice Hacks needs to be better on the shot and baits it. Noz has dropped off the rafter here. Wildcard needs to hold this B site.
Looks like they're going to try their darndest, but Duddy going to be able to push past Noz there. All coming down to Artie, just holding on for dear life at the back of the site. No one's cleared them yet, though, and because they're taking so much time, Science pushed through, Artie pulls through as well. All going to come down to Duddy now. 1 versus 3 situation, just stuck towards the dirt position there. Gonna be slowed by those orbs as well. Just trying to see if they can take away another kill here. Perhaps they might be able to. Spotting out Science there, even spotting out Artie, but the pincer maneuver does ensue, and a Wildcard pull through.
That's a smart triple hold there from Wildcard at the end. They know they give Duddy 1 duel, they give him a second. The round almost is back in the hands of Legacy, but smart call, play tradable positions. RD there in the back of the site, of course, Signed underneath that Heaven position, and Noz, I believe, up on top of the Heaven position. Beautiful crossfire for Wildcard. Now double digits for them, 10 to 11, Matt. This is getting it scarily close. Of course, Duddy performing absolutely massive here for Legacy. I have to say, Punda has been very good in some of these smokes. Mike as well, nice hacks. The util's just been absolutely on point here for Legacy. Wildcard, the frag ability too has been on point. The money not quite there for a few of these Wildcard players. So of course, Spectre out for Noz. And you can see, though the ultimates are there, Legacy, they haven't quite got theirs online just yet.
We'll see if they will be able to align them going forward, though. Obviously have an opportunity to cultivate them in these upcoming rounds. Looks like they are still just going to hold their ground for the moment. Look to stand strong and could be finding a pick as a result. Infrequent already taking a slither of damage over towards the vent position. Does create an opening for the likes of Legacy. RDW still going to be holding over towards a mailroom, though. Going to have at least that secondary line of defense there. Looks like Legacy still just trying to expose those vulnerabilities before going for the conclusive plays here.
Yeah, they're just really scouting out and trying to get Wildcard in a difficult position to hold from. RD has been tagged up heavily through that wall. Yafeng been beautiful on some of these shots with his Phantom walks up. He knows RD's on the raft. That Smoke Nebula goes up. Concuss comes out. Swirl actually going to get blind on a Duddy. Beautiful. RDW holds it from the rafter too. Both players from Legacy trying to go up through that B take. Now they're looking towards A. Mike starts it off, Signed out in the open, and Mike might be finding Legacy in A site, but they have to deal with Infrequent. Shots missed. Infrequent, you've gone awry, sir. The shots are not what you want to be missing right now. Mike takes it into his own hands. Spike will go down, and A Wildcard now 3-3 here against Legacy. Make it 3-4 as RD has the res available, but Mike knows where that is. There's a heavy amount of screens presence. Nice Hacks has been spotted, tagged up through the box. Noz trying to play the jiggle out, and he will be actually taking it. 2 now plays for Legacy to hold it, and it's going to be Mike falling too.
Only down to Punda now, and Punda going to be feeling it there from Swirl. They are able to whirl their way past them, but definitely an unexpected circumstance where Legacy really taking it down to the last seconds do manage to, at the bare minimum, get the spike down. Definitely going to create some tension for themselves, but at least allows them to have enough money into this one to buy into the upcoming round. Equality has been restored, though, 11-11.
Yeah, and you can see finally that pause coming in. I was waiting to see it from Wildcard because we saw it. I was waiting to see it from Legacy. We saw it from Wildcard. Missed going to be calling that pause because this game really on a knife's edge. It's been back and forth affair. Legacy, they've fought tooth and nail in this first map. Of course, a bit of a curveball being thrown by Wildcard in this opener, and well, it's very down to the wire. But as we said, Legacy, of course, a few ultimates that weren't quite available in some of those rounds are now starting to come online. We can see Empress available for Duddy, Mike with the Neural Theft, Nice Hacks coming on to that res, and of course, Yafeng 2 away from the Showstopper, 2 away from the Cosmic here, and Wildcard, it's a little bit rough now in terms of ultimate utility for them because they've only got the Empress, they've only got the Cosmic Divide to put into play, and, well, Legacy, they've got all the money to work with for the rest of this half. It's going to be down to the wire here, Matt. 11-11 here for this first map. And what more could you want from the best of the region?
You wouldn't expect anything less. Exactly right, Tony. And we are going to be getting straight back into action. Once again, it would seem Legacy making plans to potentially head over towards this B site. And maybe met by Noz, though. Could have some snake bites available. Infrequent just going to be holding with Artie over towards middle, though. Trying to see if they can spot anyone above the poison wall there. No one going to be spotted as yet, though. Legacy and Wildcard just shooting blindly at this point. Just trying to bait one another out. See if they can set up some kind of an opening pick. And then look to play off it further.
Yeah, it's a heavy amount of mid presence. This is a heavy amount of util being dumped over towards middle. Paint shells come out. Don't fly towards Infrequent this time. RD going to be towards the mail room, just peppering bullets into that box. He knows your Fang's here because he heard the sound cue. Fang only taking a bit of damage. He loses a bit of armor too, but Infrequent, that's probably not the swing you want to be going for. Legacy heavily stacked up on that market position. Infrequent's been sucked into the gravity well too. He's in a rough spot trying to get out. That cosmic divide is beautiful to get him out though, and stops Legacy from seeing all too much from that market swing. And you can now see maybe a little bit early in this round because of course Legacy 30 seconds now on the clock. The gravity comes in from Swirl. This might be a B split coming in just these last few moments of the round.
Looks like they're trying to set up just that already, walling off that vent position. They want to pummel their way through towards the mail room. Going to be trading 1-for-1 though. Mike able to take out Artie. North Depth coming through as well. Another one bites the dust. Make that two. Panda definitely pulling through there as well. Heavy pressure on. Unfortunately for them though, they do lose one. It is now going to be 3-on-2 situation. Swirl and Side looking to push straight through Heaven at the moment. See if they can bring hell onto this point. Cosmic Divide to come through from the side of Legacy though, trying to cut off the vision. Not going to be able to make too much use of it. A Resurrection coming through as well. They really want to take this round. They managed to take out one at least onto Side. Swirl still alive, gets taken down eventually, and this takes Legacy to map point.
Yeah, Punda going absolutely huge there on that hold, even dropping the Cosmic Divide as we saw and waited to see when Legacy were going to use theirs, but Punda, the right time, the right place, the positioning absolutely paying off dividends. The util is absolutely out of this world from Punda, and Legacy, as you said, now on match point. Wildcard, their map pick, and they don't quite have the money here for a few of these players to buy the full shields. They're only going to be on the light ones and no ultimates available for any player in this server. None of them even close to being online other than the showstopper from your Fang. And this is Legacy's map to steal off a Wildcard right now.
It all comes down to this round. Do we see Legacy take it away on map number 1, or do we see overtime coming through from Wildcard here? See exactly how it is going to play out. Every single player mostly allocated towards the B side for Legacy right now. Just trying to take these wildcard players out of position. Side looking to go for the swing though. Not going to be able to do it. A wall in their way. Actually going to be falling back, however. Everyone just baiting out each other's utility, at least for the time being. We'll see if Legacy may reposition over towards middle, however. Nobody looking to face them just yet.
Yeah, that toxic screen's in place though for Noz. One blast pack across for your Fang, trying to scout the, of course, a ladder vent peek here from a player, but RD's gonna be playing close with the Judge. Point blank, your Fang trades 1-for-1 with the showstopper. RD though, beautiful position there, expecting your Fang to get aggressive as soon as that showstopper's online. And well, 30 seconds now to the clock, Matt. Wildcard looking to hold down this A site. Legacy looking to come and bust down the door. Punda going to be putting the stars in play. One towards Heaven, one towards Screen. Infrequent. Beautiful shot to start it off. A second. Infrequent has done more than enough now. Mike getting taken to. Infrequent put the show reel on, man. He takes Punda, stops it. We're going overtime. Matt, Wildcard find 12. And oh my god, Infrequent, is there any time to deliver? It's then.
Absolute pristine play coming through from Infrequent there, keeping their team alive in map number 1 here, now giving them another chance at redemption. And now this forces Legacy to have to work a little bit harder for it. We'll see if they will be able to pull through, or whether we do see Wildcard come back here and manage to steal it away. All comes down to this though. Everyone just going to be setting themselves up, at least for the moment, to have mostly Phantoms on the Legacy side, followed by one Vandal, and mostly going to be Vandals on the Wildcard side, followed by a couple of Phantoms. So, without further ado, let's begin.
5k a player, so you can only really afford to invest the Phantoms and Vandals. Of course, you can go for a glass cannon with the operator if necessary, but it's going to be nice hacks. A bit of early presence towards the ramp. Spots a few players, actually, of Wildcard. Able to back off scot-free, tosses the slow orb down, and well, that forces Wildcard to rethink their decision already. You can see Yufeng hovering around the mail room. The rest of Wildcard going to be making the way up through sewer. It's going to be Yufeng holding a line, sees a star, knows that he doesn't have to play all too aggressive off it. The Nebula going to be tossed up, and Wildcard could look to split A here. Some shots come out from Yufeng. Warning on the sign, but Wildcard, they're still looking to approach this heaven position. There's two players here for Legacy.
They are ready and waiting. One actually going to be taken down. Yufeng looking to re-peek off it though. Throws the paint shells through as well. Mike actually peeking as well. Taking out one, make that two. Nicely done by Mike there. Yufeng backing it up as well. They take down three across them. Wildcard completely caught off guard there. Spike now going to be placed in a precarious position as well. What can they do to retrieve this, Tony?
It's very rough right now, especially Mike getting shot after shot, and there comes out, he dodges the bullets from Infrequent, and Duddy going to be picking it up. Legacy, that crossfire was absolutely massive. You saw Yufeng. Punda was just a bait there. He was a pawn in the chess play that Legacy went for. Yufeng just going for shot after shot, putting the pressure on from that CT side of heaven, and then beautiful swing from Mike, coming out from the rafter, catching two players of Wildcard, not looking his position. They were caught trying to find Yufeng, and 13 now. Match point again for the Legacy. Wildcard gonna have to dig deep once again. I have to say, Matt, this has been a crazy game to say the least, and we're only on map 1 of this series.
Definitely starting off with a bang. That is for certain, Tony. And it can only get better from here. Both teams putting in high voltage gameplay right now. And we'll see if that can continue into the future maps, as this is certainly going to be taking the energy out of both of these teams right now. It's certainly going to be a battle of endurance pushing on to the rest of the series here tonight. But timeout slowly going to be trickling through as well. All we see from the players thus far is Phantoms across most of them, at least on the attacker side. Looks like they're just playing pretty similarly to how they did in the previous round. We'll see if they can look to set something further up though, as we do slowly but surely get back into it.
Yeah, and this is of course Wildcard's pick. Legacy, we see them close this victory. We go of course over to our second map, and with a 1 map lead, it's going to be playing on the mental of course, a team like Wildcard. They normally like to keep themselves very, very calm under these kind of circumstances, but we've seen them crumble, of course, to Bliss yesterday, and, you know, Legacy might just have the discipline in them to take it. Nice hacks starts it off with a pick onto Infrequent, who, I have to say, Matt, he's been awfully aggressive towards this mid side and hasn't been paying off all too well.
Yeah, definitely finding a little bit of desperation at this point, and it's not working out for them. Now going to be the 4-on-5 situation for a Wildcard here. Most of them looking to be allocated towards the A side, but Legacy, they're just playing to bait this out, considering the Spike still going to be just chilling outside of middle, just waiting to see where the players may align to. Could end up being the B play in the end, though, as the players slowly start to track their way over.
Yeah, you can see them all starting to group up towards this lower mid side, and Signed might be not the position he wants to be taking. He's expecting the A play to come in because the star is put down by Punda. There's a camera and a wire in place. Legacy going to be walling it off, and it's going to be all up to Swirl. The young superstar that he is going to have to hold down 5 Legacy players. A paint shells flushes the backside, lands point blank onto him. Yufeng comes blasting across. Gravity well in play by Swirl, and he's taken out scot-free here by Legacy. Plant goes down with 5 seconds left. Nods dropped in the alleyway. It's RD and Sign to try and retake against 4 here from Legacy. They found the first on Yufeng. Sign trying to line up the shots on the mic. RD going to be healing himself back up the full. signed now with RD. 2 players a wildcard. Duddy on the high line takes the low road, takes out RDW. Signed the last key player left. The spray's going to come in, and who better than Duddy to close it out? 14 to 12. It's going to be Legacy taking away wildcard's map pick.
What a way to close it out there, Tony. Just an absolute thriller of a series from both of these teams. Legacy finally managing to claw it away in overtime as well. You cannot expect anything less from that. And Wildcard, they're going to have to be on a redemption arc right now.
Yeah, this is a rough situation to be in. Of course, down 0-1, losing their map pick, and as well in this lower bracket, as we said, not where we expected them to be. And Legacy, they performed to a T there. Duddy, some impressive Reina play across the board. Punda, beautiful. And of course, Mike as well, positioning for Legacy was just there. And Wildcard, they're going to have to dig deep for this second map.
Definitely going to have to dig deep into the reserves there, Tony, and we will see if they'll be able to do just that shortly, guys, as we are just going to be heading into a short break while we get the second map set up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back before you know it.
With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your Endless Data mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you!
Show me what you got.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Valorant Oceanic Championships. My name is Matsy, coming at you once again with 2-Tap Tony. And my gosh, what a hell of a match that was, Tony. I cannot believe my eyes.
Yeah, that was awfully sweaty there. Legacy and Wildcard going toe-to-toe, and Split, not the map we were expecting in terms of the vetoes, but Wildcard tried to throw a curveball Legacy's way, and well, Legacy, they just deflected it straight back. They threw a curveball now to Wildcard in this series overall, because I feel like Wildcard, they picked that map expecting to win it map, and Legacy 1-0 now in the series. They're looking good.
They are looking confident, and I cannot wait to see some more of that confidence, Tony. But if you had a player to highlight out of that matchup we just saw, who would it be?
It'd definitely have to be Duddy Boy. He played absolutely out of his mind there on the arena, and not every day we get to see Duddy on that duelist and really show up massive here. You can see, of course, the statistics don't lie, Matt. 25 and 15, 8 assists overall, a KD of 1.67. Massive debut from Duddy, of course, here in the lower bracket round. And, well, if that's the way Legacy are playing at it, I expect to see a little bit more of them coming out of this series. Of course, Legacy as a core of 5 have been absolutely on point and just building on the momentum after being signed to this org.
Definitely making a statement, that's for sure. And do see the overall KD actually 0.99 there, only 1 death into the negative. So certainly showing that they are a capable roster and they're remaining consistent all throughout. We'll see if we'll be able to have some more of that coming through in the rest of the matches, though, as we do have map number 2 upcoming in Ascent. Do you feel like maybe that could be a bit of a different playing field than what we saw on Split? Do you think maybe we see Legacy display even further confidence? Or do you feel like maybe Wildcard might be able to take this pick away?
It's definitely hard to call still, of course. Wildcard, a very respected roster and very respectable win rate percentage, of course. As we said, Legacy, they've got that kind of 65% win rate, but the same for Wildcard. They've got that kind of 70%. We saw them, of course, bounce back after losing that first map to Bliss yesterday. They were able to claw it back, really come into their own on Ascent, and then try to go toe-to-toe on Haven there, and that's where they, of course, fell victim there to Bliss's momentum. And Legacy, also one of those teams that also likes to build a lot of momentum. And as we said, of course, in the kind of game, Legacy are one of those teams that their worst enemy is themselves.
Yeah, it can really come to bite yourselves in the back if you just overthink one thing or don't think enough about another aspect of the game. Fortunately for them in that last matchup, though, they did actually come to be their greatest allies of themselves as they did propel their way forward through overtime to take it away 14-12 there. We'll see if they will be able to display that same energy in map number 2, though. As you said, Tony, that's going to be their own worst enemies, and that could come true in map 2, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, and of course, it's going to be interesting. Legacy now, of course, going over to Ascent, and it's going to be interesting to see the compositions swap up because, of course, Duddy, a very prominent duelist player, but he likes to play a few different agents here, of course, as we go over now to our picks and bans to see what is going down. Of course, there's no bans, but we're just going to be seeing the picks here. And you can see the coaches here, to Bears, or, of course, Vanilla Godzilla, and as well, Legacy, it's Mist, and this is going to be interesting because, of course, Legacy, their pick, and they have to start on this attacking side.
Looks like we do have the Cypher, the Omen, the Jet, the Sky, and the Sova being secured on the wildcard side this time. Looks pretty similar on the side of Legacy as well. Duddy actually going to be hovering over that Phoenix there. We spoke about curveballs earlier. We could certainly be seeing that if Duddy does choose to lock that one in. Definitely just going to ponder on their options. They do have 40 seconds to go in the agent select now, so still a bit of time to prepare themselves, see exactly how they do want to try and shape their identity, pushing on to map number 2 of Ascent here.
Yeah, this is a very interesting kind of style that Wildcard are going for. It's a very default heavy composition. We of course saw Swirl on the Omen yesterday, but Signed going to be bringing out the Sky. We've seen a few of these teams really start to implement Sky into their agent compositions. Of course, Sky, I believe, one of the most pick agents here for in terms of the OS region. 60% or something off the top of my memory. And Wildcard appears to be no different. Signed going to be locking that one in. And of course, it's a very mirror style of comp. Duddy, we get to see back on the Duelist. And, you know, Punda going to be swapping over to the Omen. It seems these teams have shied away from the Astra on Ascent and not the greatest to pick. Omen appears to be a little bit more favorable.
Very curious to see how the Omen is going to play out as opposed to the Astra we did see in the previous matchup. Obviously, it's showing that different agents have their own strengths and weaknesses on some maps over others, but now going to be pushing on into Ascent here. We'll see if the difference in compositions does play to be favorable for Legacy, or rather, if it will be favorable for Wildcard. Now, looks like both teams are just going to be setting themselves up for the moment, though. A couple of ghosts on the Wildcard side, only a little bit of armor on Swirl, followed by Legacy picking up a singular ghost as well as quite a few bits of light armor there. So just preparing themselves, but looks like we are just going to have a bit of a technical pause coming through at the start of the map there. Some players just experiencing some difficulties on the Legacy side, but they should be resolved in due course.
Yeah, hopefully we get those issues resolved as quick as possible, of course, because we want to get into this game. Ascent, one of these, of course, very hotly contested picks for a few of these rosters, and it's no different for Wildcard Legacy. And, you know, you can see from what we saw in the, of course, compositions, both teams rocking now with the Cypher. It's interesting to see neither of them going for that kind of Yoru that we've seen maybe a few of these teams like Nebula go for, throw a little bit of a curveball in the mix. It's very stock standard for both these sides.
Yeah, as you said, just pretty default picks coming through. And speaking of picks, looks like we are actually going to be getting back into game now. The unpaused timer has come through there. We are going live straight into map number 2 here. Let's get the show on the road. And here we go. Wildcard going to be pushing through towards the middle to just wait and see Legacy if they push it past the fountain there. Actually going to be revealing a few plays, as a matter of fact. A 1-for-1 trade coming through already as well, making it even up. Does actually get an abundance of kills there. Punda going to be the last one alive for the side of Legacy, though. They're holding on for dear life in that corner. Somehow getting 2 kills infrequent. Luckily able to take them out, though, but Punda, my gosh, that was a bit of a comeback in the end there, Toady.
Yeah, Punda had the makings of a few kills and able to get himself close to that from the shadows, but the round goes to to Wildcard in the end. Legacy, it doesn't go in their favor, and you saw very aggressive mid take on the pistol there from Wildcard. They dropped the smoke, of course, in middle from the side of Legacy, I believe, and then Wildcard, they just pushed through it. They tossed the guiding light out, and they went for the duels. You can see now Sheriff's in play, Stinger here for RDW, and Legacy, they're going to have to keep just these pistols and keep the economy high.
As long as they can do that, then they should be in good straits. Looks like Wildcard trying to go for an aggressive push towards a main. Not going to go for it yet. Do look to re-peek though. Guiding Light does find one. Now taking a couple more as well. Infrequent going to go down in the process though. So not too shabby from Legacy. Maybe might be able to retrieve that weapon, but it is pretty deep towards the site. Might prove to be a bit difficult, especially when you have Signed waiting in a play there. Looks like Mike as well as Punda going to be the last two players though. Punda looking to push up towards these players. Might be able to get a swift right click. Oh, in fact, they find it. Not going to be able to find the second, though. Sign not in the shots. Luckily, Artie was there to recover in the end. So, Legacy take out a second there.
Yeah, Punda's just too good at playing around these smokes, whether it's his or Swirl's. Now, of course, just might left. Cage, camera up towards middle. Spike down at a main. Everybody, though, grouped up in this garden position. For the side of Wildcard. It's hard to push through when you've got so many players looking each which direction. No flanks are going to be coming in from Mike. Just Spike picked up 24 seconds now on the clock. He has to be cautious of the winery. Has to be cautious of every which different angle that could be going on. You can see Dink comes out. Mike trying to cross in. Trying to get that Spike down. But Paranoia retake. Guiding Light. Mike just trying to stick it, but he will not be able to do so. Side comes out from the front, and it's going to be a second round picked up by Wildcard.
2-0 scoreline now. Going to be pushing on into the bonus here. Do have Legacy. Everybody going to be picking up the rifles here. Already starting off with Mike picking up the Phantom, a Vandal to follow, and can see everything else going in quite a similar direction there. No one picking up an ultimate as yet, though. Could actually see Punda being the first to do so, considering they're only 1 point away there. Might be able to use the from the shadows to perhaps dictate the pace of things a little bit. Looks like we do get back into the round, at least for the moment, though. Legacy pushing a few players more towards the A side. Do have a couple outside of B, maybe looking to rotate towards their teammates once the round progresses a little further. Looks like the side of Wildcard not pushing up too deep. Do have at least a few players outside of B main there, trying to see if they can catch anyone towards middle. No one too close, but Mike might be able to get a swing here. Find Signed, not going to be able to get the kill in the end, though.
Now some quick shots being dished out. Legacy, quick walk up through short is what they're after right now, but they're going to have to deal with two players still over at that site. Aldrone comes out from Yafeng to scout for the info. Might be looking to split their Aldrone from RD. So both players have been spotted there on the Aldrones. Bullet lands from both of them, and the curveball comes out from Duddy, comes swinging to the mark. It takes out Sign. Paranoia in from Swirl. He's trying to teleport out, but Nice Tax knows where he's trying to go, and actually able to get the drop on. Infrequent goes through that smoke, takes out Yafeng, evens it to the 3v3, and looks to be Legacy walking up the A side with just Mike on the lurk.
Mike doing God's work there. Noz could look to do the same. Sneaking through the connected position. Does actually find it on short, as a matter of fact. Punda able to at least get one refrag. Now going to be the 1-on-2 situation for Wildcard. Noz, not much time available. Could actually find a kill here. Might even be able to take the round if their shots are placed effectively. Slowly edging their way over towards the side. Gets the headshot onto one. Only needs to find Punda now. Solo might be able to do it. Not going to be able to in the end, though. Punda, through the skin of their teeth, manages to take away the round.
Oh, and that was crazy close and not what you want to be seeing from Legacy. Their first round, though, going to be picked up, and now, of course, a Wildcard to dish out the same kind of pain. Legacy, that round affected the economy heavily. 4 players falling, no guns really being saved other than Punda's Phantom, means they're going to be rough here to trot in terms of the guns in this one. And of course, Wildcard, that was just a bonus for them, Matt. They've got guns down to buy. Guardian out for RDW, and I have to say, Noz, beautiful taps with that Ghost.
You can't expect anything less from the side of Wildcard there. We'll see if they will be able to find a few more shots like that, though, as Infrequent pushes it pretty aggressively up towards Catwalk there. Waiting to see the peak from the Legacy player. Sign going to be the first to find it, though. Nice opening for the side of Wildcard there. Legacy looking to create a further opening of their own, though.
Now that our drone out from RD, Signed, of course, holding for the peak. Duddy And Punda over towards this middle side of things. Nice Hack's actually going to be banged out through the box because Side knows his position off the guiding light being tossed. Gives the sound cue over and gives the kill over to Wildcard. Of course, Legacy in a bit of a rough situation economy-wise, and they've lost all too many players here in terms of the start of this round. Duddy trying to sneak up through short, but they turn their attention straight back to B main. Mike has walked out. That camera has spotted 2 players here for Legacy. This is a hard B take to go for, even with RD as well rotating.
30 seconds to go. Artie trying to get the show on the road. Stop these players from Legacy from getting onto the B site. They've got 3 of them there. And it looks like more to follow very shortly. Infrequent going to be able to take out one there. Looking for the second. Secures it. All coming down to Mike. But Mike goes down. And so a flawless victory coming through from a Wildcard there. Now taking them 3-1. Definitely building up a lot of strength in these rounds. And that's attributed towards 3 ultimates there in the Seekers, the Bladestorm, as well as the Neural Theft. On the Legacy side of things, though, all they have for the moment is the From the Shadows, but could see potentially a Hunter's Fury as well as a Bladestorm coming through soon.
And that Hunter's Fury is something we want to keep our eyes on. Of course, Yafeng really likes to start some of these rounds off with that Hunter's Fury. He uses it as an initiation tool into Summer Legacy sites takes. Of course, we've seen it time and time over at A, we've seen it time and time over at B. Yafeng just trying to get that ultimate online, but he has to find this camera first. There's a heavy amount of util here. I like this hold from Wildcard, of course, putting Signed and Noz, 2 former teammates together with a ton of synergy, of course, as we said, from that old kind of Direwolves roster. And coming back together on Wildcard's always a treat to see. Sign going to be flashing through that smoke, but Legacy, they have it unlocked trade 2 for 2, though. And Yafeng actually going to be taken low. This is a rough situation for Legacy. They thought they had the winning end of that straw. Nice Hacks on an off angle, playing the headshot line. Nice Hacks. No, still has to contend with RDW. Yafeng's dropped. Nice Hacks is extremely low. Shock Dart comes out now to the 1v1. It's Punda, the RDW, and Punda going to be running towards that B site.
Running like they're going for a gold medal here. Definitely going to be able to get the spike down at the very least. Now going to be the one-on-one situation. Do have the dark cover coming through from Punda there. Cutting off that angle towards the defender's spawn. And they don't realize just how close they are to each other right now. Artie, if the timing's right, might just be able to catch him. Might just be able to find him. And in fact, they do. So, Punda not going to be looking towards the right angle there. Gets caught off guard and allows Wildcard to take it now 4-1.
And that's around Legacy can't be afforded to be dropping early on. You can see, of course, 4-1 on the scoreline, but also ultimates weren't really expended either from Wildcard. RD getting close to that Hunter's Fury now. Swirl, of course, just away from the shadows, sorry. Legacy, they've got a few ultimates online, but they don't quite have the rifles or the weaponry to really take this round in terms of the aggression here. This is going to be Wildcard with a heavy lead to start.
Definitely starting off strong and looking to make themselves stronger here. They really want to take this all the way to map number 3, Tony. They just want to get through this and get the heck out of here. Nice Axe could be looking to stop them though. Bladestorm activated towards A. Everyone else lining up like a troop at the moment. Looking to just troop their way through this A site. Already taken one player. Infrequent through the smoke though. Going to take out Duddy. Hunter's Fury and the Seekers coming through as well. Ultimates are popping left, right, and center, but it doesn't seem the Ultimates get the kills, or does it? Nice Hacks taking out 2 there. Still needs to find some more though. The battle of the Jets. Nice Hacks misses the shots, and now Infrequent gonna back it up. Getting some kills for Wildcard. Taking it now down to 2-on-2. Now the 2-on-1. Artie uses the Odin. It all comes down to Mike here. He's still alive, just barely. They're trying to pummel away at him. They managed to get it done, and so Wildcard take away the 5th.
Oh my lord, that was absolutely insane. Nice Hacks with the beautiful blades there, but Infrequent with the ones to close it. RD there with a beautiful dart wallbang combo, and that is going to be another round. Legacy almost had in their grasp, but Wildcard able to inch it out, and you can see a heavy scoreline lead now starting to build here. And Matt, that was only still true ultimates being expended by Wildcard. It was Bladestorm, it was Seekers. They still got Neural Theft, Hunter's Fury from the Shadows. Legacy, they put everything into that. They only have the Neural Theft and the Run It Back now to use in this round.
It really goes to show that they're thinking their ultimates through. They're not just putting all their eggs in one basket. They still have more to play around in these future rounds, and that's only going to support them going forward. Speaking of ultimates, though, there is a couple available for Legacy right here. They've got the Neural Theft as well as the Run It Back. The Run It Back could be a key factor for them pushing into these further rounds, because using that as a potential opener or even just something to keep your team alive, maybe could be what makes or breaks a round for them. But for the moment, Legacy still going to be stacking up outside this A site, getting prepared to potentially go for a take here.
That's a really good molly there from Duddy. Flushes out, of course, anybody playing this door side, but beautiful Hunter's Fury. RD fighting to the Run It Back and nice hacks. That sets the take from Legacy up in flames. Duddy going to be taking that ultimate orb to get his Run It Back as soon as possible, but Wildcard, beautiful hold there, all off the Hunter's Fury from RD, and of course nobody falling victim to an early swing from Legacy, as now Legacy 30 seconds still trying to go towards this A kind of split, but they might have met their maker in this one. RD's still up on short.
Standing ahead. Looks like they're going to use the recon dart to try and find someone. No, at least one player's there, though. As the dart does go down, Nod's going to be able to back their teammate, though. And he making use of the Odin again, saying, "You shall not pass," over towards short there, leaving Mike alone and scared right now. Might at least be able to find one kill, though. Does indeed. Arnie goes down. Swirl going to be following through. So, Mike at least taking 2 with them at the conclusion of that round. Looking to make it 3. Might be able to do it. Ooh, no. Nod's going to be able to take him out at the last second there. So, no weapon's going to be saved by Legacy. Wildcard sweep him away.
And these meddling kids and their jumping classics, Matt, I tell you what, Wildcard, beautiful shot there from Nods to close. It steals away the gun. Legacy, no savers, and well, they aren't saving all too many of these rounds either. The 6 already over to Wildcard to start this attacking side off. Legacy going to go for that pause. Of course, Coach Mist now calling heavily, understanding and identifying where the side of Legacy are going wrong in some of these takes, because Wildcard, they've just held it down, whether it would be B, whether it would be A, whether it would be a mid-split. They're just all over the map. Omnipresence here from RDW, I have to say, on this server has been absolutely crucial.
Definitely showing exactly what they're made of here and showing exactly how you should be using your utility. But do have the timeout to come through from Legacy for the moment, trying to discuss their options here, considering the side of Wildcard have taken 4 rounds consecutively now, with 2 previous to Legacy's singular round win. The pressure's on the Legacy right now to try and find a similar scoreline to what they did in map number 1, where it did end up being that 6-6 scoreline. If they can win 5 rounds in a row, that would be perfect for them. They get as close as they possibly can and really would be able to start to build that foundation. Wildcard looking to stop them, though, towards B already. Could be overwhelmed.
Yeah, Mike and the rest of his teammates getting straight up in the face. Side going to be taken. And Frequent, of course, a missed shot. Going to be caught by Duddy with this running stinger teleport. And Duddy actually turns down to shoot his teammate. That's Swirl taking the teleport to the back of the site. Spike is now down. Paranoia onto RD, but he's got our drone here to counter. Duddy has walked up the laneways. Peppered bullets. Swirl takes him out. Swirl takes another. It's left to Paul Yafang, the IGL here of Legacy. Spike to retrieve some shots through the wall and dead to right by Noz.
Taking it 7-1 there. Definitely landing the shots that they needed to in that round. And now further solidifying their lead there. That Odin on Artie, Tony, has just been so powerful for them. Legacy really struggling to get past it. Like, sure, they have the utility, but just the amount of firepower that comes through from that, it's almost unstoppable. They need to try and find some other way to get through it. We'll see if we will see something of that nature coming into this upcoming round of number 9 here, as we do have both teams back on the full buy again.
Yeah, you can see this is the rounds that Legacy now need. Of course, 7 rounds for Wildcard, only 1 on the board for Legacy. And maybe a little bit scarce to this mid play. Nobody here though from Wildcard, of course. Gonna be RD and Signed. And you can see Wildcard actually changing up a few of these positions. You can see Noz, of course, over at that A site in the winery, playing with Infrequent playing off of him. Swell going to be holding this mid cross, checking the pizza angle, checking the corners. His Legacy could be anywhere at the moment. No footsteps, no presence has been made just yet. Smokes and such to cover. They lurk in the dark here, but Legacy, they're going to have to see the light eventually towards one of these sites. It's a cross up through mid. Molly to hold the push through, and you can see the wall now being busted down. Swell the paranoia through towards his market. Will he look to peek it though, Matt?
Looks like he's thinking about it, and in fact does. Infrequent to support as well, taking out a couple of players. Dunny found 1 back, but it's going to be 1 and done here. Now taking us to a 2-on-4 situation with less than 30 seconds to go now. Infrequent not letting up, still holding it. Takes out another. Knows Mike's playing from Pizza as well. All Mike needs to do is try and stay alive at this point. No chance they can get to the site here unless they pull a miracle. Mike just cornered and scared right now. And Wildcard looking to take away this weapon with any firepower that they can use. They're getting closer now, trying to use that guiding light, get the dink through, at least onto 1, make that 2, but it's gonna be all over as Infrequent takes it away now, sending us 8-1 in favor of Wildcard.
Yeah, this is not what we expected to see out of Ascent here from Legacy. They're feeling a little bit rough and worse for wear. Wildcard, this is the way they wanted to start this second map, but as we said, digging deep after losing Split and leaving it over to Legacy. Of course, we will be going to a quick technical pause while we get the players, of course, all situated and promptly up, because I believe a few of them said to be lagging, so hopefully we get to resolve the issues as soon as possible.
Yeah, just experiencing a few technical difficulties. We'll see how it does come back, whether it is a short pause or whether it's a little bit longer, as they are just looking to see if they can just keep playing forward, try and pull through it, it would seem. Definitely doing the best that they can. Alas, this has certainly been quite a good matchup thus far for both of these teams. I'm very excited to see exactly how things will play out as we push into the rest of it. Already Wildcard taking such a significant lead after map number 1. It seems like Legacy might have ran out of steam a little bit, but maybe they're just playing the long game here. Looking to play all the way for map number 3. As we talk about that though, we do have the unpause coming through. Let's see what both these teams can do.
And you can see Wildcard again posing a aggressive position towards that A main kind of side, and Legacy, after losing that last round map, they've only got Stingers and Sheriffs to work with. Light Shields across the board. Punda still has that from the Shadows. Duddy does have the run it back if they want to employ it into this one, but it is going to be a straight up short hit from all 5 players here. High camera, Infrequent on a good line, looking to find the shot with Noz. Noz going to find the first, converted onto the second. He always gets knifed by Duddy, who's walking up the generator completely blind. Mike and Yafang though, Yafang some beautiful shots to come back. Beautiful tap on the Sheriff, but he's the only member here for Legacy. 2 players for Wildcard, Signed in the corner, and RD going to be coming around at the front side. It's going to be another round picked up by Wildcard. A valiant effort, though, I have to say, from Legacy. That was a beautiful short take.
Definitely showing that they still at least have some strength available to them. They're not over and out of this matchup just yet. They are still looking to hold on for dear life and try and power their way through here. On the side of the Legacy, they got From the Shadows as well as the Run It Back available, with a few more of their ultimates pretty close by. Same can be said on the Wildcard side. Blade Storm and Neural Theft available. We're pushing into another round now, and it looks like Legacy are just stacking it up towards A. They're looking to just full send it. They got 2 players to deal with, RDW as well as Swirl.
Yeah, Swell going to be teleporting out there using the Shrouded Step, and spray on from RD walking into it is Duddy, but he's done some heavy amount of damage. Nice Axe is now in a good position here to swing if he wants to, but catches it and holds it. Swell going to be pushing through his own smoke, and Cloudburst goes down. This is Legacy's site to now take, but they are falling like dominoes here, losing a ton of damage. Niceaxe with the walk up to market. He is playing this round beautifully off of positioning alone. Aldrin has spotted him. RD shoots him in the back. Niceaxe on the far way out. Infrequent with the knives up, not going to hit it. Duddy and the rest of Legacy now able to stabilize this B-hold.
See if they can maintain that stability. 3-on-4 situation. Signed and Co looking to stop them in their tracks. Niceaxe could be a key factor here, though. Does spot Infrequent, takes him down. All going to be on Artie right now. Artie at least holding on to his position. Finds one, looking for the second, gets it done. Duddy going to be able to pull through in the end, though, and send Legacy to take away a second.
Round before the switch.
That's what Legacy need right now, but maybe a little bit too late. They've already given away 9 to Wildcard in this first half alone, and Legacy, what we saw on their attack side over on Split was something to behold of, but we're seeing nothing of it here in this one. Duddy's gone missing, and so is Yafeng, and those are the players you need to be seeing put up numbers here. Niceaxe, of course, always a prominent Jet, and we need to see some more picks from him as well. You can see scattered buys across the board for Legacy. Only going to be Spectre here. Niceaxe going to be tossing out the Bleed Storm. Looking to peek it early on A main, but there's 3 players here from Wildcard to hold it, Matt.
And 3 could be the magic number for Wildcard. They are holding from afar for the moment. One of them's been spotted, though, towards the Heaven position. Might be able to take them out. Swell just going to be holding steady. Noz also going to be holding, and it is actually the first one to fall there. Signed to follow now. Only going to be Swell holding on for dear life. Does at least find 1 kill. Ooh, getting close to a second as well. Not going to be able to take them out just yet, though, but at least does delay that spike plan a little bit longer, but the hot hands going to actually keep Wildcard out of the sight. So, now the spike goes down.
That's a really good molly, and not one we normally see. Duddy with the info, and you can see Swell trying to take them from the shadows. Yafeng, Mike actually going to be sneaking up through the window. Beautiful double on the Infrequent. Swell and takes RDW. Mike with the walk up, and Mike with the beautiful finish to close it. Third round, 3K for Mike. And that's what Legacy need right now. Wildcard, a rough A-hold there. They had 3 players over at that site, Matt. But again, Niceaxe with this Blade Storm right click is so good at finding these right clicks towards the Heaven. And Wildcard, unfortunately, not able to answer in that last one.
We'll see if they can find an answer coming into this pistol round, or whether we do see the side of Legacy manage to push their way a little bit further forward and manage to find some kind of a recovery here. If they take this pistol, could be in contention to take it to a 9-5, maybe even 9-6 scoreline. That might be a redeemable outcome for them. But if Wildcard take this, they could pave their way closer and closer towards map point.
Yeah, and of course, look towards map number 3. It's going to be Icebox. Not the one we expect to see go in the 3rd map, but Wildcard appear to have done their homework and done a heavy amount of veto work here, it seems. Is now looking to hit towards A, and nobody here from Legacy going to be detesting it. They're going to be going for this retake position. Frequent has been spotted crossing towards short by Mike. Few players up in Heaven here, but a good camera from Noz pings it out. Doesn't actually land the dart on the Duddy. Mike now trying to cross here. He knows there's a heavy amount of stack up in the short. Mike going to be taking one, but Signed immediately takes it back. Yafeng, Niceaxe, they drop from the Heavens, and they drop a few players here from Wildcard. It's left to Infrequent. Dicks are on, but no shots are the killers here. It's going to be Legacy picking up the pistol, a much needed one for them, and it's Duddy to get the full defuse. Frenzy's picked up by both players, and Legacy now go 4-9 on the scoreline.
Nice recovery from Legacy there, definitely showing us that they are still capable. They are still in it to try and win it here. And we'll see if this path of recovery will look to assist them, or whether after some time we do see a fired up Wildcard coming at us once again. Already going to be picking up some upgraded pistols on their side, a couple of Frenzies, the Sheriff, and a little bit of armor. Just looking to set themselves up to at least try and get some kills. On Legacy, though, got a few Spectres, the Marshal, and the Ghost there.
Really shocked that out from Yafeng. Trying to scout and pepper some early damage on a Wildcard, but you can see 3 grouped up outside of B. At the moment, it's going to be, of course, Punda and Yafang to hold it. Beautiful shock dart. Actually, half tag swirl up, and that's what Yafang was after with the first one. He's got it with the second one, though. He spotted RD, tags him too. Yafang getting a heavy amount of damage on a few of these players. Going to be busting out the dart. Another smoke comes out from Punda. And we go to a bit of a standstill here. Yafang going to back off, and Wildcard might be looking to approach here. Side going to be rotating out, and I expect Nos to join them soon to pick that, of course, spike that's been left outside of the site for the moment.
Just waiting to ponder on their options for the moment, see exactly where they want to take it. Looks like they are going to try and commit over towards this B site, though. Just really weighing up their time, waiting to see if their teammate in Nos can cause a distraction. Looks like Yafang is going to be able to take out Artie, though. Nos going to go down on the lurk as well. Legacy just tearing them apart right now. A flawless round to come through there. Definitely some very precise shots with those Spectres. And now we push on. Another round ahead of us. It's going to be the bonus. Wildcard going to be picking up their primaries. Let's see if they can recover here.
I guess those are the kills as well. You want to be getting on that kind of eco round. They all go to Yafang 4, and now 1 away from the Hunter's Fury. Of course, signed, he does have the Seekers available if, of course, Wildcard want to dump them early on. And you can see heavily stacked around this A side of the map for the moment. And, of course, Mike going to be the one contesting. Camera goes out after hearing the Trailblazer. Camera's going to be shot down. Nice Axe, though, going to be holding and covering his teammate and Seekers. Now to the A site, the hit looks to come A quickly here. Matt, shot miss from Nice Axe.
We'll see if we will be able to find some shots connecting here, though, as a Wildcard do manage to get onto the A site here. Spike is going to go down. The side of Legacy now looking to try and formulate some kind of a retake here. They are aware someone could be lurking, though. Not actually going to be spotted in middle. Mike actually taking a little bit more damage than he bargained for, though. Does leave a further factor for Legacy to consider. And Nice Axe going to be falling down as well.
Yeah, this is now a very rough retake to go for. We heard the Hunter's Fury actually popped, I believe, by Yafang, and unfortunately not quite able to land its mark. Shock Dart comes out, Infrequent, though, playing a very nice off angle just next to this box. Warbang comes out, jump up from Infrequent. RD's there to back him, but Yafang has taken out Swell, but Infrequent's taking them all out. 4K for Infrequent, just needs to find a Punda who's on the lurk, on the flank towards a main. And this is going to be Wildcard walking it out. They need to keep hold of these guns, and Punda knows it too. Camera spots him. Punda's in a world of hurt in just a moment. Wildcard comes stomping around the corner. Jump shot RD, though, to find it. 10th round of being found by Wildcard, getting scarily close to match point.
Definitely trying to climb as high as they possibly can here. Really trying to take us to map number 3. Really just fighting on for dear life here as they desperately want to try and continue their run through the VALORANT Oceanic Championships here tonight and really want to show us exactly what they're made of. So, we do have another round ahead of us here. Both teams on even footing now with rifles aplenty. Only one ultimate going to be available, though, for Infrequent. That could be the key factor that could steal them the round.
Yeah, this could be all on the cards. Infrequent, though, finding a shot on the Punda, and now Yafang is put under fire. Default position here. Swell, Noz picking up and picking apart Legacy piece by piece. It's going to just be Mike and Nice Hacks to try and go for this retake, but I don't think they're going for it. Nice Hacks is already on the walk out. Mike is as well. They might be looking to keep these Phantoms or Vandals online, and that is a scary straight take there from Wildcard. Very, very quick as well.
Remaining ever fierce with their plays towards that site. We'll see if they can find a bit more. Pressing on into the game, though, as with this one being taken, they will only be 2 rounds from a potential victory here. Mike trying to take out Infrequent does actually get caught in the end there, so won't be maintaining ownership of their own respective weaponry. Nice Axe is just going to hold strong over towards middle, though. Could be caught by a player very shortly as they slowly edge their way towards him. Doesn't look like they're going to push around the corner, though. Nice Axe going to be living to fight another day. So Wildcard take the 11th. And now Legacy, they're going to be on an eco here with the only rifle being Nice Axe, who saved from the previous.
Yeah, this is not the position we expected a wildcard to be. Oh, sorry, Legacy to be in after such a close affair on that first map, stealing away a wildcard's pick. We now go to Ascent. Of course, Legacy's bread and butter, and they might be out of butter, Matt. They've only got bread. They've only got some Helgas in the cupboard, and this is wildcard with everything. They've even got peanut butter on top of their toast.
Maybe have peanut butter and jelly, who knows? But looks like a little bit of damage is going to be dealt by the wildcard side early on there, as Legacy look to push quite aggressively through A. Only going to leave one player defending the B site right now. RDW has already spotted Yafang as well. The recon drone doing its job to a T there, and they do manage to push their way past Yafang. Site going to be open for business now for the side of wildcard. Going to be the 4-on-5 retake, looking to be pursued by the side of Legacy.
And of course, as you said, Nicehax does still have that Phantom in play, but he's going to have to power peek onto a few. He takes out Swirl, the first point of contact here. The wildcard Cloudburst goes up. Cover's actually going to be 2 players in that B main position. Dart is going to be dropped. Nicehax has spotted 1, but Noz and Infrequent holding down from the back of the site from the laneway. Infrequent drops Punda. Now they're both lined up by Nicehax, who picks up 2 of his own, jumps into the smoke, jumps around. RD spotted, he tries to go onto the right click to Noz, but Noz turns his head, he shakes it in disapproval, and it's going to be now match point here for wildcard.
Looks like Legacy are actually going to take a tactical timeout though, as we do push on to map point in a favor of wildcard here. If the side of Legacy want to try and find some path of redemption here, they need to take 7 rounds in a row to push for overtime. It really does put them in quite a difficult spot, because in order to win that many rounds in a row, you really have to just play to absolute perfection. And considering how wildcard have been playing tonight, at least on this map, they're really going to be a tough obstacle in order to overcome. At least on the side of Legacy, they've got the Neural Theft available, they've got the Runner Back available, and potentially a Blade Storm soon to follow. On wildcard side, however, they've got their own Blade Storm, Neural Theft, as well as From the Shadows. So, Ultimates are going to be pretty decent, at least for both teams. We'll see if Legacy will be able to find some recovery in this one, or whether we do see wildcard take it away here and now and send us to map number 3.
And I guess if we do go to map number 3, this is not the position Legacy want to be going down in this second map. This is a heavy amount of pressure now being put onto them to claw it back, Matt. They're going to need 7 straight to go us to overtime. And of course, the timeout will go down. It is all on the cards here for Legacy. They're fully invested in this one, and we finally get to see Nicehax bring out that operator.
Looks like it is going to be brought to the light today. The side of wildcard are going to be splitting up just outside the A and B sites. Infrequent looking to push towards middle. Nicehax actually going to be able to take out Artie. Infrequent going to recover though. The operator goes down as soon as it gets the kill. Going to be the 4-on-4 situation now. Both these teams trying to see if they can find any further kills out of this one. Unfortunately for the side of wildcard, they won't be finding an operator, or will they? Perhaps might be able to pick that one up off the cyber cage, as well as the Neural Theft being activated there. Doesn't look like they're going to go for it though, just going for a straight A execute, and Legacy, they're not even close to the site. Only Mike there to face them direct.
Yeah, they, of course, use that Neural Theft knowledge, and wildcard, they identify that A is a little weak. They're straight to it and straight on. Now, of course, a beautiful recon, Mike! Wall bang through the floor. They're going to be planning out the open here for wildcard to play more favorable for the engagement. Shock Dart goes back, Generator, but Noz has repositioned. Run it back now in drop. Duddy, he drops the player. 2 Infrequent falls to Yafang. Swell on top, trying to use the From the Shadows, but it's Mike to take him out, and Legacy able to retake that site. Defuse from Yafang going to be handed over to a teammate. Secure another ultimate orb, but actually no, it's just going to be Yafang to defuse it fully. 6th round for Legacy, and of course, do or die, they're able to swim afloat in that one.
Just as Dory says, Tony, they just got to keep swimming on and on through this if they want to maintain their lives here. Really just do everything they possibly can to push for overtime here on the Legacy side. But wildcard always making it as hard as they possibly can right now. going to be the 12-6 scoreline, at least in this one. We'll see how things do play out, though, as we do have at least a little bit of thoughts coming through from both of these teams right now. Just pondering on their options. A technical pause actually going to be coming through from the Legacy side at this time. Just having a little bit of issues with one of the players. They should be coming back pretty shortly, though. Just a little bit of a game crash there, I believe. So they should be back in the next few seconds, I believe.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see, of course, Duddy return to the server, because he is, you know, one of these key players to look at for Legacy. We saw him and we highlighted him from that first map, playing out of his mind on the Duelist. But of course, we go back now into our game. Nice hacks. Going to be going for an aggressive peek early on, only going to be spotting the dog out here from side and frequent Bladestorm in play. And this is a heavy amount of presence being shown here. Seekers paranoia towards heaven. This is Wildcard going straight towards A, wasting no time in their take.
We'll see if they will be able to do just that here and now. Aside is going to be able to land the first kill there. Spike to follow. Not going to be able to land a second, though. Nice hacks using the blades to a T there. Takes out one more. Duddy to follow it up. Now going to be the 4-on-3 situation. Swell holding from short there. Not giving themselves away. Gets a kill to say get A. Let's see if they can find a little bit more. No, they do not on the Legacy side as well. And Go managed to line it all up and take away map number 2, 13-6.
That was crazy to say the least. Wildcard just gamble pushing that A site, throwing it all on the table and going, you know what, guys, we'll go all in. This is a game of poker, and they've got a royal flush there, Matt. A beautiful take towards A to close it. Wildcard even up the series at 1-1. We go third map.
Definitely very excited to see what map number 3 is going to play out as, because we saw a very different Legacy on the second map of Ascent. We saw a very close matchup in Haven on that first one, or rather split on the first one, sorry. And definitely keen to see how it's going to play out in map number 3, whether we have that close matchup once again, or whether we do see the energy slowing down a little bit from both teams. But alas, that's going to be all for map number 2, guys. We are going to get map number 3 set up as soon as we possibly can. Whilst we do that, though, we're just going to head to a short break. Don't go anywhere.
With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your Endless Starter mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you!
Goddamn, back, goddamn, back, goddamn, back, any reason to back down, so step it up. Goddamn, back, goddamn, back, goddamn, back,
Welcome back to the Valorant Oceanic Championships. My name is Matzy, coming at you with 2Tap Tony, and my gosh, what a map that was. Map number 2 going the way of Wildcard and now taking the series 1-1.
Yeah, I have to say that was absolutely massive map there from Wildcard. Of course, Ascent, one of their best, of course, in terms of their win rates. And Legacy, it's one of their best. And going toe-to-toe might have a bit of a mental edge there because Wildcard, that was a very convincing second map. And of course, now we go to Icebox map. This is a crazy series.
Definitely keen to see what Icebox is going to play like, but let's take a look at one of our highlight players from the last matchup. We do have Infrequent.
Yeah, Infrequent showed up massive there. Of course, we had to highlight Duddy's performance, but Infrequent had a banger there on Split. Getting that 4K, getting that clip reel play that, of course, we're on the lookout as well for our Vodafone MVP. And you look at those kills, Matt. 43 across the series so far, only 28 deaths. A KD of 1.54 across today. Infrequent has been absolutely tapping heads with this operator.
Definitely doing God's work for Wildcard there and seeing some overall stats. 666 ADR. Gosh, maybe this team's demonic, Tony.
Unfortunately, they're no longer Demon, Matt. They're Wildcard, but of course that was where they came from. Demon was the old Wildcard roster, of course, before they signed under the organ. My God, look at the KD, of course, 1.16, a little bit higher than Legacies across the day, and you know, kills as well, very, very high in the numbers here for Wildcard. I have to say, playing a banger second map there and looking really, really good on paper going into Icebox.
Definitely putting on one hell of a showing here tonight, Tony, and very excited to see if they're going to be able to move in a positive direction coming into map number 3, considering it seemed like Wildcard really started to feel themselves again. Like they started off a little sluggishly in map number 1, losing that one out to Legacy, but it feels like they've definitely found their position once again after we pushed our way through Ascent.
Yeah, after we got through the Ascent, we were able to now go to the Icebox where it becomes freezing cold. The plays become ice cold, and where the players, of course, look to take us here in this third map. It's going to be an absolutely crazy one in terms of the statistics as well. Icebox, a very favorable pick for both sides. Of course, Legacy playing it very, very recently in, of course, their lower bracket game against Direwolves. We saw it very close affair, but then Legacy were just able to inch Direwolves out in the end and, of course, take that one 13-6. And then over at, of course, on the wildcard side, we didn't get to see Icebox yesterday. We saw it in their debut against Nebula, and it was a very, very rough one in terms of the scorelines. Of course, they always play a very rough game against Nebula, though.
Always keeping it as rough as it possibly can be, and very excited to see if we do see matchups between those two teams in the future as well. You never know, could happen again. But alas, we do have Wildcard and Legacy here tonight, at least for the first games here. And it is finally coming to its conclusion on the map of Icebox. Now, coming towards Icebox, Tony, what do you feel we could see from both of these teams? Do you feel we could see a pretty standard default pickup of the Viper, or do you feel like maybe we could see some other different picks coming through on this one?
I definitely feel, especially in terms of the Legacy department, putting is going to be straight to that Viper, of course. We saw him on it on the first map, I believe. No, he was on the Astra, sorry, the first map. We haven't seen the Viper yet from him, but we'll probably see it here and expect, of course, Duddy to be on that Reyna. We've seen it from him in their Icebox games recently. Duddy really loves to play that Reyna, really likes to play aggressive, get in the heads, of course, of Wildcard, who are on a mental boom right now, Matt, and Legacy, they need to stop them because, of course, if Wildcard are able to carry the momentum from Ascent, they might just look to roll over here in this third map of Icebox.
Definitely looking to shoot to the stars on the third map of Icebox, looking to just completely sweep it back towards glory. But obviously there's still plenty more work they need to do in this third and final map, which is going to be Icebox. And it looks like we are going to be getting straight into the thick of it here, Tony.
Yeah, we're going to be going over to Epics and Bans in just a second. Of course, we mistimed it a little bit there. There's a little bit of a delay between it, but here we are now. Picks and Bans, final map, Legacy v Wildcard. It's Icebox, it's 1-1. It's all tied up, and Legacy wasting no time in the picks, and rightfully so, Matt predicted here. Duddy to the Reyna, Punda going to be on the Viper, Mike going to be bringing out the Sage this time. Nice Axifang, been playing the Sova and Jet combo so far this series, and well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's going to be Infrequent back to the Jet. Of course, our highlighted player from that last game who has been playing out of his mind in this series against Legacy.
Definitely putting on one hell of a show, and now the show is going to get back on the road here as we do push straight into Icebox here. Looking at all of the wonderful little nooks and crannies on this map, seeing the snow, whatever you want to see, it is all going to be there. As we do now continue to take our look through. But Tony, obviously having the side of a Wildcard starting on the defense as well as the side of a Legacy on the attack. Do you feel like this beginning could favor one side over the other?
I feel if Infrequent can position himself in some right spots, get some early kills, get that Blade Storm online as soon as possible, Wildcard could really start to roll with the punches. Starting off this defense side on Icebox is always a good feeling. Of course, you have to wait for them to peek into you, and if your shots are on, your shots are on. Infrequent, of course, his shots have been on so far this entire series, and it's going to be up to Legacy to really deal with it. Of course, we get to see Nice Hacks back on to the Jets, and you know, Nice Hacks, as we said, of course, one of the players to watch for on this Legacy roster, but he hasn't been quite hitting the mark just of yet.
Well, that could change here and now as Legacy look to trail their way over towards the A site this time. Do have Infrequent and Co there to stop them, though. Looks like they've got a few sheriffs across both teams at the moment. Infrequent actually going to be taking the first shot from Legacy there. Going to be forced to retreat back to the site, leaving 4 players there to try and deal with the possible attack that could come through from Legacy here. But Legacy are weighing up their options right now, hesitating slightly and wondering whether they just trail it through middle, maybe look to work under tube there and just swing it over to B.
Yeah, they might be looking to swing their attention over. Toxic Screen, of course, up. Deep, going for some shots. And, of course, as you can see, we're on a bit of a different patch here, Matt. We've, of course, had to swap the servers to the live patch because, you know, there was a bit of a discrepancy. The players were not feeling it as of late. Of course, the servers have been a little bit rusty, but hopefully looking to better them in this one. But, of course, now the hit comes towards A. Legacy all on the cards here. And there's so many players from Wildcard here to go for the retake. Mike, beautiful shot. Nice axe to take another sign. Going to be trading it out, but Legacy is Punda and Yafang. Right-click classic swirl going to be dropped too far range, Punda. And of course, first round and a quick take to A there for Legacy. Not what I was expecting after that mid-split.
Definitely a nice start for the side of Legacy there. Now getting a little bit of energy back in their favor. We'll see if they can look to pull a continuation here, as they are just picking up some upgraded pistols on some of their players, as well as the Bulldog on Punda there, followed by the Spectre. Looks like on the wildcard side, they're just going to look to just save it out this time. Not look to dedicate anything really, and just play for the bonus.
And I've also just been let known in my DMs that actually there's only one player from Demon. So I tell a lie, of course. This wildcard roster completely new. Only one player of Demon. I believe it's Swirl. And at the moment, of course, Legacy going Demon mode to start this game off. Pistol going in their favor. Nice axe expecting this push towards Tube from Noz. It's going to be, of course, though, Legacy just playing a little bit further back. Trying to bait out maybe a wildcard swing, catch the player quickly, and really start to push the metal from there. Aldrone out towards this B long side. Could be spotting out Swirl in just a second. Does he check the toxic screen though? Swirl has snuck through Yafang, though, in a prime spot to rotate out. And Legacy might be in a prime position to go towards this A take yet again.
Looks like they are preparing themselves. They do have Cyan as well as Infrequent to deal with, though, and Cyan going to be able to line up one, but both players fall down, followed by Noz as well in middle. Nice reaction from the side of Legacy in order to get themselves that site control there. Looks like Yafang actually going to be taken out towards spawn, though. Luckily, Punda still holding just outside of their spawn there, waiting to see if anyone's looking to fight their teammates. Artie going to be spotted now by Punda and is able to make it rain with bullets, taking away the second in favor of Legacy.
Beautiful shot. Not every day you see a Bulldog really being invested in that kind of second round by Operator out immediately for Nice Axe. This is a little bit crazy, a little bit chaotic. Legacy feeling very confident, it would seem. Nice Axe wants that gun straight away. Of course, yet to die here with Punda, and very close to a few of these ultimates to come online here for Legacy, but at the moment, it's going to be wildcard to there by bonus, technically for Legacy, but there is a few guns being invested. Operator, Bulldog, and Duddy going to be on the Vandal. This is an interesting one out from Legacy, I have to say.
It looks like interesting things are already starting on the wildcard side, as Infrequent takes away the first kill there. Starting off strong, still need to find a little bit more though. The buy has come through on both teams. Infrequent going to be backing that up with a kill on the Vandal. Now a 5-on-3 situation for Legacy. Trying to see if they can recover somehow. Do still have the Operator in their possession. Could find something. No, not going to be able to find Infrequent there. So information is actually gained and traded by both of these teams right now. Just under a minute to go for Legacy though, and it looks like they've managed to get some pretty prominent positioning over towards the B side.
Yeah, the Viper's wall covers, of course, this entire B site hit going in, but there is a player middle of the site here for wildcard. Of course, the Toxic Orb goes up from Swirl, who, you know, I have to say, it's always been an interesting journey to see Swirl, of course, a prominent duelist player. Now swap over to a bit of the more, the Smoke's a bit more of a passive role being picked up by him, but Duddy, he's nothing but aggressive right now, looking to push into spawn against RD. Might be caught on the Aldrone here. Duddy knows he can swing off of that, but there's another player to back it up. Sign hits a beautiful shot, dismisses out. Punda has picked up the Operator from Nice Axe, but needs to get the shot signed, calculated. Rips Punda's head off. It's left to Mike thinking about the Operator, but he just needs to think about holding down this site, and it is signed, delivering. Beautiful, signed on the dotted line, and going to be the first here for wildcard.
Definitely going to be happy with themselves after that one, Tony. Taking away their first and only losing one player in the process there, so they will be able to maintain full control of their weaponry and won't really need to spend any further credits. Maybe someone might be able to actually buy for a teammate, perhaps. There you see, Swirl actually going to be copying a Vandal off their teammates, so not too shabby to say the least. On the Legacy side of things, though, their economy a little bit more battered. Then their opponents, obviously seeing a few weapons already coming through, a couple of upgraded pistols there, as well as the Spectre, Vandal, and Bulldog. We'll see if they will be able to put those to effective use or whether Wildcard will be able to even it up here and now, 2 for 2.
Yeah, this is really the make or break round, I guess, for which way this game decides to swing. Of course, Wildcard, they much need this one, but so do Legacy, but they're on a bit of a half by Matt. Of course, no Operator was saved, and it's only going to be a Vandal. Still a Bulldog available for Punda. Interesting to see he's still got the cash for that. Spectre for Mike, and Wildcard just going to be holding a very passive setup. That Aldrone has been uncontested for the moment, but has been spotted finally by Signed. And at the moment, Legacy, they tempt the Aldrone over towards A, but they're not looking to go that way. Might be a split towards B here with Infrequent posted up on the box with the Operator just waiting for that wall to go down.
Does have Swirl holding over towards middle as well. Is actually going to be falling back there. Does a pretty significant chunk of damage, followed by Infrequent, opening it up now on a nice axe. Yifang and Co still looking to flow their way towards this B site though, but that Operator really going to be key to stopping them. Takes out another player there, looking to line up a further player. Not going to be able to land the shot though. Luckily Swirl is there to back it up. One bullet left in the chamber, therefore Infrequent, but Signed is looking to flank from behind and does sign a death warrant for that last player there in Mike. Mike just going to be stuck and alone towards Garage right now. At least takes out Swirl, but still has a lot more work to do, and Signed pulls through, taking it 2 for 2.
I have to say, of course, and bring back to our earlier point of players swapping roles. Signed to this duelist, a welcome change for me, Matt. Of course, we saw him on, I believe it was the old order roster, play a heavy amount of Sova, play a heavy amount of util for them. But he appears to be unleashed on this duelist role here, Infrequent as well, not far behind, 4-2 and 7-2 respectively. Both of them have their ultimates now online. Legacy getting closer and closer to theirs. Of course, Mike does have the res available, and well, this game very even to say the least at the moment. Legacy do have a buy in this one, and they're poised for an A hit, and Signed is poised for a bit of aggression to hold it off.
We'll see if the aggression will pay off for them here. Plenty of defenders over on the A site right now. Infrequent posted up with the Operator, finds the first there, dashes straight towards them. He wants some more. Duddy and Go looking to get onto the floor though. Nice axe, going to be recovered as well with the res. Does he getting a little bit of damage through? Finally pulls through onto Infrequent. 2 more to follow. Legacy coming through in full force right now. No one able to stop them anymore. You thought it was starting good for Wildcard, but here comes Legacy. But Swirl has a thing or two to say about that.
Yeah, he's got a lot to say now in this round. Of course, a few players to half HP. Viper's Pit, Snake Spites are available. Swirl, who needs to isolate these duels. Spike, of course, is heavily ticked into the favor of Legacy. Slow approach from Swirl here towards the maze. He knows he wants to go for it because, of course, they've got money to do it. Duddy going to be sinking the bullet right between the eyes, and that's going to be third picked up on the board for Legacy. They take a 1-round advantage, but Wildcard, they've still got money to buy, Matt. This is still anybody's game still.
Absolutely down to the wire in this one. It seems that closeness has come back to play here on the map number 3 in Icebox. We'll see if we will be able to have some more of that coming through as well now as we do push on to round number 6 here. Both these teams are looking to either re-establish themselves in the game or further their lead. Lots of weapons to come through from both as well. 2 for 2 in ultimate, but both teams are still just going to be looking for information before going for the first kill here. Wildcard pushing aggressively with Signs here. Might find the first. Oh no, the crosshair not going to hit the head, and so Mike opens it up for Legacy.
Oh no, Joe, it's all on the cards there. Sign going to be falling early on means this is a very open A site for Legacy to take here. Aldrone comes out through middle. Punda and his teammate's going to be shooting that one out. Duddy does have the Empress available. Infrequent, of course, towards the back here of the rafter. He's going to be joined by his teammate in just a second. Of course, that's RD on the Sova playing towards the front maze position, and this is going to be crucial here. RD walking up. Legacy not looking the right way. RD able to take out Mike. Drops another dart, though, but Duddy trades it back in return. Infrequent, no shot landed. And Legacy, they now know that they don't actually have to go to A. They find another pick, but they know the rotate is heavy on from Wildcard. Toxic Orb to cross over through middle, and it's going to be up to Swirl here to now hold this B site down.
And now time trickling down. Legacy going to be dedicating straight towards this B site right now. Looks like we do have the Viper's Pit coming out, as well as a couple of snake bites in reaction from Swirl, just trying to stop them from getting that spike down. Does allow at least Wildcard a bit more time for rotation here. We'll see how effective that truly is, though, as Swirl still going to be lurking around the site. We do have a flank coming through from Niceaxe as well. Spotting one player there, does take out Noz. Now Swirl going to have to be aware of that position. Infrequent at least going to be pushing from Snowman, but looks like this retake could be over before it truly has began. The wildcard players just ever hesitant because of that flank that came through from Niceaxe. They realize just how close he truly can be. Niceaxe going to be able to spot out Swirl, though, after Punda goes down. All coming down to Infrequent now, and he's going to lose the operator. So, Legacy take away the round and all the weapons that were owned by Wildcard.
And they take away the economy advantage to Wildcard. Of course, had the money to buy in that round, they no longer do. Ultimates available, though, for Sign and Swirl. Two away from the Hunter's Fury, but this is going to have to be only a half buy for Wildcard. Guardian out for RD, Light, Shield, Sheriff, or a few other members. This is where Legacy can really start to pick the pace up. Of course, weaponry advantage for them. 2 ultimates online. It's Niceaxe and Duddy, Empress, Bladestorm, and many aggressive fights to be taken here. Headshot spotted here. Niceaxe playing the line. Marshall out for side is good. Doesn't quite find the shot, though. Legacy just showing a ton of presence over towards his A side. They don't necessarily have to go for it either.
Yeah, they can just throw the jabs at this point. They don't really have to commit to it yet if they don't want to. Just try and see if they can get some kind of an opening here. As they take their time, though, Swirl going to be holding from behind. Unfortunately, not able to line up the shot there. So the opening is created by Legacy over towards this B site. Looks like they are going to be dropping the Poison Cloud just over towards the site there. A nice little lineup, actually, to cut off the line of sight from Snowman. A wall to follow it up, as well as a bullet. Punda says goodbye to Noz, and Spike goes down.
And that spike plant secured. Leah come out there. Good one from side. Actually sets Infrequent up for a beautiful shot with the Sheriff. But this is where Legacy can play the post plant. They can play passive if they want to. No one has to over peek into anything here. Sign on the Marshall. Long range shot. Head bang onto Niceaxe. And this is now Legacy looking to hold it down. But it's still so many kills going on the board for Wildcard. They're dropping so many guns here for Legacy, but they got plenty of money. Side now to do it. 6 HP on Marshall. All going to be busted. His cover blown. That spike pretty far to detonation. Shock dart doesn't land. Sign just lurking around this side, just trying to get a defuse on. Trying to steal away a gun. Picks up the Vandal, but he can't quite get out. Sign going to be falling, and Legacy take a 3-round lead now.
Definitely finding their true strength on the attacker side of Icebox here. Really proving just how powerful they truly can be. But Wildcard are going to be on somewhat of a recovery themselves here now. Do have weapons behind them. The Operator on Infrequent, followed by those rifles there. Do have 3 ultimates per team as well. Empress, as well as the Viper's Pit and Hunter's Fury on Wildcard, followed by similar straights other than the Bladestorm on the Legacy side. So, let's see if Wildcard can recover here, because if they can't, then Legacy are going to set a real, true foundation.
Yeah, they're already setting a ton of precedent here to how it's being played. Niceaxe! A fadeaway shot with the tailwind. That is not what we get to see every day. A treat from Niceaxe being shown. Puts Infrequent dead to right, 6 foot under at that ace site. Viper's Pit not going to mean a thing for the side of Legacy as they look to rotate it. Signed, of course, in this tube. And do Legacy expect to see him here? Niceaxe goes high. They're not going to be seen right now, though. Yifeng has spotted. Flake comes in. Signed able to get one. Dismisses the safety. Gets another. Niceaxe falls. Signed, spraying and praying. Going to be taken out. Punda too. Yifeng able to trade it, but Legacy, they've lost too many members here. They've taken kitchen control, but they now need to take a site. They've wrapped on RD. They're not going to expect Noz in this position. Duddy to trade it, and we're down to the 1v1. It's Duddy v Swirl, and that spike needs to go down still, though, Matt.
Oh, what a play from Duddy. He expects the rotation on the tube and just sets it up. You don't even need to get the spike down. You just got the brain for it. Duddy sets it up and takes the 6th round there for Legacy. And much expected timeout to come through from Wildcard as a result.
Oh, yeah, DeBears is not happy, and neither of Wildcard as a whole right now. This is so many attacking-sided rounds. This is what we expected to see Legacy do on Ascent, but we didn't quite get to see that, Matt. Legacy, now, their attrition be tested, their mental fortitude be tested too. Coming out swinging here in this third map is what we like to see from Legacy, but not what you like to see right now if you're Wildcard. Of course, few ultimates still online if Legacy want to use them, but at the moment, Wildcard, they don't quite have the money, they don't quite have the confidence to really go for some of these picks. It's Legacy really starting to pick the pace up and take control of this first half.
We'll see how long they'll be able to maintain hold over that control as well, considering that the side of Wildcard, their economy's a bit all over the place at the moment. Like, some of them can afford guns, but others maybe not so fortunate in that space. It looks like, as a result, mostly just going to be picking up the upgraded pistols. Ooh, maybe not. Looks like they're actually going to dedicate pretty much everything they can here. One of the rifles coming through, the Spectre, and the rest just going to be on the upgraded pistols this time. Just trying to see if they can make some kind of an impact here.
Yeah, they're going to have to make a massive impact in Frequent here, only with the Sheriff going for some kind of close range engagement towards the pipes or towards the belt line here. But you can see Legacy, they're playing far back. They're expecting Wildcard to push into them and get aggressive because they're trying to steal guns away. And everybody for Legacy is just scoped in on a different angle right now. Fang, of course, holding B main with nice hacks. Bundo scaling towards mid with Duddy. It's going to be, of course, Mike just holding the front side of A here. Toxic Orb goes up, and Legacy might be looking to turn their attention to B here. Signed in, of course, Noz playing in a very nice off angle here. Signed going to be dropping down, and his footsteps have been heard.
Looks like they're now starting to pave their way over towards this B site. Signed are going to be holding just around the cradle there, trying to see if they can find someone. Could be caught in a reload. Oh, maybe they will. 2 kills to go the way of Legacy. They open the gates for themselves. Once again, a duel of fates coming through. Swell and Co. only going to have the 3 sheriffs available now. Just trying to see if perhaps they can spot an extra kill here. Even just spot a player lurking around. But all these Legacy players, they're playing together right now. They're not exposing these vulnerabilities to Wildcard, and they just make it even more difficult.
Yeah, it's so difficult to go for this retake, especially when Legacy has just gone for the hunt here, holding the flank. RD, last member, pinned against so many players of Legacy, and you can't really pull yourself out of such a rough situation. Duddy again showing up a massive, and Legacy 7-2 in this final map in this first half, Matt. This is the Legacy we saw first map, but Wildcard, they're not the Legacy, they're not the team we saw on this first map. They've gone missing here after Ascent.
Well, hopefully somebody sent out some kind of alert saying that there are missing persons and they need to be found now, because this map is looking to slowly run away from us. It's only the first half right now, granted, but Legacy, they are building a solid lead. As we say that though, Legacy gonna setting themselves up to go towards this A site. Signed already spotting them. The knives already being used as well. They are just trying to brute force their way in. A Wildcard, they need to respond.
Yeah, and there's a response from your Fang Hunter's Fury, as I said, an initiation tool into this site, but Swell, beautiful pick on the nice hacks to open it up there on top of the default box. And it's still, though, Legacy fighting into this site. They take out Swell with a shock dart, and you can see now so many members being invested on this hold for Wildcard, and Legacy, they're thinking about backing off here after the rotations have come in.
Just hesitating for the moment. Looks like Swell's actually going to cop the revival there. Hunter's Fury coming through from Wildcard as well. Unfortunately not locating anyone, but at least hindering the attack from a Legacy for the moment. Looks like the side of Wildcard are going to try and push through middle, see if they can spot them, maybe trying to go towards B, or even could set up a flank if time does work out in their favor, as it looks like the side of Legacy still ever hesitant here. Wildcard getting closer and closer. They need to push onto this site now on the side of Legacy as well. Going to try and stop them in their tracks though. Takes out one. Going to be one and done though. And they managed to resurrect nice hacks as well. So taking it now down to a 4-on-4. Will they expect this flank? Yes, they will.
And nice hack starting it off an RD. The Viper's Pit dropped immediately, but it's Yafang hitting shot after shot. A beautiful triple now signed and infrequent. The players to retake this site, but Punda's put up that Viper's Pit. You see a mushroom cloud of gas covering this A site. Nobody from Wildcard really going to be able to get in. Nice hacks holding this flank line. Signed might be looking to drop the shots in onto him. Signed going to be swelling him out. Heals himself up. Infrequent going to be saving that operator. They've given away the round of Legacy, but they're keeping a heavy amount of guns online, and they're taking a heavy amount of Legacy.
Definitely looking to make it harsh, looking to make it as difficult as possible. But alas, the side of Legacy do manage to take away round number 8 there. Getting closer and closer here, Tony. 2 more rounds remain in this first half. Wildcard, it is imperative that they take these rounds, because otherwise we will see a 10-2 scoreline in favor of Legacy. And if they take the pistol after that, I shudder at the thought.
Yeah, it's a scary thought to be in for Wildcard right now. They're in a scary reality right now. They're staring down everybody from Legacy, showing up huge. Of course, Duddy, Nice Hacks, Punda, all having their moments of brilliance. But Yafang too, Mike, these util plays have been absolutely sensational. Beautiful flick there from Infrequent started off. Viper's Pit dropped today here, and well, Legacy might have a second guess to try and take this side. Side going to be picking up top, but Nice Hacks. Beautiful flick again. This man is pinpoint accurate in some of his shots. And that's why, of course, we look to see him show up big in this series, and he's finally turning up on map 3.
Better late than never, Tony. And we'll see if they will continue to show up here and now in this series, as it now comes to 4-on-5 in favor of Legacy right now. Legacy looking to set themselves up possibly towards this A side. Do have the Viper's Pit to contend with, and Swirl hiding deep within. Ready and waiting for any potential nuisances that could reveal themselves towards their position, but Infrequent going to be able to get something done in the interim there, over through an aggressive push, now taking it 4-on-4.
Yeah, but the problem is, Wildcard, they've over-rotated so many players here. If Swirl gets caught in this Viper's Pit, it's game and lights out here at this A site, as everybody from Legacy slow crawl over the rope. They shift themselves up to this A site, not going to be checked, and Swirl, fortunately not going to be spotted though. Legacy still need to be careful. Orb out here, and Swirl actually able to take out both Mike and Punda. Nobody checks the corner. Swirl sneaks uncontested. RD takes 2 more, and Wildcard are able to finally find themselves a 3rd on the board.
A solid effort from Wildcard there. They do manage to take away a round after losing 6 in a row. We'll see if they will be able to continue the ebb and flow there coming into the last round of the half here. Legacy going to be sitting pretty on their economy. Vandals are aplenty across them, and do have a pretty similar situation on the Wildcard side. Now, obviously, Infrequent back on the dominant operator, and many more shots to follow there. Looks like Legacy, though, going to try and establish presence towards B this time, see if they can get something happening early on. And Wildcard, they're already anticipating this, already rotating players pretty close by.
You can see RD's already in mid, signed, of course, all the way through the kitchen. Swirl trying to hit a first shot, but it's actually going to be Noz falling victim. Nice attacks with the stroll up, jump across from Sign. His position might be made aware of in just a second, though. The snake spike takes out Mike, but the spike goes down. Sign is gone uncontested in the site, takes out Nice hacks, but spike is down for Legacy. They're able to play back in this positioning. Duddy on the flank. No, he lets a shot off. He gives his knowledge over to Infrequent, who goes higher with the knives. Yafang now with Punda to hold it down this site, and Punda's coming from the flank of a lifetime. It's left heavy amount of pressure on Yafang to go huge. It's a first. He knows he doesn't have to overpeak. Knives come high. Signed is going to be taking out Yafang, but Punda walks through. The walls busted too late. Punda's a little bit late to the charge. Wildcard are able to pick up that last round of the half. Signed with a beautiful 3 to entry back into that.
That's the kind of recovery you want to be seeing from the side of Wildcard there, Tony. They needed to take those last 2 rounds, and they managed to do so successfully. This is the energy we need to be seeing from Wildcard here. Pushing on to the second half, though, is going to be the 8-4 scoreline, so not the best outcome for Wildcard, but it still is recoverable. We'll see if they can carry that fiery energy we saw previously into this second half here, as we now have Legacy on the defense, followed by a Wildcard on the offense. Only going to see some stock standard buys here. A couple of upgraded pistols on Wildcard, as well as one on Legacy, with a little bit of light armor to follow.
And that's Duddy going aggressive, though. The recon immediately from Wildcard spots him. That's RD to send that one out. And, well, Legacy, they've got both their duelists over at this A site with Sheriffs just spotting for some shots to land. Nice hacks, of course, going to be holding this pipeline, going to be holding the swing out from Wildcard, but they're peppering shots in. Duddy able to get RD, fall back, safety, and Legacy now can play for the post point, or they can just play for the hold here. It would seem Wildcard dropping an early member, not the position they want to be in to start this pistol off.
Definitely starting off slowly, losing a player there, but still could pick up the pace as they do manage to create some space over towards the B site now. Looking to push it straight past the green box there, see if they can clear out the site, get the spike down. They've also got one player on the lurk towards A inside, so might be able to create some noise, maybe stop a potential rotation perhaps. Yifang surely going to rotate this information to their teammates, though, as the spike plant has been heard and now secured by the side of Wildcard. And it looks like Cyan playing the long game here could go for a flank through middle.
Yeah, it's going to be a flank through middle, but Wildcard, of course, got the spike down, and they're getting all the kills right now. And Frequent picks up another on a nice sax Punda in the shroud of the Toxic, but it's going to be Noz to pick it up with the final kill. And it's going to be lights out for Legacy in that round as they Raven Wildcard find themselves at 5th. Much needed now to start off this second half. Pistol goes their favor.
This is exactly the kind of recovery they needed, only going to be 3 rounds between them now. Wildcard looking to further that as well, create it to 2 potentially off this round. Could even turn it into 1, depending on the outcome of the bonus. But alas, still going to be around ahead of them here. Only going to be classics on Legacy, and Wildcard do already have at least some submachine guns, the rifle and the Marshal there. Looks like they're playing towards the A site right now, but on the other side of Legacy, they're going for a bit of a flank. They've only got 1 player in the front lines there.
Yeah, Swell trying to hit some shots with his Marshal. He kind of just has to back off. Snakes bite drops. RD finds Mike. He's here to back his teammate up. Signed, catching Yifang on the push to screens. And you can see Legacy, of course, as you said, only classics to work with in this round. Just trying to steal away any gun that they can off of Wildcard, but of course Wildcard giving them nothing. Duddy, right-click dink, actually on a Infrequent on top of the box. Infrequent's forced to back off. Nice hacks, might be in a good spot to steal away a few guns here. As we said, that's what Legacy are after right now, and well, that plant, of course, being secured and looks to be going off in just a second. Duddy going to be caught by Noz. It's going to be 2 more nice hacks and Punda to deal with. It's going to now just be nice hacks as Punda's dealt with finally. And it's going to be the rotate out the spawn. Double shots, 3, 4. Nice hacks can't quite land the head, and it's 6 on the board for Wildcard. They pick up the eco in a flawless fashion.
Can't ask for anything better than that. Flawless victory. Going to maintain your economy and not going to allow your opponents to make any kind of an impact on it. But bonus round will be coming through now for the side of Legacy. Do have, obviously, the Vandals to come through on them. Nice hacks. We're going to see exactly what they'll pick up this time. Probably just going to follow suit with the rest of their team there. Going to be Vandal City in this one. And on the side of Wildcard, obviously, similar to last round, the Spectres, the Vandal, and the Marshal. See who will be able to land the first blow, though. It's the majority of Wildcard pushing up towards the A site this time, trying to establish the high ground as well as the low ground. See if they can catch anyone off guard, trying to gauge for information. No one truly revealing themselves just yet, though. Still just holding towards the back of the site.
Yeah, these pre-fire positions that Infrequent is spraying at are deadly close to being accurate. I believe it was Duddy up on the rafter, almost going it for the peak to nest. And for the moment, Legacy, a very, very aggressive mid-tech. Yifang with the owl drone through. Mike, of course, in a position to cover from kitchen if necessary. And Wildcard a little bit slow to this take for the moment. You can see a few players just grouped around through the middle. Infrequent on the lurk over at B. And Well, this is really starting to look sketchy here for both sides. Legacy, they're looking at this A hold, of course. You're fang over towards the boiler. Everybody's fallen off kitchen here, and this is where Wildcard are walking up through.
Ooh, Wildcard looking to push it through indeed. It might actually be caught. Yifang going to be cut off though, but Mike actually able to spike through, taking away the first kill. Looking to actually put a wall up, going to barrier them off from the site. And it looks like the defender's still going to be holding steady. Now, Wildcard just going straight for the plant, though. Do at least get the spike down. Will they be able to maintain control of this site, though? That's going to be the difficulty. Noz maintaining the high ground, finds one. Trying to look for a second as well. Almost gets it, but Signed and Noz go down together. And Legacy weather the storm and take away the round.
Yeah, that's a round that Legacy needed to put themselves back on track in Wildcard. That's an unfortunate one to lose. Of course, it was only a bonus for them, but, you know, they got the spike down. They got the money secured. They're able to buy into this one. It's going to be Rifles v Rifles here. Ultimate available for Noz after a beautiful, beautiful start to this round. And you can see, look at these kill totals. Signed a step above everybody else in the server right now, Matt. Not even Duddy is answering the 20 kills from Signed.
We'll see if they can look to find an answer soon, because if they do not, then it could be their last shot being taken here in the VALORANT Oceanic Championships. Legacy, though, going aggressive. Take one kill, but two go down in kind. It actually works out for Wildcard, and they get the resurrection on Infrequent now, taking it to the 5-on-3 situation, and it's only the start of the round.
That's a giant feels bad, man, for Legacy. They know that they can try and go for that aggressive play, get in the heads of Wildcard early on, but Rez comes out, trades don't go their way. Punda able to take out Swirl, but there is so much Viper utility now to fall here. Push through from Yifang, just only good for one, and that is going to be Wildcard picking up 7. A beautiful take to B, and Legacy, there's nothing really they could do about it.
We'll see if they will be able to make something happen. Coming at you right now, though. 7-9 is going to be the scoreline right now. Legacy going to be on the back end here. Do only have upgraded pistols behind them. That's really going to be it in terms of them right now. And the side of Wildcard are looking to flourish their way into this second half, looking to create less of a gap between these two teams. 2 rounds between them now could certainly turn into 1, and then maybe none. As we do push forward straight onto the map, we go straight onto the B side for Wildcard, and nobody's there to greet them with open arms.
Yeah, Legacy don't want anything to do with that B site hold. Of course, it's Yifang up in the kitchen. The shot's being peppered towards the lower tube. Spike goes out in the open. And of course, the position there for RD, able to plant it a little bit more further across the line than some would expect. Now, Legacy, we're going to go for this flank on the Swirl and RD, but Zaldrone covers them completely. One player going to be lining up the wall. It's Punda been spotted, but will they expect Duddy in that same corner as well? Few players coming from this spawn side and coming into the middle of the site. There's so many players holding close from Wildcard. Just a wall of gunfire being established. Swirl now RD to walk up, stops the spike defusal. And RD picks up 2, Swirl picks up 2. Round flawless from Wildcard as they pick up the scoreline now 8-9. This is anybody's game here in map number 3, Matt.
Cutting it as close as it ever could be here and now, Tony. Luckily for Legacy, at least, they are going to be back onto the bye round here. Do have a couple of ultimates to play with as well in the Empress and the Resurrection, with a Viper's Pit as well as a Hunter's Fury, not that far away. On Wildcard, though, they got the Empress, Viper's Pit, as well as the Hunter's Fury. They are ready to try and stop Legacy to do anything in this round. Already, though, Wildcard going to be pushing through the slow orb, trying to stop any kind of defense on the side of Legacy there. Looks like most of their forces are actually trekking it over towards B, though, leaving Infrequent at the back of the charge. But Duddy, as well as their teammate in Punda, really have to pressure on right now.
Yeah, Lear comes out and, well, the pressure is being established by Wildcard and Legacy. They just, you know what, you guys can have it. Viper's Pit dropped by Swirl. Wall goes up from RD, and this is a site take here for Wildcard at the B site. Of course, they haven't quite got that spike down just yet. They're just trying to secure themselves the positioning. Duddy and Mike towards CT. few players to join them in just a second. That's a very nice line from Infrequent over the top of the yellow box, but he has to fall back. He falls down. Shots being peppered into Wildcard amongst this Viper's pit, and this is very hard to retake for Legacy, I have to say, but Wildcard actually not going to go for that plant at B, and Legacy, they know it too. They can rotate back to A scot-free.
Looks like they're going to do just that. Might have one player at least to contend with at the back of the site, but it looks like they're actually just going to be playing the long game here on Wildcard. They're actually going to keep the equivocal play up and go straight towards this B site. Duddy going to be the sole defender directly on the side. Punda going down towards middle as well. Here comes the Hunter's Fury, taking away Duddy. Now Wildcard should be able to secure their spike, goes down, and it's a 5-on-3 situation. And it looks like Legacy, they could turn it into 4 if they use the Resurrection, but do they dedicate this here? Looks like they are.
Yeah, and that's going to give position away of one player, 2 more to deal with here. Wildcard triple stack double actually on this yellow box inside, covering their cross. Beautiful shots being landed by everybody from Wildcard, and there's nothing really Legacy can do to walk into this site. Nice Hacks now caught the duel of wits against Noz. Trades out the guns, and Noz to find it in the end. It's 9-9, another flawless from Wildcard to even the score, and Legacy, their money's run dry, Matt. This is going to have to be a tactical pause coming in from Legacy.
And we do see it coming through right now. Really got to wonder exactly what's going through their heads at the moment. 9-9 will be the score line, and Legacy are going to be ecoed out. So this gives opportunity to Wildcard to pull ahead, secure that double-digit scoreline they've been seeking out, and potentially even further themselves. It really does all come down to the wire here as we do push on to the later stages of this matchup right now. Legacy, are they running out of steam, or will they be able to have a resurgence here? It's all up to the test here, Tony. Will we see some kind of recovery? Will we see one of these players potentially meet Signed, who has been powering ahead for Wildcard, or will we see everything slide by?
It's a really hard question to answer right now, as it has been all series long. Of course, Matt, this is only our first series, and this is delivered on all fronts. Wildcard Legacy, what some of the best teams in the country, what more could you ask for than a 3-map banger? Signed, delivering on this last map on the Duelist perfectly, 23-8. Very, very high score total for Signed, and I have to say, one of our players to look at for our Vodafone MVP, because we're still looking to crown it, Matt.
We certainly are looking to crown the Vodafone MVP here tonight. And we might just be able to find a winner. We'll have to wait and see, though, as we still have plenty more matches here tonight. Plenty more maps to play. But we're still going to be into this one for the moment. Looks like Wildcard tracking 3 players over towards the A site. I've already marked 1 player with the recon drone there. Not going to be playing off that information, though. Just still going to be holding their ground, waiting to see if the side of Legacy will potentially dedicate any players forward to try and play aggressively here. Looks like Legacy, they're just going to hold the tight angles, considering they're pretty ecoed out here. They just want to try and get Wildcard to play into them. And if they push towards A, maybe we see that Bucky on Punda find some fruit. Looks like Wildcard still just going to remain ever hesitant, at least for the moment, but slowly looking to push towards middle and perhaps B.
Oh, wait, Frigo didn't actually spot him. I thought he saw the shoulder of Mike, but neither player appears have seen either side. And of course, that's, I guess, the perks of Spectator. We're able to see a little bit more than maybe the players are able to see. Snake Spike goes towards the yellow box, and Wildcard look to go take towards B here. Infrequent again up on this high line of the yellow box. Nice Hacks actually expects him to be there, and a good shot coming out. Duddy dropping some ones in with a Sheriff shock as well from Yafang, peppering bullets into this Wildcard side, forcing RD to play a little bit further back at the yellow box. Nice Hacks finalizes the kill. Noz actually able to trade it, though. This is such a good hold still from the side of Wildcard, and nobody able to walk up here. 1 player to fall, but round goes to Wildcard. Double digits secured here, and it's getting scary close to that 13.
13 is going to be the magic number for both of these teams right now. And which team will be able to take it? That is going to be the question, Tony. Legacy, Luckily for them, going to be back onto a bye round now, though. Have lost 4 rounds in a row to their oppressors. We'll see if they can look to change it, though. Wildcard, of taking those rounds, have such a hefty economy that even if they lose this one, they can still buy fully, if not more, into the next one. As we say that, though, we are going to be pushing on right into this one. Wildcard looking to see if they can spot anyone playing close over towards this A site right now. Even just still spotting it out over towards middle, seeing if anyone's going to push B. Just playing a patient game. We'll see if their patience pays off.
Yeah, it's all up to patience here. It's all who has, of course, the mental fortitude, because this game, this series overall tests the player to the absolute fullest, and both these teams have been tested to their absolute fullest, and you can see why we're at a scoreline like this on our final map of Icebox. It is heartbreaking to lose this one. Of course, this is our lower round 2, and neither of these teams want to go home. They still want to fight for that last chance qualifier spot. And, well, Wildcard appear to be fighting a little bit harder as Swirl starts it off on Yafeng.
Definitely getting a nice start here. Could even find another one, as a matter of fact. Legacy pretty close on the site, though, but the spike will inevitably go down. Now, pressure going to be on for Legacy to find something. Looks like they do find something. Twofold there. Mike and Bunda starting it off strong. Still need to find something else, though. Trades going through left, right, and center. Infrequent going off one. Sign going to be the last one alive, though. 1v2 trying to stop the defusal. Does actually do it in the end there. Sign's going to be the last one alive with that Empress. Will they be able to find the kill with 5 bullets remaining? Nice hacks at the bare minimum. Going to be ticking it to halfway there. Still playing to a T, and Sign falls through. Clutching it away for Wildcard.
Signed your name on the dotted line. He has been a killer this series. He's been a killer this map. 26-8. What more could you want out of the Queen? Signed with the Empress, delivering in the most crucial of rounds. Wildcard now to 11. Legacy on an eco. This is Wildcard starting to stem it out of control. Matt, this is 5 rounds in a row on this attack side, making it more than doable here in this 12th. And Legacy, they're going to have to dig deep again. The mental fortitude is of the essence. And Legacy, they're looking to be checked out almost.
Almost going to be checking out of this map. Might have one opportunity left. An ice axe going to be found. RDW finding another one. Everyone walking in his direction. Signed, luckily, does manage to find at least a kill from a distance there. Now putting the man advantage a little bit further in their favor. Yafeng, however, does manage to find a further kill there. So, 2 rifles recovered by the Legacy roster. Might actually be able to put them to use here and go for a retake. They've got the Hunter's Fury available. I don't know if they dedicate it here, though. Yafeng going to be spotted just as the poison wall does look to elevate. Now going to leave it to Bunda. 1-on-3 situation. Whether they go for this or not is up for questioning, considering that if Wildcard take this round, it is now going to put them on series point. And then Legacy going to need to win every round forward. Panda at least finds 1 kill, though, as well. Going to be able to secure Panda in the end, though. So Wildcard now taking it to series point. It all comes down to this. Legacy, they need to give it their all. Shall they rise or will they fall?
Yeah, Legacy, they're going to need 3 straight rounds to go to overtime here. And Wildcard, they're going to need just 1 more. 6 straight in this attacking side. Their attack side has been the most dominant we've seen from any roster here on Icebox so far in the O's Champ. So I have to say, Wildcard really showing up huge. And it's all to a credit, of course, Sign, but Swirl, Infrequent have been having their moments as well. RD, Noz, it's a team effort across the board, despite, of course, the heavy kill total being put up by Sign. It's a 5v5 game at the end of the day, and it's Wildcard as 5 trying to pull themselves across the line and pull themselves into another lower bracket matchup.
See if they'll be able to do just that here and now. As you can absolutely feel the pressure in this round. Infrequent at least going to be able to take out the recon drone here. Just waiting to see if they find any further information as Wildcard look to edge their way ever closer towards this A site. Could catch Legacy off guard here if they play their cards right.
Yeah, and they're looking to play their cards right towards A site, but Duddy beautiful start. We haven't seen the performance from him so far, but that is a massive double to collect. Punda as well, shot and missed from infrequent. Third from Duddy, trying to find that fourth under Noz, because of course he's the only player left here for Wildcard. That's going to be Fang. Peek it out the rafter. Noz actually collects another. That's Res now available. Could make this a 2v3 if he's able to get it, but his teammates are all in rough positions to go for this Res. Punda up on top of the screen. Mike towards the back of the site. The wall will go up to go for the plant here. Noz trying to stick it with 15 seconds, but Legacy are going to be dumping the Util in. Punda's still up on top of this screen's position. Noz doesn't expect it. He might have heard the reload, but doesn't. 5-4. Noz is just hunting for this kill on a Punda, but he's going to be taken by Mike in the back of sight. 10 now to 12. Wildcard, unfortunately, not quite able to close it there. Legacy still fighting for dear life.
Absolutely holding on desperately to stay in this series right now, Tony. As they do now only take it to 2 rounds between them. They finally stop the hot streak that Wildcard managed to secure there. We'll see if they will be able to further that here and now as well, though, considering they still have a lot more to play for here. Definitely a solid hold towards the A side, but maybe Wildcard look to change direction, look to dedicate towards B side mostly instead this time.
Oh.
Nice Sack's going to be able to take out Infrequent, though, to start it off.
That's a shot, and that's one beautifully placed by Nice Hacks. Of course, another player that we haven't seen the crazy kills come out of so far in this this second half here. It's all been Wildcard really running amok. Mike going to be going for the aggressive play down. Shub actually going to be caught. Your Fang sends the owl drone through. 4-4 here. Legacy with 4 members. Wildcard with the same here. Nice Hacks going to be holding the kitchen here, backed up by your Fang over towards the boiler. There's a double operator setup in play here for Legacy. A lot is on the line and very aggressive to be going for a double sniper here. Wildcard looking to go for a split up through middle, but send their sights and send their attention back towards this A site. They ping where they want the wall, because of course it's Punda, the one to hold it all down on this A site.
38 seconds to go now. Wildcard using the recon drone there to spot somebody on the site. No one actually going to be located. Punda remaining unchecked for the moment. Now Wildcard looking to dedicate though. Punda spots one but gets taken down. Now it looks like the Viper's pick going to be activated as well. Going to allow Wildcard to get that spike planted in this 4-on-3 situation, and they're certainly playing their cards right. Legacy, the pressure continues to build here. Looks like the Empress going to be activated by them. They realize it could be all over here unless they manage to get into gear and take control. Now looking to stroll their way past though, looking to see if they can push straight through this Viper's pit. Looking to spot these players, and they do actually spot at least one of them through the smoke there. Maybe get some shots through. Your Fang and Dunny going to be going down though. Nice axe to follow, and Wildcard have done a Tony. They're going to be taking their way further forward in the Oceanic Championships.
Wildcard. The dedicated and unspeakable mental fortitude that had to have come out for that game to come across the line. Of course, a beautiful game from Signed, a massive performance as well from Swirl, who we haven't quite seen. Of course, the young gun was a little bit quiet, but he came out swinging. Wildcard with a 2-1 victory over Legacy, and that will be Legacy falling out in the lower bracket. And of course, Wildcard look to make this lower bracket run become a reality here, Matt.
Definitely having to work extra hard for it, it would appear, Tony, especially after seeing the result of that series.
Yeah, that was a crazy series overall. We saw overtime first map on, of course, Split. We haven't seen Split in so very long, especially out of some of these teams in the top of the region. And of course, Wildcard Legacy delivered on all fronts. We saw Legacy feel the hurt after, some of those rounds started to fall out of their favor there on Ascent, and then they came into map 3 with a goal in mind, and unfortunately, Wildcard's goal was just that little bit more ambitious, and you saw such a strong performance out of Wildcard overall, and I believe we've got an interview with Swirl. Swirl, how are you doing after that long game, my friend?
I'm doing pretty good, yeah. How you guys?
Yeah, doing pretty good there, Swirl. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. That was one hell of a game from you guys, man. I just can't believe it. You had everyone on the edge of their seats there. Like, really just great job.
Thank you.
I guess to fire off our first question, you guys played a very close split. I see you guys actually opted to go for the pick there on split. What was the kind of ideal? Was it like a curveball kind of throw? Because I know Legacy don't like to play split all too much.
Yeah, well, we just went for like we know most of the maps, and we knew that they're like kind of bandits, so we're just like, yeah, might as well play it. It's probably one of our like least cracked maps again, but take the shot. If we miss, we miss,
Nothing wrong with shooting your shot there, and it looks like you did play to success here tonight. But as we do progress through the lower bracket, do you feel like some of the other teams you may come up against might be able to put up as much of a showing as Legacy did tonight? Or do you feel a bit more confident against the competition that you're yet to face?
I mean, as a team, we've always been slow starters. So, like, it's expected for us to be a bit slow on the first few maps, but we always, fire up in the second/third map. So, the next competition, I don't really know who we're versing, but it'll be a fun game, no matter the loss or a win.
Yeah, I believe it's Peace v Nebula. Yeah, any thoughts going into that matchup? Maybe you want to get some revenge against Peace, of course, one of those teams that's fighting for that top spot with you guys as well.
Yeah, like Peace, they're a great team. Same with Nebula. I love both of them. Would be keen to verse both. Pretty much it.
No, definitely keen to see what you guys are going to be capable of pressing forward into the rest of this tournament, and certainly hoping that you guys will be able to continue to do God's work in your plays. Congratulations on your win tonight. But thanks so much for joining us tonight, Swirl. And do you have any final words? That's
pretty much it.
I'm gonna. Oh, yep. That's all good. All right. Not sure what happened there. Thank you for joining us tonight, though, Swirl. Much appreciated. And what a game that we had on our hands there, Tony. Just really impressed overall. And that's only the first series. We're not even finished yet. We still got more of this, guys.
That is absolutely crazy there. Of course, a crazy series. And yeah, as you said, very, very hotly contested. But as you said, yeah, as another series underway in just a second, it's going to be, of course, Peace v Nebula. And this is also going to be a really good game on paper because both of these teams have been performing to massive expectations recently. Of course, Nebula with that upset win over Mind Freak in the lower bracket round one, and Peace, unfortunately, being bested by Order in that lower bracket, might be looking to do the lower bracket run themselves.
We'll see if they'll be able to do just that. But we do have another series on our hands, so whilst we do get that one prepared for all you wonderful people at home, we will be heading to a break. Just a note, though, it will be a bit of an extended break whilst we get this one set up. Just wanted to let you guys know. So thank you for bearing with us, and we'll be back as soon as we can.
With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your Endless Starter mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you!
Three beautiful stuff here coming out from Pain.
They'll know exactly that there's a player here and potentially trying to come up with a second play.
No, oh my god!
The Viper's pit does get pulled on out. Clutchy dispatches of Easy, and there's another entry point.
Even with all the Viper units still down here for Marty W. Bunda.
They do gather the information, and Myth has actually moved around onto the other side of this poison cloud. It's great on the whole. Another picked up by Myth. A third. He's shooting. Oh my word!
Welcome back, everybody, to the VALORANT Oceanic Championships. My name is Matsy, coming at you again with Two-Tap Tony. And Tony, what a hell of a match we just came out of. Oh my god.
Yeah, it was good, I guess, to take a little bit of a step back and regather ourselves, because my god, that was a close affair. Wildcard taking it 2-1 over Legacy. And as well, guys, appreciate you all staying by and staying tuned, because, you know, we went to a bit of an extended break here, but we're going to be going live here with our second game. It's Peace versus Nebula map. This is also going to be a crazy close one, I have a feeling.
Definitely eager to see this one coming on a paper, and we will just take a look at exactly how the leaderboard has shaped up as a result of that last series as well. Obviously, just going to take a quick look just over at the bracket here, seeing a wildcard taking it away over Legacy, now pushing them forward a little bit further in the lower bracket. They will be facing the victor out of Peace versus Nebula. And the winner of that matchup will be facing the loser of the upcoming matchup in the next day or so of the Order versus Bliss lineup. But obviously we do have another matchup before us today, and we're going to take a look at some of the teams that we will be seeing here. So, starting things off, we've got the Peace roster. It's going to be Clutchy, Tensai, Sicko, Nation, and Ronsky. Can you tell us a bit about them, Tony?
I'd love to. Peace, one of these rosters that's bursted onto the scene in the last few months. Of course, around that of core of, I believe, the ex-BTS or whatever you wanted to call them. Peace, a star-studded lineup of individual stars. And of course, individually, as a team, too, they've been performing to absolute expectations as well. You can see all their lovely faces across the board here. Tensai, one of the new additions to this roster, and he has been putting up numbers. He has been doing bits here in the IGL role and trying to get some structure into this very loose Peace roster.
Definitely showing the abundance of experience there from a player, but we've got another roster on our hands tonight. It is going to be Nebula. You know them, you love them. They're here once again. It's going to be Minimize, Calf, Tax, Jesse, and Rules.
Yeah, we love to see, of course, this Nebula roster. One of these teams that's taken a heavy amount of strategical knowledge from the, of course, overseas teams, EU, NA, whether it be wherever. Minimize always doing his research, of course, with this, you know, newly found confidence that Nebula have with, of course, now adding Calf to this roster. Tax, Jesse, Rolls as well. Very star-studded lineup for them as well. This is going to be a star-studded game, Matt. Look at these percentages. The KPR here for Nebula, and I have to say their upset game against Mindfreak last night was something to behold.
Absolutely. This tournament just filled with upsets, but let's take a look at some of the highlight players from both of these teams, Ronsky and Tax. These players are ones to look out for. You definitely can count on them to take your team above the line.
Yeah, just have a look at those numbers, just individually. The ACS toe-to-toe, Ronsky 265 to Tax's 236. KDRs as well, 1.2 to 1.14. This is going to be a head-to-head matchup to watch. Of course, Tax, normally not the jet player we see, it's Calf, but of course, Tax, a very individually star-studded player. And of course, we know him very, very well from his Counter-Strike days, though, Matt.
Oh, yes, those Counter-Strike days certainly helping out quite a few of the players here tonight. Obviously, we know Tax from Counter-Strike, but we also know Tensai definitely doing bits in CSGO as well. But we've got a matchup on our hands here, and we've got some map vetoes to look through, and it looks like here they are taking a look at Haven being banned out first, followed by Bind, and the first pick actually going to be Icebox.
Yeah, it makes sense there. Nebula, I'm not quite sure about the Haven ban. Maybe Peace have been practicing it behind the scenes, but of course, Peace perma-banning Bind. They don't want anything to do with it. I believe after their Winter Cup game in the Legends stage, it was just nothing to do with Bind ever since. Clutchy, I believe, even had a word to me that said, "Yeah, we don't want to play Bind at all. It's just not a great map for us overall." So, of course, Icebox, Breeze being left in the pool, very, very good, I have to say, for Peace, but you know, we've seen Nebula play quite a close affair on Breeze recently. You know, 4-2, a 67% win rate overall. And Ascent being our final map, this isn't too bad of a vetoes for either side, man.
No, definitely showing at least the teams can play pretty confidently, playing to their strengths, and hopefully we will be able to see that come out in full swing here. Maybe we could have another 3-mapper on our hands, Tony, because they've got some high competition to really match up to. I mean, you saw that last series really going the full distance there, and I'm keen to see exactly what is going to come through on this one as well, Tony. But in terms of obviously the teams at hand tonight, who do you feel might have maybe a slight edge over the other? Do you feel like maybe this veto favors one of the teams, or maybe do you feel like everyone's pretty evenly matched in that sense?
Yeah, it's very hard to tell. Of course, I believe, you know, Nebula, as you said, Breeze, and you know, Bind some of their bread and butter picks recently. Unfortunately, we won't get to see Bind, so we won't get to see the coveted post-plant Nebula kind of composition that they've been working on, of course, in the past. But I have to say, Calf in their series yesterday, Tax 2 performing to absolute massive scenes against Mindfreak, and if they're taking a toe-to-toe against Mindfreak, they could probably do it against Peace as well.
We'll see if they will be able to do just that coming into this series here tonight, because obviously there's a lot to play for against a roster like Peace. You really are facing up to a truly tremendous foe, and we'll see if Nebula might be able to defy the scales once again and progress through this lower bracket, where the victor of this matchup will be facing off against the likes of Wildcard. We saw just how close Wildcard truly took it in their last series. It goes to show that they aren't invincible. They can lose maps, and maybe one of these teams might be capable of taking a series off them. We will have to wait and see, though.
Yeah, with Wildcard looking mortal, you can see that maybe some of these teams are just a little bit scared. And of course, we go over to our picks. No bans, of course, because we don't have enough characters really to ban yet. So it's going to be Icebox here to start it off, as we said. Nebula going to be on that defense side. Peace going to be on that attacking side. And you can see some lock-ins already coming in. Nation straight to the Viper. Tensa going to be straight to the Killjoy. And for Nebula, they're wasting no time. It's going to be Tax on the Sky. Little bit of an interesting swap up, though. It's Minimize picking the Cypher as of late.
Definitely loving to see the Cypher picks coming out tonight. And who knows, Tony, maybe we might see some cheeky camera angles, just like what we saw on Split earlier tonight. Definitely eager to see exactly what is going to be coming through from the rosters, however, as we do go through some of the wonderful camera angles, seeing every little nook and a cranny on the wonderful map of Icebox to begin. And just where we finished in the last series, we will come back to the beginning here. Let's see exactly what these two teams are going to be capable of, though. Let's get this show on the road.
Yeah, Icebox is a little bit of an interesting term of events here for both of these rosters. I believe we've seen Icebox from both teams in recent circumstance. Of course, the side of Nebula actually going all the distance there on Icebox to 2-0 the likes of Mindfreak in that lower round. And as well, for the side of Peace, we saw Icebox in their game against Order, where they fell in the upper semis, and that's why they're down here at this lower bracket, Matt, and trying to make that run possible against a potential weakened Wildcard.
We'll see if we will be able to see Wildcard's mortality tomorrow, but we do have Peace now trying to push towards this B side. Going to actually be caught by Minimize there to begin with. Rel's taking a little bit of damage themselves. Now just trying to trigger those cyber cages there, just trying to create a little bit of distance between Peace and this B spike site. We'll be waiting to see if they will venture any further. Looks like Tensai actually going to be waiting just outside kitchen there. Spots Calth. I'm not going to be able to get the headshot though. Going to be a bit angry there. Actually going to be taking out some utility as well. I thought maybe they were a bit keen on pizza, but no, they actually spotted some utility there.
Yeah, it was a bit of a rough wire too to take out there. Tensai seems to be struggling, but yeah, Peace losing a member early on, not the way you want to be taking this kind of B hit. Royals going to be seeing the toxic screen appear upon him, and he's going to be trying to pepper some shots into Peace before they get into that site, but at the moment, Tensai in a very nice off angle underneath the tube. A few players, of course, grouping around this spawn side. Minimize and, of course, going to be his teammate rocking the double heal. Not what we're normally used to seeing on a map like Icebox, but if Nebula are looking to use it, Tensai looking to get the flank on early. Royals already been spotted, and Nebula are getting pelted with bullets by either side. Tensai just behind, sees the guiding light come out from Tax, actually sets up for the kills, but Minimize. Beautiful shot, finding Tensai. Now Sicko left to deal with 2 walls in the favor here. Calf trying to stick it full, going to go for the half tap and pulls out the pistol. Calf goes close range against Sicko. He's able to pick it up. First round on the board for Nebula. Pistol is theirs.
Definitely cutting it close towards the end there, though, Tony. Those flanks coming through from Tensai certainly making a tremendous impact for the side of Peace early on. Definitely making a statement. We'll see if they will be able to find further cheeky picks like those ones pushing on to round number 2 here. As we do have the upgraded weapons being brought out by Nebula already. 3 Spectres, the Bulldog, and the Marshal on the side of Peace. Looks like they're going to be buying up a couple of Marshals of their own, as well as a couple of Sheriffs there. We'll see if they can find some kills here as the Guiding Light already comes through, and Calf pulls through with the first.
And what a start here. Calvi even going for another, trying to get his hands in that cookie jar, take himself a chalk chip as well as a white chalk. Is Nebula starting this round off with a bang yet again. Peace as well. It's, of course, going to be Ronsky taken extremely low. Jesse playing on the other side of this wall for the moment, going to be waiting a walk. Yup, he has turned away. Jesse actually going to find it. Turns back to find Sicko. Shots on the Tensai. He's extremely low. So many Peace players just getting peppered with bullets early by Nebula. Nothing really they can do to answer it either. Ronsky stuck behind a toxic screen, and a Calf looking to peek him. Ronsky just trying to hit a shot to the Maze player. They're over-aggressing maybe at the moment because Calf going to be taken out, but Tax is able to trade it back. Trying to play that headshot line. Ronsky down to 29 here in a 1v4. There's a quick flank coming in, not as quick as you'd expect, but still 3 players here on the A site for Nebula.
See if Peace might be able to find a little bit of further damage here, as Ronsky, in fact, does line it up one. Now looking to send other players right into the sun there. Flank could come through, but not today. Minimize manages to minimize the casualties for their team, taking out that player. And we'll push on to round number 3 here. Bonus round ahead of us. Peace going to be picking up Vandals in abundance. Actually going to pick up a Bulldog alongside it. We'll see if they will be able to set things up alongside it. And that tripwire actually going to be set up in the kitchen again, Tony. We'll see if they have to push past that or whether their efforts are allocated elsewhere.
Yeah, that tripwire is really good and really hard to deal with if you're a Peace player. Of course, you have to either shoot that wire out or give yourself and walk over it. And, well, Nebula either is a good sign for them. They get the info off of it, nevertheless. You can see info potential gathered towards this B site as one player has been spotted. Now drone comes through. Minimize playing close here. Another wire actually down towards the ground. Both of those now going to be dissipating. Royals with the Bulldog in hand, only able to find the first. Though Tax with a quick trade in with the Sheriff, but Sicko immediately to the site sinks the bullet between Tax's eyes. And the wall will go down. The spike will be planted to Peace now in a 3v2 post-plant position.
A nice outcome for Peace there. Looks like Nebula have evened it up already, though, taking out Tensai there. Now going to be the 2-on-2 situation. Could certainly be one. Sicko, the timing! Oh, no! Cal's going to be able to take him down there. Now going to all come down to Clutchy here. Clutchy hiding behind the yellow box, trying to take out Jesse, but Jesse gets it done! Nebula, they managed to do it, Tony. They take away the 3rd.
And that's bonus, not something we see as of late here in the OS Champs. Bonus being picked up by Nebula. 3-0 start to this round. Jesse and Calf on a beautiful reset, collecting 3 players apiece, collecting themselves a 3rd round, and that has got to be sour. That's broken economy now for Peace. They're still looking to buy Martial Light Shield. Ronsky straight to the Vandal, one off the Blade Storm. Of course, Tensai and Clutchy do have their ultimates available. That's Rez and the lockdown, but Nebula, they've got ultimates too, Matt. Blade Storm, Neural Theft, and of course the Seekers for Tax.
Have definitely got plenty of effective ultimates available there. We'll see if they have to use them in this round, though. Peace got a couple of their own there with the lockdown and the res. We'll see if they have to use them, however. Already starting to launch a death ball composition over towards the A site. Do have the recon drone to come through, trying to clear out those positions, see if someone will find them. Seekers actually do spot all of the Peace players just outside the entrance of the site there. So Tax going to be spotted out, forced to retreat. Jesse could actually catch some of the players pushing through Maze, though. One actually pushes past. Tax uses the guiding light, able to say goodnight to one. Going to be shut down by the other, though.
That's the effect this Sky really has. You can go for some aggressive plays. The guiding light, Minimize trying to hold the crossfire, but Tensai actually able to hit the bullet. Another from Tensai. He peeks the screens. Maze Res going to be coming in. Calf there to find two of his own. In return, making a third. Calf now dashing to the side. Blade Storm still available, but Calf is still going off. One more on the board to put it on the line. Ace for Calf. One more player, Sicko, behind the box. The spike has gone down. Calf down to 32 points of HP. He has to check every corner, and Sicko makes it hard to do. Calf with a valiant effort, but it's finally a first round on the board for Peace.
Definitely fighting valiantly through the blood there, and they do manage to flood their way through, taking away a round, but that almost went the way of Nebula, Tony. One more kill, and it would have been over and out for them. Luckily for the side of Peace, though, they do manage to maintain their lives right up to the end, and will take their first there. Looks like both teams still going to maintain a pretty healthy economy. Do have Vandals aplenty on the side of Peace, and similarly on the side of Nebula, plenty of rifles to play with there. Looks like Peace have managed to find Minimizer's position there. Haven't spotted Calth as well. Their teammate, though. Calth takes out one, not able to get any more. And so, 1 for 1 to begin.
Blood for blood here. Peace and Nebula both playing for keeps. Both jets being taken out earlier in the round, and Blade Storm, of course, being used and utilized by Calth to find Ronsky close range. That's not an easy corner to check in. Nebula, that was a very interesting hold to go for. Triple B stack, Minimize, and of course his teammate with the Viper trying to hold it, but as well, Calth looking to go for some aggressive play. Lockdown now towards the A site for Peace. Nobody here going to be playing on site for Nebula. They're just going to be playing for the post, because of course it's very hard to hold down a site with a lockdown coming in play, as well as the Viper and all the util that comes out of that character. Spike will go down. Peace now on the 4v4. Nebula, though, still looking to make the retake possible, but this is so much to fight against, and Peace are in such a good position.
We'll see if they can manage to stay in that position, though. Looks like the Hunter's Fury does come out from Peace, trying to stop a Nebula in their tracks there. Do catch a slight amount of damage, not enough to kill them yet, but now they know where they're huddled up. Sage Wall comes through, though. Nation might actually be able to pull through there. 1 for 1 trade to come through now, going in favor of Peace there. Still need to find a few more kills, though, but this spike, it's trickling down. There might not be enough time here. Tax at least finds one on the exit, but that is going to be the round there, going the way of Peace. They've managed to do it. They play the time, and it pays dividends.
Yeah, they kind of just had to dip there. The time isn't of the essence there for Nebula and Peace. A valiant hold there. You saw so many snake bites just come out of Nation. He dumped one, he dumped the other straight away. Stalls for the time, and Peace, they're able to put a second on the board, though still very, very rough economy situation for Nebula. Peace actually have found the upper hand, taking so many kills, even off the double rifle being saved. Nebula are in a rough spot here, Matt, to start this half off.
Definitely put themselves in a unique scenario, but alas, they are still technically in the lead here. That could change pending the result of this round, though, considering their economy's pretty split for the moment. Do have Peace to consider there, fully kitted out on their rifles. Looks like Peace, they're playing this one a little bit further back, just waiting to see if Nebula will push towards them, because maybe they have that awareness that Nebula are actually going to be ecoed out here, and if they push into them, then it'll just make it easier for them.
Yeah, it's definitely not the circumstance you want to be in. Of course, Minimize holding for that out drone push. Rel's just going to be playing shorty close range. Clutchy and a teammate, Ronsky, coming up, but Calth He's actually in a really good spot. Nobody going to be checking him for the moment. Clutchy, his footsteps will be made aware. Nobody's actually going to see Calth in this top position here, just above the nest. And above Peace as a whole here. Tensai Nation going to be shot at there. Calth not quite able to find the second on to the other two. Clutchy, of course, the one to receive those bullets. Sicko going to drop one here, but the drop in from Jesse off that wall being put up in place, but he's not quite able to find the kill. So many positions for Nebula to being taken, but unfortunately not quite able to find the bullets necessary to get these kills. Sicko and the rest of Peace playing far back. Clutchy going for some pepper damage in, takes minimized low down to about 1 point of HP. It's going to be up to Rails to be the hero here, as Peace just play far off the site in this post plant.
Definitely trying to maintain their distance from the site as much as they can. Real's going to be able to take out one, but nobody else are going to be following there. The round now goes the way of Peace, but aside from that fact, Nebula at least put in a pretty solid effort to take out 3 of the players on the Peace roster, certainly trying to destabilize their economy, and it has made waves, at least on some of the players. Peace still going to be able to buy up pretty successfully into this round though, but now Nebula looking to meet them face to face here as they've got a buy of their own. One ultimate apiece on both teams. The Vipers pits looking to come true very soon.
Yeah, Peace have met Nebula halfway here at, of course, this first half. Calth going a bit aggressive with that operator, trying to start it off with a quick pick onto Peace, but Peace for the moment, they play a little bit more passive. Calth goes for another shot, goes for the aggress. Ronsky, that's a shot straight to Jesse's dome, and Ronsky continues to push off the pressure alone from that first kill. Calth now scoped in, trying to find this first shot, but nobody still here being shown by this Peace side. Calth looking, but it's going to be Ronsky takes it, Tax trades it back. Spike gonna go down, that wall gonna be busted for the moment, but Tax, he might have wanted that wall up because he's taken down. Minimize and Sicko gonna be trading blows, and Minimize gonna be winning there as the Vipers pit out from Peace. Welcome to my world. Peace now have 3 in this site to hold it down, and it's just 4 Rails being DK'd by the second, taken out by Nation, and Peace answer back with 4 straight rounds after the 3 of Nebula.
Definitely showing quite the resurgence here from the Peace roster, Tony. Looking to not rest in peace, but looking to wreak havoc here on map number 1 of this best of 3 series. We'll see how things do play out, pressing further into it though, as Nebula, they got 3 ultis available, their economy in tatters, but doesn't mean they can't use those ultimates later. We'll see how their defenses do formulate though, considering they got the Marshal and the Spectre as well as some pistols. Looks like Rails is going to be the first line of contact though, going down towards B.
Yeah, what better way than Ronsky to start it off? Of course, the player you want to be feeling all of the confidence right now. When he's hitting shots, he's hitting shots. Minimize, able to find one before falling. Ronsky immediately trades it, gets the Blade Storm online yet again. Tax goes through that smoke. Actually, the toxic screen not covering, but Ronsky up on top, able to take down 2 more players looking for this ace, and Calth might be looking to give it over to him. Peeks the left side, Cloudburst drops. Ronsky still holding for it, and beautiful flick. Ronsky picks up the ace, and that is what we like to see, an MVP performance from Ronsky to start this first map off. 11 and 8 Blade Storm in hand, Matt. This is a Peace now fired up.
Definitely fired up and ready for action here. They are chuffed about their performance thus far, but there's still plenty more work to do as we do push on here. Nebula, at least, going to be back on to their primaries themselves. Maybe looking to stop Peace in their tracks, but Peace, they are on track to wreak havoc here, to snowball their way through many more rounds if they continue like this. Looks like they are going to be going for a split approach through middle, as well as just on the outside of A at the moment. Tax could be looking to find them over towards middle, though, playing around the boiler position. Ronsky actually does find the better end of that engagement. Minimize looking to pick things up, though. Here's the steps coming through. Smoke actually put down there in the cloud burst. Minimize doing a trickle of damage, getting a kill out of it, almost finding a second.
Oh my god, Minimize, very cheeky to go for that one. There was 3 players over at mid there for Peace, and he was peeking over into every one of them. And of course, now Peace Gonna peek over to maybe this A site and have to contend with Kauth back of it with the operator in hand. Rez comes out, shot flick from Kauth has been on point, I have to say. Operator in hands and it appears to be wielded correctly. 1-for-1 trade. Seekers come out. Nebula not even gonna let Peace plant this spike before going for this retake.
Looks like Peace are going to be able to maintain at least some control though, but alas, they do crumble. Nebula managed to come back, only losing 2 players in the round, and now take it 1 round between them. Peace, off the flurry of rounds they did manage to secure though, will at least have a decent enough economy in order to support themselves into a full buy here. And they got the Blade Storm and the Res available to play with. We'll see if they do put those to use coming into this round, because even if Ronsky pushes in with the Blade Storm, might get taken down, Clutchy might be able to get that res through, and then they can look to further their assault from there. It all comes onto the table here. Looks like they are going to set up towards B this time, and they've already spotted Rules playing around the container.
But you can see Nebula, they're wasting no time in maybe taking some aggression. Kauth holding towards the mid-cross. Peace might be looking to meet him. Tensa checking flank. Clutchy, of course, holding the A push off. Nebula, they've actually heavily rotated off this A site completely. If Peace read this, they might look to take that site uncontested, but straight back to B they go. It would seem Kauth, a beautiful shot in the 10 side. Peace actually going to be Ronsky, pick it up, minimize on the entry. Toxic Orb covers, and there is the res you expected to see. Clutchy going to be bringing 10 side back to the fray. 4v5 here for Nebula to hold it, and well, for Peace, as we expected to see, a rotate straight back to this A site.
They're going to take it slow but steady over towards that A site. Only have 1 player to contend with currently. Kauth looking to rotate over though to support their teammate in Jesse. Waiting on the site. Lockdown going to be initiated though. Trying to get these defenders as far away from the site as possible. Jesse just looking to fully commit to this one though. May need to swing out sooner rather than later. They do pick up 1, make that 2. Jesse going to be now stuck alone on the site, but at least they take 2 with them. Kauth looking to support it, takes out another one. Nation now going to be with their teammate, just trying to get that spike down as soon as they can. Kauth might be able to stop them. No, they do. The spike planter goes down. This round is going the way of Nebula.
And a celebratory right click from Kauth. Beautiful on the knives to deny the plant there and keep Nebula in that round. 5-5 on the scoreline, and Kauth, he's going toe-to-toe with Ronsky, Matt. Not what we expected to see to start this series off, but it is more than welcome.
Certainly a very welcome beginning for both of these teams here, and with 5-5 being the scoreline, there is only a couple of opportunities for one or the other team to pull ahead here. We could see 7-5, or we could see 6-6. Once again, feeling a sense of deja vu if it heads in that direction. Alas, the round begins. Peace looking to push towards the A site this time. Only have the Sage to deal with, defending on it thus far. Looks like they have a teammate coming through from the front and the back, though. This flank potentially coming through from Tax could be huge, but if Peace speed things up, they might not get that chance.
Yeah, Cloudburst goes out, Ronsky goes in, camera does spot it, right click to Jesse, pinpoint accurate, finds another on the rails, finds the third on a Kauth, he doesn't quite get the fourth, Sicko steals it away, but as he said, Tax now left on this flank, and he's a little bit too late now to the party. Peace have already cut the cake, and they're already sung happy birthday, Tax. It's going to have to be a rough call to action, a 1v5 in the dart spots, and Tax is just not having a rough, not a great start here to this, where he's saying he's just going to back off, keep his gun, guiding light, Trailblazer as well, and Peace, they're going to be picking up this 6th.
A solid brute force approach coming through from Peace there. Nebula just looking to struggle in that round, but at least Tax may be able to potentially save out their Vandal here. So coming into the last round of the half, round number 12 here, they at least won't have to spend as much money. Might be able to support themselves a little further here. Alas, here we go. They are going to be forcing up every single possible weapon they can. Minimize and Co. just trying to pick up the Vandals and all the utility they can possibly dream of. Looks like Peace going to be prepared themselves, and both teams, they have one ultimate each at the moment. Peace they've got the Hunter's Fury, and Minimize on Nebula has got the Neural Theft there. I feel like potentially the Sober ultimate could carry a little bit more value, but then again, seeing where your opponents are with that Neural Theft could carry a huge amount of value depending on the situation.
Yeah, and I guess a little bit of an interesting point to make that, you know, some of these Sentinel players, especially some at the top level, don't normally go for the Cypher pick on Icebox, so Minimize appears to have taken his research a little bit elsewhere, and of course bringing out this Cypher on a map like Icebox. He's playing it quite recently. Minimize we normally get to see on the Sky. Speaking of Sky though, Tax is dead to right. Runsky, Nation starting it. Royale's able to trade it back on a Nation, but still be on the cards here. Jesse trying to sneak through middle, and Clutchy actually turns tail. Sicko holding for another flank potentially. Royale's just going to be beating the crosshair. Sicko, it is left to poor Kauth. 1v4, it's doable. There is a low Tensai going to be healed up, though he has to isolate 4 individual 1v1s to find this round, Matt. This is a crazy spot to be in for this last round.
We'll see if they will be able to find these 1v1s as the spike does slowly tick down, but alas, it's not meant to be here. 7-5 will be the scoreline in favor of Peace here. Now we push on to the second side of map number 1 here. Not a bad outcome for both teams, I'd say. You know, coming ahead by 2 rounds, it's not too shabby. You can easily pave your way towards double digits quite effectively from that. In the same token, Nebula, they don't have to work too hard in order to equalize between these two teams. They take the pistol, they potentially have that 7-7 scoreline, then it all comes down to the bonus round to really dictate who's going to be able to pull ahead. There's a lot of ways that this could play out. I'm very eager to see just how effectively these teams are able to adapt to the change of sides here. Whether we see Nebula start to find their footing again, or whether we see Peace continue to flourish like they did towards the end there.
Yeah, it's all really up to how Pistol starts. Nation are going to be going for some jump peeking early. Toxic Screen go up from both sides. This one, of course, covers a little bit deeper than the one that Peace have thrown themselves. Minimize, though, has thrown himself into the mix. Cow pushed through, actually spots another on top of that Toxic Screen. Clutchy's on top of the site, isn't going to be finding a pick just yet. It's all going Nebula's way. Rails has taken out Clutchy, and it's a flawless round from Nebula, and a beautiful shot from Rails to close. It's 6 now on the board for Nebula, and losing nobody in the process, Matt. They get to keep those ghosts, they get to keep their money a little bit higher. Maybe a few players, of course, going to be going light shields, but no, they're all heavy shields. Guardian, Bulldog, 3 Spectres in play, and Peace, they got really nothing to work with. It's just going to be straight classics across their board.
We'll see if they might be able to do some effective work with those classics, because if all 5 of them look to work together, they could secure a kill or 2, perhaps. Looks like they are going for a split approach towards middle this time, giving the Nebula roster free reign towards this A site. Luckily, though, one of Peace has managed to rotate through towards the middle opening there in Sicko. Now going to be waiting with their teammate. Looks like Peace are actually trying to get a flank on. Not going to be able to do so effectively, though. Almost taking out Reals there, but Reals does manage to live to fight another day here. And so the rest of the Nebula roster now looking to just completely slaughter the rest of the Peace players. Luckily for them, they've taken out 3. One of them is going to be taken out in kind, though. So Peace do pick up a Spectre.
Yeah, and I guess it's interesting to call on there that Nebula, they just went for the duels. They've got heals. Of course, Jesse and both Tax are able to heal their teammates up, but I say that Spike's going to be denied the play. Clutch gets another from the top of the box. Sicko down to 12 points of HP. Of course, Tax extremely low. Just 1 bullet's all it's needed, but Minimize is going to hit it to Sicko's dome. 7. Our scoreline is evened up, and again, to call on this double heal comp from Nebula, they're able to take so many unfavorable engagements and still walk out ahead because of the heals that they have on their arsenal.
The heals just proving to be an imperative factor towards both teams' overall success here. We'll see if they will continue to do absolute bits for both of these rosters right now as we push on to round number 15 here. Both teams are getting stacked up and ready for action. Peace going to be on their primary weapons in the bonus round here, and Nebula just going to be maintaining control of whatever they can at this point. Even if they do lose it out here, they got a full buy in the next one, so they're probably just going to be playing for kills. They get the round win, that's an added bonus.
Yeah, anything a Nebula get is an added bonus. Bronski, deep push in the middle. Actually going to be guiding light shot. Rails. Okay. Ronsky taken out of the mission. And Ronsky paid for his over-aggression with his life. And that sets trail now towards the A take for Nebula. 4 going to be coming that way. Kath going to be joining them very soon. But you can see a crossfire being established by both Sicko and Clutchy. Dart is good. Nebula, I imagine, going to shoot that one out immediately. They're actually going to aggress onto Sicko. Another shot. The Sheriff's been on point. Clutchy stuck into the side. He's actually able to take out Tax, but Rails, again, with his pistol putting in the absolute most for Nebula. 2 players. It's Nation and Tensai here to retake off of the back of some rough holding here from Peace.
We'll see if they'll be able to retake, as Tensai going to be caught out by Kalth, holding over towards middle. Nation now stuck at the back of the rafters there, looking to see if they can find something. Do hear Jesse coming through on the ropes there. Jesse could be caught out here, but no, it actually works out. The sound cue works perfectly for Minimize to take out Nation and secure the 1-round lead now for Nebula, 8-7 in their way.
Yeah, picking it up piece by piece. Nebula 3 straight again to start this half off, and well, now 1 in the lead and maybe looking to make it 2 because Peace, they don't have the money to buy here. Marshall and a few Sheriffs could be good. We've seen some Sheriffs hit some beautiful taps, but that was Nebula's way. Peace are going to have to put those pretty little pistols to work here as they look to maybe take it towards B. Nebula, of course, there's an old orb, and it's going to be a peek in, but it's a yikes. Tensai, bit of over-aggression caught early by Kalth, and that sends Trail over towards his B site. Seekers out, Minimize takes out Ronsky, and site completely open up for the table here. They just need to wait out that Snake's Bite.
Just going to be waiting that out for the time being. Going to be going for that spike plant now, though. 5 versus 3 situation in their favor. Definitely working out quite nicely. Now just trying to heal up their players as well, as soon as they possibly can, giving their chances a little bit of addition there. Looks like Kalth, though, going to be scoping at the top of the yellow box. Spots 1, able to spot the second. Sicko able to take out 2 players, 1 with the pistol, 1 with the shock dart. Now looking to find some more, though. Tax looking to just push onto the site, see if they can find Clutchy. Clutchy still going to be alive and breathing, though, just outside of the wall there. Tries to get the swing, won't be able to do it in the end, and so Nebula will be able to take away the round now, 9-7 in their favor, taking 4 in a row.
Now that's the effect of taking bonus money, not quite there for Peace, and not quite there in terms of the hold, and it's very, very rough to see right now for Peace. Of course, we didn't get to see the performance we expected out of them yesterday in their series against Order. They performed admirably, but Order just looked like the better team, and Nebula looking like the better team for the moment. Of course, Kalth 1 away from the Blade Storm, and Nebula looking to set their sights again on a bit of a slow split take here. Ronsky, of course, operator in his hands, could be good at starting this round off good for Nebula because they need that first pick.
The opener could be the game changer for them. We'll see if they will be able to find it here, though, as they do slowly pace their way over to this A site. 2 players to consider, 1 towards middle and 1 on the rafters there. The Killjoy utility could be a key factor in stopping this take. It looks like Nebula going to get free reign to pretty much run straight towards this site. Nano Swarms come through, though, but Peace do actually manage to find 1 kill. Nebula quick to trade, though. These walls of poison definitely doing a great job at just keeping the vision limited on the Peace side, and this allows the side of Nebula to go for that spike plant, but Nation not going to let him have it for free. Grill's going down as well. Make that Jesse as well. All down to Kalth now. Peace coming in, swinging, and they managed to take the round.
Yeah, that was a huge push. I have to say, Sicko just in the rest of the piece denying spike plant, not allowing Nebula to do anything there, and not allowing them to position after the plant either. It's just so many kills that went to Peace there, and you know, now 8-9. Nebula, they still have plenty of money, Matt. Of course, more than enough on Royals. 9k, I believe he was at. So, and of course, 4 out of the 5 ultimates here for Nebula. Blade Storm, Neural Theft, Viper's Pit, Rez. And for the side of Peace, I believe it's just, of course, Sicko. and his teammates on the ultimate. It's very minimal in terms of the utility here for Peace, but still playing with a bit of confidence here. As we can see Ronski up on top of the box. The Trailblazer has spotted him and Tax thinking about the guiding line out. Just for good measure, they're going to rotate over towards A.
We'll see if they will be able to catch this rotation as well. They do only have Sicko on the back of the spike side at the moment. Just going to be holding steady, pushing out the Owl drone, see if they can spot some of these players. In fact, they do. The tag going to come on to minimize there. The Hunter's Fury coming to follow it. Not going to be able to land that second shot onto minimize as yet. Heals to come through as well. Spike going to be going down for Nebula now, though. Kalth actually spotted through a pretty cheeky angle there. Does allow Peace to take the lead.
Yeah, not allowing side of Nebula really that site to take. Of course, the Viper spits up, the spike is down, but Peace now need a heavy amount of work to be put in. They might be looking to drop into this site, but at the moment, Nebula, they're playing far off of it. They can play far back. Clutch, he has pushed his way into Cade down with the rest of his teammates. They're taking extremely low on the HP bar. So Ronski gonna be falling like a feather. Sicko and Tenside go together and they go in good form. No Earls. Beautiful trades to come out and more than solidifies the round for Nebula. That's 10 on the board and Clutch. He's high out of there completely.
We'll see if they will be able to continue in a positive direction there, as we do have both teams now certainly showing their flair. The side of Nebula going to be picking up Vandals aplenty, and the side of Peace looking to go for a bit of a split by here to have the Operator on Ronski, as well as a couple of Vandals and a potential Guardian. There it is on Clutchy, followed by the Sheriff, or no, the Marshal actually, on Sicko. So not too shabby to come through from Peace, but if they do lose this round, it could prove to be quite perilous towards their future.
Early dart from Sicko. Scouts out, Peace's hit early on. Oh, sorry, Nebula's hit early on. They're going to be backing off. Peace, of course, just going to be playing very passive. Look at the amount of util being invested over towards the side. Tenso's dropped everything there. Ronski has dropped off the boiler. He's deep into middle now, looking to hit a shot through this cage. Looking to find another, just peppering bullets into Nebula, but Nebula giving no bodies to it. And of course, just going to be backing off for the moment. Nebula, they're able to play a little bit slower to this round because, of course, Peace have shown a lot of their hand early on.
And if you show all your cards, then your opponent has more chance to be able to counteract them. Time is slowly going to be trickling away, though, for the side of Nebula. They need to get on a site now rather than never. And it looks like Killjoy as well as Sova are going to be stacked on the back there. Sicko looking to scope out a kill. Lands the shot, not able to connect to a player. However, the side of Nebula trying to put walls up to get that spike down. They've got less than 30 seconds to go now. Both teams just landing jabs at each other. But alas, the spike will finally go down for Nebula. And now Peace going to be forced into a retake.
Yeah, Peace forced in a rough situation. Nebula putting them in that situation. Trailblazer goes over the top of the wall here, actually spotting a player deep maze, but Ronski goes deep with a shot front center. Takes out Jesse, but Royal's able to trade it back. Nation and Clutchy close to this wall, gonna go for the res, but they know where Ronski is. That's not a valuable res spot. The spike has been tapped, but it's been taken. Kalth with the shot. Nation now to do it here against the front of Maze. Royals and Kalth though deliver. The delivery squad here find another on the board for Nebula. That's 11 now to 8. Peace, they're gonna be on an eco mat. Their economy broken yet again.
An unfortunate outcome for the side of Peace there, as they will now be stuck onto an eco round here. We'll see if they will be able to find anything further out of this one, as all they've got to their name at the moment is a Guardian, a couple of Sheriffs, and the Ghost there, and a little bit of armor. That's really all that they can bring to the table here. Looks like Peace gonna be going straight for them though, with the Blade Storm. Do actually catch a couple of kills. The Resurrection to come through as well though, and taking out Ronski. Now gonna be the 4-on-4 situation. We'll see if this does play in the favor of Peace or whether it plays out for Nebula.
It might pay out for Nebula here as they rotate completely over to the other side. Nation now the one to deal with. Royal's going to be checking his corners. Nation, though, 3 Nation holds it against Nebula. Minimize now having to fight back into this round. The spike's down at B as we heard the announcer call. And that is Nation finding some beautiful shots. You can never count out the Guardian. It is a beautiful gun with taps like that. Nation with shots like that. Very, very good hold here for Peace. The wire goes up 2 trips, 1 cage for Minimize. Camera 2, but he has to fight against 3 players apiece, and it's Nation to pick up the 4. Thrifty for Peace in this game continues to get that little bit closer because Peace in broken economy are able to fight their way out of it. Now, very even in terms of the guns to come out in this round.
Even Stevens is exactly the way you want it to be if you are on the side of Peace, because now they need to try and break that piece and turn it into absolute chaos. Try and see if they can close the distance, take double digits, and then even it up 11-11. We do have both teams preparing themselves, though. It looks like Nebula are seeking to make a potential play towards the B side at the moment. Just going to be waiting, holding steady for the time being, though. Peace, they've already activated the Viper's Pit towards A. They're anticipating that push from Nebula, but Nebula, they're not even thinking about A right now. They're looking to go either towards B or middle. They're just trying to see if they can find some presence before truly making a move.
Yeah, spreading the map thin here, and I have to say it's very, very rough right now. You can see 2 players going up through the kitchen for Nebula. This is good. Wall goes up. Clutchy might be looking to go high here on top of the box. Doesn't need to show his head, though. Kauth and Jesse are both trained on that angle, but Ronski trained on an angle of his own. 1 player oversteps, and this is a rough round. Clutchy, no, he oversteps and gets away with a kill. Knives out here. Kauth is trying to dunk him on to Clutchy, who's close range, takes out Kauth, and that's an unfortunate situation to be in now for Kauth. Ronski, Turntail to hold down the site. 3, now 2 members left in Nebula. It's Tax and it's Royals, and it's Royals fallen already. It's Tax left to do it. Guiding Light and 4 players to deal with, 30 seconds on the clock, and it's a very hard situation to fight back in because both Ronski and Clutchy still over at that B site. Viper's Pit to cover A. Tax going to probably have to save it already.
And it will all come down to that. No save to come through from the side of Nebula there as Peace pull through, take away double digits there. And they could potentially be sending Nebula to a possible eco here. Looks like Minimize going to be picking up an upgraded pistol. The rest might be able to afford the rifles here. Certainly going to be considering their options. There we go. Rifles will come through plenty from the side of Nebula there. If they lose this round, though, then that puts Peace in a potential contention for taking away map number 1 here. These rounds just carry a tremendous amount of pressure. And both these teams have to play perfectly, otherwise it could all be over at a snap of your fingers.
Yeah, it's a tremendous amount of weight. Who wins this first map really starts to put themselves online and really starts to put themselves in a favorable position in this series. Kauth, of course, looking to put himself in a favorable spot to take some of these duels, but Nation expects him to jump over the top of that wall, drops a few snake spites, 2 for good measure. Tax able to take out Sicko. Alarm bot has been triggered. Clutchy is taking extremely low of the swarm, but he's going to push into it nevertheless. Got the heal and goes battle mage mode here. Clutchy, the battle sage, pulling off 3 kills. Minimize now the last remaining member off of this Nebula side, and he goes across the rope trying to find that shot in the 10 site. Picks up the gun, but he has a lot to deal with, Matt. 3 players here for Peace. Cage goes up to stop 10 side from pushing, but Clutch is still in the back of this side.
Still alive and still kicking. Ronski, though, does find the spot there. Tensai able to secure it, and so 11-11 will come through, and it seems that Peace's wish has come true there. Still need to put in a little bit more work, though, if they do want to take out the victory here. They need to take 2 more rounds at the minimum if they do want to see the victory coming through with the flying colors there. Nebula, alas, are going to be forcing things up into this round, picking up a couple of buckies. Looks like a Spectre to follow, make that 3 buckies. Definitely looking to go for a shotgun-oriented strategy here. I don't know how that's going to work, but I'm keen to see it, Tony.
Yeah, I'm keen to see it too. Ronski trying to hit the mark. Clutchy In an off angle that maybe Nebula aren't going to expect. The Calf, though, able to check it. Gun drops. Bronski trading from rifle to operator to Vandal. Back away. Bronski trying to fight the yellow box, but minimize that long range of the buck. He takes it. Sikyo takes the fight back to Tax, and this is 2 players now for Peace to the 3 of Nebula. The spike goes down. Sikyo able to tag up one with the owl drones. Jesse can't really move. He can't really afford to be budging anyway. He's able to actually get himself deeper into the site, heals himself up. Shot lands from Calf on a nation, goes high here for one on the yellow box, and Calf gonna be picking up 3. Nebula going to be picking up match point, Matt. And Peace, they still got money to buy, so this is even circumstance, but my god, has Calf been picking up his performance. 25 and 16 to start this game off.
Going absolutely gargantuan into this one, Tony, and there's no signs of stopping anytime soon. Now putting their team on a map point. It all comes down to this. Peace, they need to play it to win it. They need to take us to overtime if they want to continue their run in this first map of the best of 3 series. Or if Nebula can take it, we will be sent straight to map number 2 here. It all comes down to this, and now Nebula looking to set themselves up for the play towards B. Most, if not all, players already on the move. Seekers to come out as well. See if anyone's going to be playing close by. Nobody looking to greet them with open arms just yet, though. Peace giving them a little bit of freedom here. That's going to allow them to potentially get the spike. But as we say that, Hunter's Fury going to be activated, and 2 kills coming through.
Oh, a straight trade. Minimize goes deep after hearing the res come out, and Sikyo able to trade out. Minimize inside, drops the Viper's Pit. The spike is down here for Nebula. 2v3 now. Calf and his teammate Jesse back a yellow box, back a default, trying to fight the good fight. This toxic screen is up. Shots missed from Jesse, can't find them through the wall. Peace actually able to pull it across, and that's going to be 12 now to 12. We go to overtime in this first map. Matt, it appears to be our common theme here in the OS Championship this evening.
Switching sides. Overtime.
If this is the common theme, Tony, maybe the series will play out the exact same way. Maybe we could be going all the way to 3 maps. You never know what's going to be coming out of these teams tonight. Very eager to see exactly what's going to happen, though, as we do push straight into overtime here. Both these teams ready for action here and now. Vandals coming out in force right now, with Rels being the sole outlier there, picking up the singular Phantom. We'll see how it does play out for these rosters, though, as it looks like the side of Peace are going to be stacking up on their attacker side towards the A site this time. They have 3 defenders to contend with, Tax, Calf, as well as Jesse. We've seen what Calf's capable of before, and let's see if Calf can pull through again for their team.
Yeah, it's really up to it. Peace, of course, get to start the attacking side off, and Bronski looking to bust that wall early on, trying to sneak through it. Toxic screen, of course, in the way, but he's going to walk up. Calf actually going to take the shot, dash out. Tax as well covers him fully. 10 size dropped, shock darts dropped into Tax, able to drop the guiding light. Trailblazer available, and they're actually going to sink it close range. The clutch, he catches him on the timing. Minimize able to take Nation. And this sets up Nebula for a bit of more passive hold, because both Clutchy and Sikyo have to go big here on the kills. Unfortunately, Jesse caught in a rough position. Minimize able to catch out Clutchy, though. Left to Sikyo. 1v3. Spike dropped in the site. Finds the first on the Calf, but can't quite find Minimize, who's carving them like a Christmas turkey up on top of the rafter. 3k in the round, and Nebula again to match point here in overtime.
Getting closer and closer here. 1 round away is all that Nebula needs, but Peace, they may not be allowed to let them rest here. They may look to continue this even further. We've seen just how close these 2 teams are right now, and Peace are looking to hold on for dear life here on Icebox. They want to take away this map advantage as soon as possible. And let's see if they're going to be able to do it. Exact same buy coming through. The Vandals and the Phantom. Peace are looking to push ever aggressive straight through A at the moment. Going to be retreating, though. And Nebula looking to turn things over to the other side of the map. Pushing straight towards the B side. Ready to take down anyone in their path.
Yeah, and Nebula just wanting to stroll their way up to an easy B take. But of course, there's still 5 players apiece to deal with. See shots coming in. Tax getting aggressive towards the spawn side. Spike will go down. Nebula able to back off for the post plant. This is probably not the composition they normally run for a post plant situation. Of course, this is a bind, this is Ice, Butts, and Calf. And Minimize have been delivering so far this entire map. Calf looking to get pinned against the yellow box. Last player standing, it's Nation being Minimized. Minimize in the kitchen, Nation towards the side of the yellow box. Minimize drops into the side, spike the wall, going to be going down in just a second. Nation sees the shots come out. He knows where Minimize is. Reposition, but Minimize not going to win it against Nation. He does just have the time for the defuse. We're going to another overtime. It's 13-13 on the scoreline.
Here we go again, Tony. It is 13-13, as you said there. Ever close it shall be. And we will continue to descend into the overtime chaos. Both these teams definitely trading blow for blow here. No one able to land the knockout at this point. We'll see who will be able to land that decisive blow as we push in straight back where we started. Straight back to the beginning of overtime. And it looks like both these teams are looking to pick up quite a few things here. Calf actually going to change it up though, picking up the operator for a change.
Yeah, it's, I guess, a little bit more of an aggressive hold than Nebula looking to go for. Calf just fires off a shot. Jesse has been pinged. Very nice start. Because Calf actually picked up that early kill on Aronski. We missed the wall bang, but it was beautiful here. Now Nebula looking to hold the B site. No one's going to be checking Rolls because, of course, he's in a different angle that they're not quite used to checking. Minimize is going to be pushed on the yellow box. Rolls is going to line him up for free. Double wallbang collateral. Rolls, beautiful position. Timing of the essence. Got the snake spine in hand. Clutchy Sicko to deal with. Clutchy taken. Rolls is going deep for it. Sicko, the last remaining member, will fall to Minimize. That's round picked up by Nebula. Again, match point overtime in this first map.
Cutting it ever so close once again here, Tony. Definitely looking to try and send it all the way home, as we do have map point here secured by the likes of Nebula. Just looking to send it all the way to the finish line. Peace looking to stop them in their tracks though once again here. It all comes down to this round once again. Will Nebula be able to take it away here and now, or will Peace be able to send it further into overtime chaos? Nebula going to be setting themselves up for a B take here. Do have a few players just stacked up on the outside at the moment, just waiting to see if anyone's going to be greeting them. No one looking to go toe-to-toe with them just yet, though. In the meantime, however, you do have Peace potentially going for a flank later on, but it looks like Nebula, they're going to get a bit too close for comfort to this B site, and maybe they can catch Tensai off guard.
Yeah, they might be looking to find it. Of course, Tensai posted up behind the yellow box. Calf looking to walk on. Tensai, here's the sound cue. Here's the footsteps. Rolls goes through the toxic screen, deep into the player. Minimize, deep into the kitchen. This is a good lurk that's been finding Peace. So many missed opportunities. Jesse trades to, now it's left to Aronski. 1v2 to keep Peace's hopes alive. That wall cover's good. Jesse Minimized, not going to expect Ronsky to approach from this position now. Though they're able to fade out and able to get themselves deep into the spawn. Ronsky is going to have to go Colossal. Tailwind is available. Minimize though to peek it, hold it out in the open. And that's going to be Nebula picking it up. 15-13 in our first map. That was Peace's pick being stolen away from them.
It seems that there's a trend of that happening tonight, doesn't it, Tony? The first pick being taken away by the opposing side, and it turns out to be overtime as well. You cannot ask for a better beginning to a series. It really just goes to show just how things may play out between these two teams. And I'm ever so eager to see what else is going to be coming through on the remainder of the maps. But we will be heading to a short break whilst we get the second one set up, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back before you know it.
With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your Endless Starter mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you!
Welcome back to the VALORANT Oceanic Championship. My name is Matsy, coming at you with Two Tap Tony. And Tony, what a way to kick off that best of 3 series. 15-13 on Icebox. Wow.
Yeah, if anything to go off, of course, we saw the first series go very toe-to-toe in that first map, and this one delivered on all fronts. This one a little bit closer in terms of the overtime, of course, but yeah, 15-13, Nebula able to steal away Peace's map pick, and it was a big one. It was Icebox, of course, being taken out of that veto. So we go next to Breeze and Nebula's pick, but Peace are a pretty comfortable team on this map, Matt.
We'll see if their comfort will actually come to shine through on map number 2 here, whether they might be able to take it away in a convincing fashion, or whether we could see the side of Nebula look to strike back once again and maybe take it away 2-0. It will all come down to it, though. But alas, let's take a look at a player that has been highlighted out of that first map there, and that's going to be Rurls.
Yeah, not as, of course, crazy in the kill totals as we saw from Calf, but Rels had a massive performance there on the Viper. Beautiful util being placed across the board, some beautiful headshots, thrifty rounds being taken from, of course, Peace, when Nebula maybe themselves weren't even expecting to take those rounds. Average damage per round of 173. What more could you want from a util player such as Rels?
You really can't want for anything more there, but we are going to be taking a look at the overall stats of Nebula as well. A 726.5 ADR and a 1.09 KD. That's pretty impressive, Tony.
Yeah, that's almost as high as Tax's individual KD, of course, 1.14 and 1.09 overall. Count, of course, heavily on the kills and very less on the deaths as well. The entirety of Nebula holding that site down perfectly at A, whether it be over at A or even B for that matter. Nebula just able to find the holds, and Peace not quite able to get into there with all the util that Nebula were throwing out.
Definitely finding their difficulties there, and they may continue to find them as we push on to map number 2, which I believe is going to be a Breeze. Definitely eager to see exactly how Breeze is going to play out, because we didn't see that one in the first series, but definitely keen to go to the tropical plains for map number 2 in order to keep things spicy.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Breeze, of course, we've seen from Nebula. We've seen it as well from Peace. Both these teams very, very strong on that map, of course. Peace have played it a little bit more than Nebula, but both their win rates are a little bit up there. Of course, Peace having to go toe-to-toe with, I believe, Order on that map and a few others in recent times has quite hurt their statistics. But overall, Nebula, one of these, of course, early adopters of Breeze with this Peace roster, it's going to be a very close and interesting map, to say the least, if anything's to go off that last one.
Very eager to see if what things look like on paper will translate into reality here, or whether we do see some expectations defied and altered, much like we've seen all throughout the VALORANT Oceania Championships, where teams continue to defy the odds, continue to put up such tremendous showings, and really continue to show us what they are truly capable of. But alas, we do have plenty of fun yet to ensue on the map of Breeze tonight. And I'm keen to see if it's going to go to a map 3. Do you feel like it could head in that direction, Tony? Do you feel like this could go 3 maps?
Yeah, it definitely could go that way. Of course, Breeze is going to have to be a heavy hitter here for Peace. And, you know, we've seen Peace, they really like to adapt a few of their agent selections. We've seen a ton of KO recently from Tensai. Maybe we might not quite see it on Breeze. We might, of course, have to wait till our final map. But, you know, Breeze, one of those maps that you can kind of go a little bit looser with your compositions. We've seen a few teams run the Cypher, which has been really good. We've seen a few teams go for that Killjoy, but we've also seen some heavy duelist play coming out as we throw over, of course, to Breeze. It's going to be our picks, no bans again. It's going to be interesting here. Second map, Nebula versus Peace. It's always bound to deliver.
And it looks like we are going to see Peace being the first to pick there, taking away the Sova as well as the Viper. Viper going to be on both sides. Ooh, hello. Here's one we haven't seen all night. It's going to be the KO.
Yeah, as I said, Tensai expected to see the KO. Maybe not on Breeze, but I guess if he wants to go for it, why not? Nation going to be back to the Viper. Sicko, of course, going to be on the Sova. And we're still awaiting to see what Ronski, Lox, and Clutch are going to be on the Sky this time. And for Nebula, still a little bit stock standard across the board. It's actually going to be Jesse to the Cypher, and Minimize might be looking to go over to the Sova.
Definitely thinking about it, at least for the moment. Definitely nice to see the Cypher coming through from some of these teams as well. Really impressive to see what kind of camera angles they're able to use, as well as all the informational plays they're able to make on that particular character there. Alas, Nebula are going to be taking a little bit more time just to think through their picks, maybe set in stone a few more strategies they may have under the table. Just really thinking about how they want to approach this map at the moment. Looks like the Sky is going to be actually secured, however, on the side of Nebula. And Minimize yet to lock in at the Sova. There we go. So all picks are locked in. We will be heading straight into the tropical plains here and now.
Yeah, it might be the tropical plains or the beach if you're, of course, figuring that out. It's a very nice and sunny map here for a few of these players, and of course, it's going to be a crazy one to say the least. Nebula, of course, going a little bit standard in their composition, not many picks are being swapped up. It's, of course, Jesse over to the Sentinels, and Minimize going to be on the Sova. But for the side of Peace, this is an interesting one. KO on a map like Breeze, really good at using, of course, that knife for the info, the 0 point. Really good at scouting out some early players. And of course, Peace, they get to start this defense side because it's Nebula's map pick.
Starting on the defense, certainly may be able to assist the side of Peace here. Considering they have quite a bit of utility available, it actually could attribute towards their overall success there, particularly with Tensai playing on the KO, being able to just disorientate their opponents by making them not able to really use their abilities at all. Definitely could play out to be quite an effective countermeasure to what Nebula has been making use of all throughout the series thus far.
Yeah, it's going to be really how this pistol starts off, I guess, to say the least. You can see our drone guiding light out through A here. Nebula investing a bit of info for their util. You can see Rico actually tags up Runsky. So they know that Peace are playing a little bit further off of this map. Going to be looking to head over towards B, though, and it's going to be a few players here for Nebula to deal with. Tensai, of course, in this off angle. A few shots on Jesse, some tags on Tensai. Beautiful taps coming out, though. Tax able to trade it back. It still doesn't have control of the site. It's Ronsky and the rest of Peace making this hard to do. Spikes dropped in the left side of the site and minimized on the longest flank of a lifetime.
They're certainly walking the longest road at the moment. We'll see if they do manage to get to the end of it eventually. Ronsky could be prepared for them right at the end of the yellow brick road, though, as they slowly push forward, and Ronsky gets it. 1 tap, 2 tap. They get it done. Kalth now going to be the last remaining player for Nebula right now. Actually, it's just shot through the poison cloud there, so just going to be tucked away in the corner outside of the B main position currently. Just waiting to see if anyone is going to greet them solo. If they do manage to push them individually, maybe they can make something happen here. Now they have awareness of a Kalth's position, though. Going to try and circulate onto it, and they do so successfully. So, Peace will be able to take away round number 1.
Yeah, that was a very interesting call, and I have to give credit to Peace. They're holding their nerve at B, even though they heard the early util coming out from Nebula on that east side. They saw Guiding Light and Outdrone. They pinged up Ronsky, but still, going for that B take against 3 players of Peace is very rough to do. Nebula, unfortunately, not going to be picking that one up, and fortunately enough for Peace, they're going to be picking it up. Ronsky going to be keeping the Sheriff. A few of the other players, of course, going to be investing Bulldog out for Clutchy, a few Spectres, and a Guardian here for Tensai.
We'll see if those weapons will assist them in their defenses here, as it looks like Nebula just going to be brute forcing their way straight onto the B side. Actually taking out 1. Tensai still going to be on the site, however, takes out 2, but Tax pulls through. And so now they try and desperately get that spike down. Ronsky coming close, though, could stop them. Taking out 1, trying to go for the second. Sicko pulls through in the end, and so Peace managed to take away round number 2 there. Nebula, close but no cigar.
Yeah, it's a very rough one, but Nebula even not able to get the spike down. You can see that puts Peace in a good position. Nebula, they still have money to buy. It is now bonus for Peace. And starting off the defense side really strong and very aggressive, I have to say, on that hold. Tensai, of course, playing out in the open with that Guardian and looking to start himself off with that null command very quickly. Whereas the rest of Nebula might be looking to set up for the aid sake. Toxic screen goes up. Ronsky posted up on the operator to the back hole, and it's interesting to see that Nebula not actually opting to go for a peek towards any of these angles that Peace are posted in.
Yeah, just waiting for the utility to dissipate before they truly go for anything. Tensai was spotted towards the back of the A side there. Not actually going to be found, however. So we'll live to fight another day. Looks like Nebula are rotating over towards the B site right now, trying to see if they can spot any other information, but Real's actually going to be taken out by Ronsky in the process there.
That's a rough one for the side of Nebula, but they're still looking to fight their way into the site. They can't quite get the spike down because, of course, it's in the hands of Minimize, who's still yet to cross. Ronsky, though, misses a shot, gives perfect opportunity for Minimize to get in there, but Ronsky able to come good on his promise, able to get the second shot off. Tax now in a rough spot to deal with 4 players of Peace. Spike is down, shots getting wallbang left, right, center. Tensai from the long range with the Guardian taps him. 3rd round, bonus being picked up by Peace. Null command now available for Tensai.
Definitely can put that ability to perfection on the side of Peace as well. If they are able to use that ability to try and just completely isolate their enemies, then definitely can find a lot of effectiveness from that one, being able to completely shut down the side of Nebula there. 3 rounds in a row on the side of Peace, though. Will they be able to continue this, or will Nebula be able to find some kind of a recovery here?
We're going to have to need a quick recovery, as you can see. Peace going to have to hold it down. Operator in hand. Shot lands from Ronsky. Beautiful on a Minimize. Maybe looking for a few more. This is just eco for Nebula, because of course they don't have the money to invest the guns out in their arsenal. Shocked. Oh, goes to the wall. It's a little bit of an interesting lineup there. I don't know whether that's what Sicko was planning. I'd imagine not, but we never know. Bird comes out. Shots are landed though from Peace and Sicko. Ronsky, it's another from Ronsky. Looking for the close range engagement against Rails, but oh, Rails! 2 shots, 2 kills. Still more players to find though. That dart has pinged him up. Fragment comes out. Rails is stuck. Operator has been picked up though. Recon spots it. The null command and everything. Tensai dropping the util and dropping the ball with Peace and Nebula. Again, no round to their name still.
Definitely struggling on the map of Breeze. It looks like Peace starting to breeze past them in the beginning there. We'll see if they will be able to continue in that direction though, as Nebula now going to be back on the buy round here. Do have plenty of Vandals as well as the Phantom here. Similarly on the side of Peace there, lots of Vandals as well as the Operator. 2 ultimates on Peace there. Do have the Null Command as well as the Blade Storm available. And on the side of Nebula, they've got the Seekers there. So we'll see if they do put that ultimate to use to try and get some traction on this A side here. They've only got Ronsky to deal with close for the moment, with one of their teammates pretty close by, but Ronsky's already taken a hefty amount of damage, almost being taken out just then, as a matter of fact. Definitely barely remaining intact is the defenses on the side of Peace on A.
Ooh, Jesse, this is a strong walk up and tags up Nation, takes out Sicko. The Seekers come out here. Nebula looking to stroll up to the A site, completely covered with the toxic screen. Shot comes out from Ronsky. Viper's Pit is dropped. Clutchy's picking the door. Kauth doesn't actually see him for the moment, but the Viper's Pit covers him. And Kauth's able to get out scot-free. Peace now with the 4 men for this retake. Minimize looking to light up this dart. Tax is going to be blind on the guiding light. He's going to be holding the close door on the walk-up. Nation going to be taking Tensai. Guiding light drop from Clutchy. Shots being landed. Ronsky goes out with the knives. Kauth not going to quite be hit by them. And Royal's going to be taking out Tensai. It's up to Ronsky. Gun in hand now. 6 bullets in the chamber. Only needs 1 onto both. Royals and Kauth are playing awfully passive for the moment. Ronsky's going to be picking the left side shot on. Flick onto Kauth. But Royals just hiding onto the Viper. Spit the spray's not going to land. Both players just stalling for time. Ronsky can't quite get the defusal. He gets the kill. He gets away. He keeps the gun. But first on the board for Nebula.
Really great use of patience there from the side of Nebula, really running it down to those last few seconds, and it paid off for them because now they managed to get that first round on the board. We'll see if they can continue to make plays like that, pushing further into this first half here. The side of Peace still going to be sitting pretty on their economy. Most of them obviously still fully stocked up. Do have plenty of Vandals as well as the Phantom coming out, and Ronsky going to be just chilling on the Operator this time. We'll see how it does play out in this round though, considering Nebula looking to fully stack up towards the B side right now. Might have 2 players to contend with, and Nation already getting caught by Guiding Light, but Tensai and Clutchy coming through in full force, taking out 2.
Yeah, that is a quick dump of the Viper util there from Nation, and a beautiful shot from Clutchy. Stops Nebula in their tracks, trying to go for that A take in... Oh, sorry, that B take. Nebula halts it in their attack. Going to be backing off for the moment. Tax, though, still going to be peeking this B window, thinking might catch a player or 2 swinging out. He's actually going to trade 1-for-1 with Nation. Rels and his teammate might be looking to go back.
Certainly could be thinking about it for the moment. If they do go back, though, they may be met by a rogue Ronsky looking to push potentially behind them right now. They are running out of time as well here, but Ronsky's on a mission. The more time they take, the more likely they are to die here and now. Sicko giving away their position. It gives even more likeliness that Ronsky could go for the flank here. And there we go. Spike Carrier goes down, trying to look for another player in. Jesse there, just stuck in B main at the moment. No matter where they run, there's players waiting for them. They can't go anywhere without taking a fight, and then they do. They take one with them, but Peace pulled through.
Yeah, this is Peace back in form, and the Peace we expected to see in map 1, but we didn't quite actually see. It was Nebula in a strong form, but look at that scoreboard. 12-1 for Ronsky, 10-3 for Tensai. The others, you know, nowhere to be seen, of course, being left in the dust by Tensai and Ronsky. starting this game off a treat here. And ultimates now available for Tensai Nation. But of course, Jesse and Kath do have their ultimates available. We've fallen in performance here, especially for Kath after such a strong first map. Looking to pop the knives early on. Nebula looking to pop towards A early on, but Ronsky, long-range engagement against Jesse, and he's going to win it out.
Looks like Clutchy A is going to be able to take out a couple of players alongside his teammate Sicko there. Tak's going to be joining in as well. Ronsky at least able to get a trade back though, but alas, on the eco round, Nebula will only be able to take out one player there, so not too shabby, you know, only taking out one on the pistols isn't the worst outcome. Looks like they are going to be opting for a timeout now, though. They are able to buy up into this next one, so maybe they need to reconsider their options as to how they approach the rest of their attacker side. The best outcome they can go for here is a 6-6 scoreline, because Peace, they've really started already building up a dominant force, and Nebula, they're struggling to find an opening. They're struggling to find an in.
Yeah, it's an also interesting little thing to note, of course, Peace and Nebula, I believe the two teams are at the moment without coaches, if I'm correctly guessing. I believe Bliss as well, one of those teams without a coach. So Nebula, it's of course up to Minimize. And you know, what we saw yesterday out of Nebula, they struggled in their game against MyFreak. I believe down 10-5, but they were able to claw it back after a much-needed tactical timeout. And this is what we're seeing be implemented by Nebula in this Minimize. Just calling to the troops, keep your head in the game, guys. We've still got this, only down 5 rounds. It's still doable from here. But of course, they have to come in swinging in these last 5, because Peace, they've got nothing to lose and all the world to gain in this first map. Oh, in the second map.
You certainly hope that they're going to be flexing their muscles if they want to come in swinging, or if there's some vines available, they can come into it like Tarzan. But we do have the round beginning here and now. Side of Nebula going to be preparing themselves for a bit of a split play at the moment. Just trying to play into their default, see if they can find some information towards the A side, and they're going to find it all right. They're going to find a shot to the face from Ronsky to open up the round there in favor of Peace. Now looking to find another player. Tax luckily getting away from that one. Shots will not be going through the scaffolding today. And now Nebula seeking to potentially have another crack at the B side. And they've got Nation to deal with over there, with one of their teammates, Sicko, just holding towards middle, could potentially support them.
Potentially support them, but Nation, doesn't he actually need support? Finds Jesse, first of all. Snakespite drop. Snakespite's dropped on top of him. Nation bleeding out for HP, vulnerable to Tax, and taken out, actually. Seeker goes deep in the spawn side. Sicko can't see a thing now as he pelts the dart through. Shock lands on the 2. Nebula now having to stabilize in this kind of rough position. It's going to be a dart held by Minimize. It's going to be Warbangs. He's getting peppered right now. Minimize trying to shake off the nerves. Cat's holding the line. Tensai with the null command out. He's going to be taken out in the open. Minimize going to take Clutchy as well. 2 more players to deal with, and they're trying to go for this res. Ronsky going for the flank, takes out Minimize. It's left to Rels. Now 1v2, isolates the duel, makes it doable for Tats 2, who takes out Tensai in the end of things, and Rels swings for the 1v1 in the end, closes it, and that's why we had Rels as our MVP of that last map. He is on point.
And continuing to do so into this map, at least for the last round there. We'll see if they will be able to continue that effort, pushing forward into the rest of the rounds of this first and second half upcoming. A great outcome for Nebula, nonetheless, taking away their second round there, but they need to put in the effort to try and take around every single round remaining, which is 4 in a row into this half right now, if they want to even it up at 6-6. Peace looking to use the Viper's Pit immediately, though. Just trying to keep Nebula as far away from this A side as they possibly can.
Yeah, Nebula, it's going to be Tax actually walking through the back call. This time, Peace aren't actually expending a player there, so this might be a good flank from Tax if he's able to get it off. Jesse as well holding for the peek from mid from Tensai, but swing and you'll miss sometimes. Jesse's going to be taking it out. Tensai looking to rotate over. Tax caught looking the wrong way. He flicks off. Tensai, he flicks on. Tax taken out. This is a rough situation again to be in. Nebula just falling like dominoes here. It's just left to poor Calf and his teammate, Rels. And Calf Hasn't had the craziest of start to this game. He had a banger on Icebox. Or else, here to join him. Guide the way into this A site. Ronski posted up, and the whole fragment, of course, being tossed out. But Calvin's hit 2 shots. More than enough here for Rails to do it. Snake's Bite available. Poison Orb to Rails. Going to be fighting the good fight against Ronski. Takes it out in the open, drops him. 30 seconds here, and Rails, this is a doable 2v1 for him.
We'll see if they will be able to do it. Not going to happen today. Peace do manage to secure the round there, taking it now 7-2 in their favor. So there will be no chance at equality in this first half at the very least. All going to come down to Nebula now to try and close the distance between themselves and Peace here, because if Peace manage to continue their resurgence here, take every single remaining round, then that ends up being a 10-2 scoreline. And the odds do not look likely from there, but I wouldn't discount Nebula yet. They still are quite the capable roster, and they still have not had the last laugh.
Yeah, very capable at doing it. Oh, Clutchy. 2 through the smoke. Toxic Screen, of course, being put into play by Nebula, and it might be put to their downfall. Clutchy. Shots landing, all of them. 3 already. Bucky up close. Ronski, Operator up close. The knife comes out. Sicko to land at long range. Ronski finds the final. And Peace strolling into a heavy lead here. 8-2 Nebula. We have yet to see them really show up big here on this attack side of Breeze, and this is not the team we saw in the first map.
No, it seems that they've got lost and can't be found again at the moment, but this is only the first half. Maybe they're just having a strugglesome attacker side. Maybe where they truly shine is going to be on the defender side, like their opponents in Peace here. But obviously, even if they do go to the defender side at Peace, they're starting to build that significant lead. Nebula, they need to try and find something here. Looks like they are going to be pushing towards the A site this time. I do have a couple of players potentially to deal with in Bronski as well as maybe Sicko, but looks like they're actually just going to be holding out towards middle at the moment. So that's going to allow Nebula to use their utility to get on the site and get that spike down.
There's nobody here for Peace to stop it. Ronski, Nines walk up. Tenside's already found the first. Spike, though, is down. Hunter's Fury comes out from both sides. Minimized, though, going to be taken out here. Traded by Nation. Cal sits in the Viper's pit. Clutchy able to take Tats, and this is very rough to do here for the side of Peace, because Neb have all the positioning. They have all of the cover with this Viper's pit in the clouds burst here. Rail's going to be caught by Clutchy. Calf going to be going out for the swing. Double dick taken by Nation. Snake's Bite is onto the spike, but it's not enough to stall Kieran. Peace, they've got enough time, I believe, here for the defuse. It's very, very close, but they're just going to get it 1 second on the board. And Peace, they take another round, 9-2. This is very rough here for Nebula to start this map off.
Quite the difficult beginning, but we'll see if through the thick of it they might be able to pull through to a much more positive end. Last round of the half here. Peace looking to take double digits. Nebula just looking to take a third round at this point. They've got 3 ultimates to potentially be able to do it here. The Blade Storm, Hunter's Fury, and the Neural Theft there. On the side of Peace, they have 0 ultimates right now. Maybe they can get the Null command on a Tensai if he gets 1 kill, but other than that, really proving difficult. Ronski, though, looking to go to use the Odin, try and get some kills through the walls there. No one going to be found as yet, and this has now prompted Nebula to push straight onto the site.
Ooh. Yeah, Tax actually able to catch out Ronski. And that's so many Odin bullets going to be pelted, and the heal comes in from the sky. Keep Calf in a healthy situation, because he's got knives to still deploy in this one. And for the moment, Peace going to be popping the Null command out from Tensai. That gives him, of course, a combat stim as well as a silence for a few. Tax, though, with some beautiful shots lined up on a clutchy Tensai. Cap also going to finishing the kill. 2 players here. Sicko trying to walk up through the default back of the site. Going to be walking up that left side pyramid. It's Calf over the knives, and it's Royals with the headshot. Hunter's Fury for good measure. Nebula actually able to find that third round to close the half out.
At least adding a little bit more of a positive outcome to the end of the half there. Having 3 rounds, it's not too bad. There's still chance of recovery here. If they take the pistol round, maybe they take it to a 5-9 scoreline. Maybe even they could get their way over to 6.
Right here.
There's still quite the distance between them, but it's not the end of the world. There's still possibilities, and I think they're really going to try and hone in on them, pressing into this second half here. We do have Peace now playing on their attacker side, however. We've seen what they're capable of on the defense, but I'm curious if that's actually going to be able to translate into their attacker gameplay as well here, Tony.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting, because of course now Peace to that attack side, Knive early. Actually got to catch out the peak of a potential few players going towards the door. That toxic screen is aggressive. These darts are even more aggressive. Nebula are pelting a ton of util pieces away, but they're still walking up and taking a ton of space. Heal to full. And this is the power the sky comes to play, but Royals are able to take the shot, caught in the reload. And that's another player down. That's A side opened up here for Peace to take. Nebula have rotated completely out of it.
We'll see if they will be able to find them right now as the spike is being planted by Peace here. Going to be the 4-on-4 situation. Wall between them. Nebula actually pushing through it though. Tax able to pick up Nation. Looking for another. Stuck on the reload though. Clutchy finds the head and manages to take another kill. Now going to be a 2-on-2 situation here. Calf trying to take out Sicko with the assistance of Jesse there. Sicko still alive with the Sheriff though. Still kicking along, trying to make something happen. Sicko does actually spot the player. Is going to be stuck on the reload, but still kicking to the end. Actually gets the kill, and Clutchy pulls through onto Jesse as well. So Peace managed to maneuver their way through and take double digits.
Yeah, that is rough, I have to say, from Nebula. A bit of over-rotation. And Peace, they're just able to capitalize off of it. Ronsky, 18-6. 10 side, 15-7. They haven't let up since this game started, Matt. This second map, and Peace are on a vengeance. After losing their map pick of Icebox, they want to do to Nebula what they did to them, but a little bit more convincingly. Already double digits on the scoreline, and of course, this is going to be Nebula on a bit of an eco. A few Sheriffs out for them. But they're going to have to hit some swift shots. Of course, it's going to be a deep push here from Calf. We're not going to be expecting Sicko, though. Minimize and Calf both picking up these kills, and this is a really good position now to be in. Sicko's wrapping around. Clutchy takes out Jesse, and now Calf's not going to expect it. Sicko's already deep in mid.
3 versus 3 now for the Peace and Nebula rosters. Looks like Nebula are going to be taking advantage of whatever weapons they can muster at this point. Sticko holding a close angle, though, does catch one. Looking to find another in Minimize, and it gets it. 3 kills now for Sicko. 1 player remaining on the Nebula side in Tax. Does have the Guardian available, and they know exactly where Tax is going to be playing from here. So it is going to be a difficult scenario to try and retake against. Even being spotted now by a Recon Bolt for further insult to injury. Tax just left weighing up their options. Do they go for this retake? Do they just save out this Guardian? Their options are truly limited at this point. And with the spike ticking down as well, I don't know what else they can do here. Luckily for them, they have gotten a little bit closer though.
It's very rough to walk up. Sicko with 4-11 on the board for Peace. This is a blowout Breeze map, Matt. Not what we're expecting, because Nebula, they went toe-to-toe with some of the finest. I believe the last time I remember seeing Nebula on Breeze was in, of course, the Winter Cup. They actually got blown out, believe it or not, by Trident. And, you know, that's, I guess, a little bit of a rough one. But circumstantially, they've been pretty sound on Breeze as a roster. And I believe taking it off of a Mind Freak in the stage finals. Nebula are a strong roster, but this is not them showing up to their full capacity here on this map. This is Peace just outclassing them in every angle.
Take flight.
Definitely showing that they have this map completely understood, and they know exactly how to counteract you. Looks like the Seekers will be coming through from Peace now, though, looking to make further attempts over towards this A site, just causing distractions for the moment, trying to catch one on rotation. They do so successfully. Jesse going to spot out Ronsky, however. Ronsky looking to continue this fight, though, doesn't get out of it alive. Does do a trickle of damage onto Jesse, but maybe playing a little bit too overzealously in the end there. At least at the bare minimum, Peace get the spike down as a result.
Yeah, Nebula I'm going to have to go for this retake quick. Smart, of course. Jesse, pretty good angle here, but this is a really weird position to be in for pieces. 2 players off-site, 3 on-site. Clutchy, though, not going to be expected in this window. Rel's going to take out inside. Guiding Light goes in across, and of course, the Sicko long range with that Spectre. Clutchy in the window. Rels has been spotted, but he doesn't know where Nation is. Front of the site, flicks onto him, he spots it. Nation has given away too much of his position, but he's just playing for time because he can stall for it completely. Guardian shot from Nation. 12 now on the board for Peace, and he's even able to keep his Guardian back.
He saw the light at the end of the tunnel for a second there, Tony. Maybe his life flashed before his eyes, who knows? But alas, Peace going to be on map point right now. 1 away from taking us potentially to map number 3 here tonight. Seems that Peace are eager to take this all the way as far as they possibly can. And I'm very eager to see if we will be placed into Ascent once again. But another round is ahead of us right now. Both teams going to be able to buy up whatever they can here. Guardians coming out from Nebula do have a couple of Bulldogs as well as a Phantom. Looks like for now, though, Nebula are stuck trying to stop these Peace players getting onto the site. Enzo going to be able to say goodnight to one, looking for another. They get a 1-for-1 trade. Tax looking to go down potentially as well. Does actually take down Ronsky. The Hunter's Fury working dividends for the side of Peace, and it all goes down to this. 13-3 will be the scoreline in a favor of Peace there. We are going to map number 3 tonight, Tony.
We go the full distance here, and what more can you expect out of Peace than a resurgent bounce back in that second map? Breeze just seems to be their bread and butter. Ronsky back to tapping heads with the best of them as well. Tensai and Sicko, very good performance. Clutchy too. It's a credit to Peace as a 5 there, because that was 11 First Bloods in total across that map, and nothing really Nebula could do about it.
Definitely left thinking, what could we have done better? What could we have done at all there? But at least there is another map where Nebula may be able to redeem themselves. And I'm sure they're going to be thinking quite deeply about that for the moment. But whilst we do get map number 3 in Ascent set up, guys, we are going to be heading to a short break. So don't go anywhere. Don't touch that browser. We'll be back very soon.
With the new Vodafone Companion plan, you can add up to 3 people to your Endless Starter mobile plan, and they'll get their own plan for just $30 each. Sign your crew up today at vodafone.co.nz. Go you!
Welcome back to the Valorant Oceanic Championship. I'm Matsy coming at you with 2Tap Tony once again. And my gosh, we're going to map 3 again, Tony. Here we go again. It's deja vu. I've been in this place before.
Yeah, and what more could you want from the O's champs, of course? The best of the best going toe-to-toe. All 3 maps, all bangers, and of course, crazy plays being shown here so far. Of course, we saw Ronski Tensai shot massively in that second map, and of course, Breeze just went by in the blink of an eye, and we're here now to our 3rd map, and it's going to be an interesting one. Of course, it's Ascent, and, you know, for both of these teams, Nebula and Peace, Ascent's not a bad map.
No, definitely isn't by any standard, and I'm very eager to see how these teams play the map as opposed to how we saw in our last series. Very interested to see the differences between all the individual rosters because obviously everyone has their own identity and play style. So very eager to see who will be able to come out on top here, whether we see a completely revitalized Nebula or whether we see Peace just want to make a peace with this matchup and just get it over and done with. Look to fight it out against a wildcard.
Yeah, I believe Clutchy in the post game was like, "Damn, dude, I just want to watch Berlin." Of course, it's going on right now. I've seen some crazy things on Twitter. As you know, that stage looking absolutely beautiful, and of course, some of those players may be looking to go to that stage in the last chance qualifier, and of course, over to the Valorant champions. But they've got a heavy road, of course, to go through. They're going over now to the picks here on Ascent. It's going to be a 3rd and final map. It's Peace versus Nebula, and of course we're all tied up at that 1-1. If you missed it, it was a breeze of a map for Peace there, 13-3 on Breeze. Now to our 3rd, and Nebula wasting no time with these lock-ins.
They're just full sending it. They just want to get this game over and done with. They just want to go to Berlin, it would seem. But alas, we do have the Sky, Sova, Jet, KO, as well as the Astra going to be picked up on the Peace side, and we did have actually a Killjoy coming through on the Nebula side, followed by some similar picks there. Definitely don't see the Killjoy coming through every day anymore, so curious to see if they're going to be able to play around that agent effectively. Maybe they have some kind of strategy in mind, or whether the side of Peace might be able to somehow counteract them. Like, what are your thoughts on these picks, Tony?
It's very interesting. It's not every day also you get to see Tax on the Phoenix. You know, a very prominent duelist, but a very good one nevertheless. As we, of course, you can see a few picks as well here for the side of Nebula. They're swapping up Jesse to the Killjoy, as you said. Royal's going to be on the Astra. Peace, though, pretty stock standard comp across the board. Clutch, you're going to be back on that Sky Tensai to the KO that he likes to bring out. We saw it, of course, the debut on Ascent, but Nation swapping off, of course, every other pick that he's been shown so far. The Viper now to the Astra, and, you know, not a bad pick on a map like Ascent, so Nebula are also going to be joining at that same tune.
We'll see who will be able to play the tune to an orchestra, to a true symphony here. As the map begins now, Nebula going to be tracking their way through middle at the moment. Do have a lurker over towards a main as well. Might actually be able to spot Bronski hiding in the winery there. Looks like Bronski actually going to be able to pick up that first pick, as a matter of fact. So Peace actually going to be taking away that first one. The rest of Nebula now looking to double it up through middle now. See if they can push it through market. Perhaps take out the Astra player there. Maybe start some traction. Nation going to be holding the off angle though. Could find something further. Nope, not going to happen today. Here comes Nebula.
That's a beautiful shot from Kauthal, running one with the Ghost, and this is going to be Nebula looking to overtake this B site. Another from Tax here, clutching still backside. Guiding Light comes out, trying to send himself a few kills before falling, bouncing across the front of default. Jesse gonna take him out. Shockdart is in. Sicko takes Cal. Ronski takes Rels, and now it's 1v1. It's Jesse v Ronski. The shots from laneway not the greatest from Ronski, but Spike's dropped in his favor. Jesse needs to win this fight because Ronski has the positioning. 3 bullets now, and not going to expect the wrap around. Jesse with a 3 to close it. Sheriff picked up. No spike plant, of course, because the time's run out, but still, first round to go to Nebula.
Definitely an interesting turn of events there. We thought Peace might be able to effectively hold on to the defenses after getting the opener, but unfortunately for them, Nebula found that vulnerability and they capitalized on it tenfold there, allowing them to swing their way through to take round number 1. Now pushing on to the second one, we do see them picking up the upgraded weaponry all across them right now. Just looking to take the Spectres out. Peace, not going to be buying anything here. Just looking to work together to maybe find a kill or two with those classics. Looks like they are just going to be pushing their way through middle at the moment. Might actually be able to get a flank through, but the turret going to give them away completely. So now all of Nebula is aware and ever cognizant of where they're coming from.
Now you can see 3 players immediately turn tail dart out, and of course a molly to join it. The hot hands in from Tax would be good. Guiding Light though is good, but Guiding Light in return blinds a few players off piece, and this is very good for Nebula to hold it. Gravity well out, and Jesse catches a vulnerable Ronsky. Sicko just going to be busting that window shortly. Dart comes in to play. Will be dumpstered out, and double tap on Calf. Almost falls. We'll take that Sicko in the end, wraps him up in a silver bow, and second on the board for Nebula.
See if they will be able to continue in that direction as we push on to the bonus now. We do have a Peace picking up their respective rifles and now taking the Odin out as well, looking to send their opponents to Valhalla here. Obviously that one going to be placed on the B spike side here. Looking to see what kind of destruction will ensue there. On the other side of Nebula, they've still got the similar pickups. We'll see exactly what they are going to be finding though. Tasmanian Tiger actually going to be pushing through a man, finds a little information but gets destroyed immediately.
Yeah, you can see Calf on the other end here with Ronsky. Shots coming in, but minimize. Actually going to land him on a Ronsky with a Frenzy. That's a good pickup to start this one off for Nebula, because Ronsky, a very potent, aggressive blader, was at A main side. You give him an inch, he'll take a mile. And he takes so many kills when he starts rounds off beautifully. Calf, though, going to be picking up that Vandal for free, smokes it off, and Nebula, they found an empty B site because the rotation is out here from Sicko. He's deep in spawn here with his Odin, and Jesse's pushed up, Dink on, shot is down, and that is B site completely up for taking for Nebula.
Nebula definitely making a great effort to find their way into whatever site they choose at the moment. Just picking off these players one by one, making it so difficult for Peace to work together to formulate any kind of a retake here. Guiding Light comes through though. Clutchy trying to seek some information. Not going to be able to find it as yet. Tax actually using the run it back there just to further their potential victory. Nation going to take out Tax in the altered form, but alas, Tax will live to fight another day. Calf going for a flank though, does spot Clutchy, but Clutchy pulls through in the end. Tax now looking to finish what he started, does actually get taken out, however. So, Peace coming out of it with 2 kills. Not too shabby, but alas, the round will go the way of Nebula.
Yeah, Nebula coming away with another bonus, starting it off 3-0. This is not what Peace want to be giving up. These rounds of bonus, they can't be afforded to be losing, because you give so many rounds over to Nebula and it starts to spiral out of control. The Clutchy able to take rails, only 2 guns saved for Nebula. That's 3 in a row. Nothing answered by Peace so far, and they're going to be in a bit of a rough economic state. A few players, of course, did save those Vandals. Sheriff, of course, in play for Sicko, but Nebula, they've got full rifles, full util, and full everything, and of course a few ultimates almost online. Hunter's Fury and the Lockdown here almost in play for Nebula, and of course the side of Peace too, they've got 2 ultimates almost online as well, the Seekers and the Bladestorm.
Looking to see if they can engage them sooner rather than later there. Ronsky pushing pretty aggressively over through towards a mid link though. Might actually be caught by one of these players. Just has to remain patient, not to push any further forward, because that shorty can be a great asset. They just need to find the shot they need to. Tensai going to be able to find exactly that. Getting the opener for the side of Peace there. Now the rest of their roster looking to hold those tight angles as well. See if they can strangle their way through a few more kills. Looks like the side of Nebula, they're just going to give up that position completely. Not look to find any kind of retrieval here. They could be caught on the rotation by Ronsky and co, though, considering they hear the steps there. They hear that they're potentially dedicating to the B side here, but they're just wondering when they should make their move.
Yeah, you can see suppressed there, but Royal still finds the shot at Tensai. He's flashed before he can even really walk, but this is Nebula still trying to walk this B site, and and they are walking a very long road. Ronsky, of course, on the flank. Clutchy's still in the market. Swarms double up. Tax is down to 2 points of HP. Runs out of bullets. Goes for the right-click classic, but Ronsky's got the shorty. And that does better in a close-range environment. Clutchy's caught, and Jesse able to flick on a 2 low HP bars. Rels, 20 points of HP to his board. Stars put up, blocking the vision, obscuring it completely. Peace trying to read Seiken Rels. This is going to have to be a massive clutch. Sicko and, of course, Nation hot on his trail and well aware that he is quite low.
Rels looking to push forward, see if they can find the kill here, playing around the site, but unfortunately for them, they aren't going to be able to hold on a long enough. Peace will be able to find exactly what they need there and take away their first round. It looks like their patience certainly has paid off as they finally take down the seemingly unkillable Jesse, who was going 0 kills for most of the rounds there in the beginning. Looks like Peace are going to be able to secure a few upgraded weapons as a result of that, though, seeing the rifles already brought through, as well as Ronsky, who's now donning the operator. Looks like Nebula, off their pretty bolstered economy, will be able to pick up quite a few Phantoms, as well as a singular Vandal there on Jesse. They've got the lockdown available on Nebula, so they can definitely look to use that to secure a site here. We'll see how Peace chooses to react with the Cosmic Divide and the Blade Storm, though.
Yeah, they're reacting with a heavy amount of util being dumped towards B main, but that's lockdown now being put into play here by the side of Nebula, and they're looking to hit on to this B side as soon as that ticks, and they know that they forced a few players out. They can go in. Sicko, though, Odin in hand, just spraying, peppering bullets. Jesse taken down to half, but still able to live. 10 side. Here's the minimized bounce across the stairs. Kauth and Tax in a prime position to trade it. Now Tax in a prime position to hold, of course. Kauth towards the laneway. Tax towards the market. 3 players v 3 players. It's Clutchy coming from that market position. Few preemptive shots. Tax throwing this off. Bangle not quite able to land the mark, and Ronsky is going to capitalize off of a massive whiff from Tax. Ronsky takes Kauth as well. Clutchy collects Jesse, and that is not what you want to see from Nebula. That is so unfortunate. Peace, they're going to be picking up another.
Peace definitely on the redemption arc right now, taking 2 rounds in a row, looking to turn the show around in their favor. And they do have 3 ultimates now available to themselves as well. We'll see if they will be utilized in this matchup, however, as the side of Nebula barely able to scrape together primary weapons here, looking to bring forward somewhat of a buy, even picking up the Judge there on Minimize. Really pondering on their options thus far. Luckily for them, they do at least have enough positioning in order to potentially launch something towards the A side, but this is going to be a slaughter. They're all going to the same position on both teams.
Yeah, they're very tunnel visioned on this A main push. It's 2 coming out from Peace early on, but 2 traded by Nebula. Shots from Rels. Knives out from Kauth. I thought he was the one to hit it, but Rels has been on point. He's going to pepper down 10 side. He's going to leave the kill to Kauth. It's going to be going over to Minimize because he was the one actually to find it first with the Judge. Only 1 player now for Nebula to deal with it. Sicko with the Odin in hand over towards this A main side, and he's going to be shot out by Kauth. Dispatched of in this round, in Nebula going to be picking up the 4th. They're even going to be instilling a little bit of banter in as the tactical crouches come into the bodies.
Yes, tactical crouches. Definitely just a little bit of playful happenings there on the map of Ascent here. We'll see if we will find any more banter coming through from the teams as it now goes to the 2-4 scoreline in favor of Nebula. Nebula, they still got 2 ultimates available, Cosmic Divide as well as a Hunter's Fury, and it's pretty much the same on Peace other than the fact they have the Blade Storm, and there it goes, activated immediately, going straight for them, taking out 2. Wow! Definitely mowing their way through it.
Yeah, that's the way the Peace side want to start it. Ronsky just going suicidal for 2 kills, but that's really what you want. Starting off with early kills, Peace, much needed. But Nebula, they've still got 3 up and fighting. 2 do have ultimates. Tax has that run it back, but now it's going to be used as we call for it. Tax walks his way up to A. Nobody on the A site for Peace. They're all in spawn. right now as that blaze goes up, covers it, rails the approach, and this is going to be a plant here for Nebula, but this is going to be a rough hold. There is so many players for Peace piling in on this Heaven line.
Looks like they are starting to stack up over towards the Heaven side of A at the moment. Not committing to it yet because they haven't heard a spike plant, but that could be coming sooner rather than later. Oh no, yeah, Rails has been spotted there, so Rails going to actually put the smoke up towards Heaven there, just try and at least put the Cosmic Divide down as well, as a matter of fact. Just try and bait the information, see what they can get out of it. Now the flash to come through though does allow Peace onto the site. They're going to be able to take out all three players. The only one to get a kill on Nebula is Jesse, and now Peace take it now. One round between them on the 3-4 scoreline.
Yeah, it's still fighting neck and neck, reminiscent of our first map, of course, that went to double overtime. Nebula were able to claw it across the line in the end. But now, Peace, they came back in resilient form on Breeze, and this is where we're at right now. 3-4 on the scoreline. Peace, very good in terms of economy now, and Nebula, they have been bled dry. Bucky, Bulldog available, as well a Vandal for Jesse. And he has been showing up massive, but we still need to see a little bit more from the rest of his teammates. Kath, of course, had a massive performance in the first game. Went missing on Breeze, Tax 2. We need to see a little bit more from Nebula to keep their lead, of course. Only one round separates these two at the moment.
One round is all that separates them indeed, and it is now going to be Nebula pushing straight onto the A side at the moment, but not for long. Kalth going to be shut down by the recon dart there. Peace just looking to play from a distance, just whittle their forces down one by one. Spike will eventually go down for Nebula though, so Peace now forced to play retake once again here. Everybody looking to push straight through from Heaven, already healing up as much as they possibly can, trying to dart their way through to get that intel before going for it. Here they come. They know one's going to be in main there. Now pushing under. Do catch one in hell. Looking to find another one straight on the generator there. They're all falling down like dominoes, one after the other. All going to come down to Jesse here, trying their best to get the kill. They at least find one. Still need to find a few more kills, though. They actually managed to find a second kill as well, as a matter of fact. Looking to find a third. Not going to be able to do it. Almost getting there with the right clicks, but the right clicks damage is limited, and so Peace will be allowed to even it up now. 4-4.
And if only Jesse didn't bonk that swarm, that could have been absolutely pivotal in the hole. Jesse secures the lockdown off of those kills, 11-4. He's the highest kill total member here in the server for this final map at the moment. Jesse has been absolutely pivotal in some of these holds for Nebula in some of their last few maps. But, you know, attack side Killjoy, not the greatest, but Jesse has been making it work, though. Peace, they even it up to the 4-4 scoreline. Nebula, though, have guns to buy in this one. It's all really even, Stevens. Kill total, money-wise. Ultimates even, too. The Hunter's Fury coming early. Does some good damage. Sinks it deep on a rails. Jesse, though, trades it, too, in return. Bronski hits a flick of his own. Picks up the Vandal and just goes deeper here. Hunter's Fury from the side of Nebula, but it's Tax catching out Ronsky over peaking.
It looks like Tax actually going to be caught by Nation as well now, taking it to the 2-on-2 situation. Spike actually going to be in possession of Peace as well. Sicko knows exactly where it is. Could swing the corner by Minimize. In fact, they do. Now going to be the 1-on-1. 1 minute to go in this round as well. These guys are going to have to play a game of Ring Around the Rosie, it would seem. Kalth could be heard here as well by Sicko. Maybe aware of this position. Already looking through mid-link, just trying to get the line of sight. Just try and see if they can spot them. Kalth has that awareness potentially where they could be. No, not going to be looking towards mid-link, however. So Sicko, playing the off angle, will be able to manage it. Taking the advantage now in Peace's favor.
Yeah, 5 now to 4. Nebula's economy broken in this one. Lockdown is available for Jesse, but this is not the circumstance that Nebula wanted to be in right now. They took 3 in a row, Matt, to start this game off. They start strong, but they don't finish all too great, it would seem, is a common theme for Nebula at the moment. But for the side of Peace, they start rough too, but they continue to fire away and chip away at a few of these rounds. Operator out for Ronsky. Full Phantoms, Vandals, anything the rest of Peace could want, and might be looking to go for some mid-aggression with just the pistols from Nebula. And Ronsky, he's deep into A main.
Looking to find a kill, perhaps, off that one. Could even get a flank, as a matter of fact. Straight on to Minimize here. Look how close they're getting. Minimize might not even be aware of it. There it goes. Ronsky sets it up. Nation joins in as well, taking out 2. Nebula, they're caught in the trap. It's snapped in their faces. They're all falling apart right now. Tensai looking to finish it. Cal's going to be able to recover, but Sicko gets it. 6 rounds now secured by Peace.
That cheese ain't real cheese, Matt. It's just a decoy for the rat trap that has been set up by P6. Rounds to the 4 of Nebula and Ronsky. A beautiful flank. The rest of them a beautiful hold, not allowing anybody from Nebula there to get any sort of a kill with that eco round coming in. But now we see Nebula back to a buy. Ultimate now online for Calf. We see the Blade Storm. Tax one away from the run it back, and Ronsky's getting scarily close to his Blade Storm too. This is going to be an interesting one. Tensai does have the null command, but there isn't a heavy amount of presence over at the A site for Peace. They've left Sicko to his own devices.
Oh, Sicko has spotted some players as well. Looks like Cal's going to be the opener, though, over towards a short this time. Nebula looking to use the lockdown as well to establish some presence towards B. Sicko actually going to be able to spot one of them at least with the Owl drone. Tax looking to push straight into him, as a matter of fact. Looking to just use the hot hands and the curveballs, rather. Just take him out. Sicko going to be able to at least deal with Tax temporarily. He is a force back into his real body. But Nebula, they managed to force their way onto the site and get the spike down.
Yeah, and they're in very good post-play positions. You can see a few on the site. And of course, going to be Calf working towards the market side of mid. Tensai going to be flushing himself in with an ult command, trying to find a quick pick onto a player from Nebula. It's going to be Jesse taking out the first on the Tensai Nation. A good trade, but Minimize is still being made. They're rebooting. Clutchy is picking Tensai back up. Nation there to hold it. And this is a retake doable for Peace. 3 players now for Royals to deal with in the back of the site. Boathouse finds the first, but warping out from the Odin of Sicko. Peace coming in quick, that one. And beautiful crossfires being established there to retake that site.
This is exactly the kind of teamwork you need if you want to try and win this series. Being able to get those crossfires, being able to just work together as a cohesive unit. This is exactly what Peace need to continue doing here. Nebula, they now have one opportunity to try and recover one more round here. Will they be able to do it? That is going to be the question. They have a Blade Storm and a Cosmic Divide available. Peace, they've only got the one Cosmic Divide. 1 kill off the Blade Storm, but still, it's not there yet. Both of these teams certainly going to be giving it their all to try and steal this round. And we'll see who will be able to do it straight away, as the Blade Storm already has been activated by Nebula. Calv looking to come through, swinging.
Yeah, Tax gonna be caught in the gravity. Well, Clutchy's gone deep and high goes Cal for the knives, and hello, that's a kill quickly on the Clutchy. Sicko trades the shots out. Ronsky picks up one over towards a main. That's Minimize gonna be falling. Cal still has his blades available, and Nebula, they have the rotation available if they want to. Do have still the Cosmic available for Royals. Ronsky half HP is a bit of a rough position to hold in. Still going to be posted up. He's cautious of short, but he also has to be cautious of the 2 wrapping from A main.
Looks like they're just going to exercise their patience for the moment. Just wait and see exactly how the round plays out for them. Nebula looking to stack up over towards the A side, though. Ronsky going to be the singular line of defense, just holding over towards the garden position at the moment. Wait and see if someone pushes. Do spot a player in A main, but Jesse brings the pain there. Now does set it up for their team to try and go for a spike plant right over on this A site right now. Looks like the Peace players are ready to try and form a retake here. Forming that conga line over towards Heaven again. But now they need to figure out exactly where Nebula is going to be playing here.
Yeah, they've dropped in a site, and the Cosmic Divide will go down soon. Nation actually might look to employ his own Cosmic Divide. That covers A main and the short side. This is everybody from Nebula covered, though. Calf going to be walking through it. Odin walk up from Sicko. Swarm goes on to the spike, but it's going to be stuck here by Peace's Nation. Pros don't fake right now. Nebula, they can't really do anything about it. That Cosmic Divide has covered them completely. Pushed through from Sicko with the Odin. Just gives it over to Nebula. But the round is given over to Peace. It's 8-4 to end the half, and my god, Peace But the ball's a steal to stick it in the end there. Nebula, two players alive, and Peace still get the round.
Yeah, it is unfortunate that the Cosmic Divide maybe worked against them in the end there, but alas, it takes us into the second half here. Nebula only able to secure 4 rounds in the first one. 8-4, it's not the worst scoreline ever. They can certainly look to recover off this one, but it is absolutely imperative for the side of Nebula that they take this pistol round, because if they don't, that gets Peace in contention to go for double digits. They can take number 9 and maybe even go straight for 10. It really does come down to this round. Nebula, the pressure's on. Let's see if they can do it.
Yeah, it's all about this pistol piece. They start this one off at 9, spills to 10, potentially spills to game over before you know it. Beast, they're already out to this site. No Cypher this time from Nebula to stop them in their tracks. Bronski already stuck up the right side of heaven. He finds the right click on attack. Seko walks through that Nebula and is going to pick up Royals too. 3 players now to retake from the A main side as 4 players of Peace lie and wait for the retake to come in. Shock dart, right click, fade away. Tensai, another one on a minimize. These pistols, man, this is a free gun, man. Tensai does it, 3 right clicks only, and that's 9 on the board for Peace. That is absolutely absurd. Classic needs to be nerfed.
Just an absolute classic play coming through there. Really great to see what the pistol is truly capable of. Those right clicks, they just really know how to hit the shots there, and that is great stuff coming through from Peace. Able to burst through the round with flying colors. And we'll see if they will be able to do a bit more here, as it looks like Tensai just going to be lining up a 0 point at the moment. Try and cut off some angles towards a short here. Might actually catch someone, as a matter of fact. There we go. Tax has been affected by it, so Tensai could work from that perspective. Looks like they do actually spot one of the Nebula players in Jesse as well. Minimize still going to be holding the angle though towards the laneway. Do actually take out one player, looking for a second. Minimize going to be caught by Ronsky though. So now Peace managed to take out all the defenders on the site and should be able to get this spike down.
Yeah, Clutch, he's deep in the site, and of course a few of his teammates holding for him, but there might be a walk through that smoke in just a second. Nebula, of course, only have pistols. Shorty in the hands attacks. There is a Spectre dropped at B main if they're able to get there, but it's a very rough situation to be in. I believe Nation actually has picked it up. So, not... Oh, wait, no, there's another one there. There is definitely a second gun there if Nebula can somehow get in there, but Guiding Light comes out. Ronsky just going for the peek. He just doesn't really care at this stage. Goes 1 for 1, drops over a gun to Royals, but he's going to be fought long range by Nation, and oh, Young Cow, the Baker, needs to put up a good set of buns here, but no buns going to be heated up in this round. It's 10 for Peace. It's just going to be Cow keeping his pistol.
Yeah, not working out for the side of Nebula there. Peace will be able to secure double digits here. Now, the side of Nebula, at the very least, might just be able to secure at least a bit of a buy coming into this one. Should be able to get some rifles behind them, perhaps. Maybe even a bit of utility if they're feeling adventurous, as we already see the Vandals as well as the Phantoms coming through from them. Looks like a couple of the Peace players are looking to pick up some Phantoms as well here, as well as the Vandal and a couple of Spectres there. So not too shabby coming through from either team here. We'll see who will be able to hold this off successfully, though. All of the players on Peace right now, they're ready to go straight towards this A side. They're already cutting off the angles with their utility. They're ready to try and strangle their way through this. Cal's ready for them, though.
And Cal, yeah, it's already ready for them. 4K. Cal, beautiful lineup. It's going to be, of course, like the 10 site. He's going to be able to go on, takes out Cal, stops him from getting the ace. Tax picks up the final kill. Nebula pick up 10. Now, of course, to the 5th Nebula. We've seen them in this circumstance. We saw it against Mind Freak, of course, yesterday, I believe, over on the B stream. Nebula able to claw deep, but it was all off of the pause. We haven't seen a pause so far in this game here from Peace, and you know, you can't really blame them. They're just feeling all the shots, they're feeling all the kills. Ronsky one away from the Blade Storm, 10 site. Rifle to work with, Sheriff out for Clutchy, and Nebula, they've got money to buy too. This is going to be up to how Peace try and take these sights off of these guns.
We'll see exactly what they're going to be bringing into this round right now as well. Ronsky going to be able to at least cut off the recon dart there. Just trying to minimize as much information as possible. not allowing Nebula to get even an inch of information on exactly how Peace is going to be playing this one. Minimize at least going to be tracking things through, though, with the recon drone there, or the owl drone rather. Doesn't find anyone, as all the players on Peace just going to be exercising their patience here, not giving themselves away. Now starting to slowly edge forward. Maybe spotting the player on the logs position, even back towards the defender spawn there. And here they come!
Yeah, here come Peace, storm the site. Ronsky with the knives out, right click, point blank. Jesse minimized, gone in a heartbeat. And gone completely from this round. The null command solidifying a plant and solidifying positional advantage. Peace 5-3 only of Nebula. It's Rails, it's Tax, it's Kauth. Kauth not anywhere near this site. He's already gone for a save. Ronsky's going for the knives, going deep in a spawn. Rails and Tax are able to stop him before he goes haywire. Gun is on the floor. Peace still 2 players in the site holding for this push. Kauth just going to be on the outside lurking for maybe an exit kill. Nation, he expects it too. He's watching there towards lower mid. Kauth, he needs to get to a different spot.
Certainly needs to get to a different spot as soon as possible. Otherwise, they could be spotted and it could all be over for them. The side of Peace do manage to secure the round, though. Luckily for Nebula, they do manage to save out 3 Phantoms in the round, so might be able to buy for a teammate perhaps going forward. But this puts Peace 2 rounds away from potentially taking this series, where they will be facing off against the likes of Wildcard further in to the lower bracket.
Yeah, this is Peace really wanting that opportunity to get to that last chance qualifier. Of course, Nebula, though, still standing in their way. Still so many rounds to play out for Nebula if they're able to claw them slowly. 6 in a row, Matt, is what we're after for Nebula to, of course, even it up at an 11-11 here. And Peace, they're being so very careful. Short walk, Tensai, of course, just outside of B main. It is 4 players. Full frontal assault to this A site. It's going to be up to Rails to hold it. Shots missed. No, it's going to be Nation and Clutchy. Trade immediately, Tax out. And this is walk up to A site, but they don't know that counts so deep through A main.
And that may come as a nasty surprise to them soon. Jesse trying to hold them off, though. Takes out 1, looking for 2. Does manage to pull through. Zico are going to be able to take out Jesse in the end, though. So Kauth will be the last one standing. And it looks like the attackers actually going to change up their thoughts and go B. Oh, no! Tensai holding the corner. Will be able to take out Kauth. Kauth's full sense of security going to actually come back to bite them there. And that is going to take Peace to series point.
Yeah, that is unfortunate there. Kauth caught in a bit of a predicament. Piece. A good position, I have to say. It's so smart from Tensai. Very individual brainer player, of course, as we said, from Counter-Strike. Converted over now to VALORANT, it still seems like Peace have got it on lock, Matt. This was a very dominant Breeze. This has been a very dominant Ascent, and this is Peace match point, series point, looking to go into that lower bracket game against Wildcard.
Gonna go the full distance now. Nebula actually gonna be able to take out 2 there through B main. Ronsky luckily recovers, though, looking to find another kill straight in the market. Not gonna be able to get it, however. Jesse does have control of the lockdown there, so certainly can cut off the rest of the Peace members off this B site, and 1 goes down. All gonna come down to Nation now. Nation finds 1 kill onto Kauth. Still needs to find quite a few more, however. 3 versus 1 situation. It all comes down to this. Does spot 1 kill. Now trying to look for a second here. Knows Jesse could be around the corner. Gets it. It's going to all come down to Tax now. Tax needs to get this kill or it's all over. And Nation gets it. The full Beast. We have the side of Beast taking it away.
Oh my god, Nation in the most crazy form, closing it out there. 1v4, Nebula just giving him the individual 1v1s, and I was not expecting that 3rd shot onto that half tag play. I thought they had it. I thought Nebula were going a bit further, but oh my god, Peace. That is absolutely absurd. Ronsky performing out of his mind, but Nation, that's a game to see from him, because we didn't get quite to see him, of course, show up that big. Ascent was definitely his map.
Couldn't agree with you more there, Tony. That was an absolutely amazing play coming through from Nation in order to clutch out the series for the side of Peace there. Everyone's got to be screaming in their voice chat right now. I can't even imagine. That is going to be sending them to the moon. But that means they will be facing off against the likes of Wildcard.
Yeah, that is a crazy matchup on paper, and of course, it's going to be a crazy game to watch. Of course, Wildcard taking on Peace, and it's very rough to see. Of course, our underdog story, Nebula, beating out Mindfreak yesterday, a massive upset, but unfortunately, their underdog and Cinderella run comes to, of course, an end here. And of course, we have the victors here. We are on call with Tensai. How you doing, Tensai?
Good, thank you. Yourself?
I'm doing well.
No, good to hear it. And I'm really happy to have you on here tonight. Really proud of you guys, just showing just how much work you've been putting in the server. And what was practice like for you guys coming into the Oceanic Championships?
So we did have a couple rough nights of prac where we had to cancel, or like it was just like people went in their heads, went in prac and like that. Yeah, so there were some issues outside the game, but we did manage to get some prac in at least.
Yeah, of course, always going to get the prac in, and yeah, it definitely showed in the server. Some rough nights, but you guys were able to pull it out. It was a rough start to this series, so I have to say, going very down to the wire on Icebox. What was the team's mental like after a map like that? How do you reset after such a struggle of a map like Icebox there?
So we do have a history of flopping the first map or not playing as well. We have a one map buffer zone where our comms aren't that great in the first map normally, and yeah, we normally pick up after the second.
No, that's great to hear. It really just goes to show you've got that consistency there where even if you start off slow and steady wins the race, right? So that's really great to hear from you guys. But coming into the rest of the Oceanic Championships, you guys have to face up against the likes of Wildcard. Do you feel like you're prepared for a matchup like that? Do you feel like you've managed to really effectively practice for them?
No, I think we're just gonna stick with our own game. We've normally focus on our own game, and then we probably prepare maybe a day before against who we're playing against, and yeah.
Yeah, it's always good to hear, Tensai. Good luck, of course, in your game against Wildcard tomorrow. Of course, any final words before we wrap up the interview here?
Yeah. Thank you for casting, and well played to Nebula. They've improved significantly after the last couple of months. So well played to them.
No, thank you so much for that there, Tensai, and definitely keen to see a bit more from Peace proceeding through into the Oceanic Championships. But let's take a look at exactly how the bracket has shaped up now as a result of that last matchup.
Yeah, this is a very, very interesting bracket to look at. Of course, Wildcard, Legacy going toe-to-toe, but Legacy able to be inched out by Wildcard in the end, 2-1. So Wildcard, of course, moving on through the bracket. Peace with a 2-1 inching out Nebula in a close affair. We had some very close games, Matt, but second map and, of course, that final map, Peace just looked in control, and they're looking in control going into this Wildcard game tomorrow.
Definitely looking in the zone, and we'll see if they'll be able to zone their way through that matchup as well. As we did see earlier tonight, Wildcard were looking a bit mortal, and maybe we could see something similar in their next innings, but I feel like Wildcard might be having a bit of feedback in the back end and maybe could hone in on their strengths. We'll have to wait and see. And Tony, do you have any final thoughts?
It's been a crazy journey. Of course, the OCE Championships delivering in all regard this evening throughout the past, of course, few days of competition. It has been nothing but the finest, of course, in terms of Oceanic Valorant. I'm so keen for a bit more, and I'm so keen to see who qualifies for that last chance.
Definitely very excited to see who's going to be able to go through to the NA Last Chance qualifiers to play against the likes of FaZe Clan, Version 1, you name it, Xset. They are going to be playing against some of the best. But alas, that is going to be all from us here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Do want to say a quick shout out to everyone for tuning in, as well as the teams for putting on one hell of a show. We couldn't have done it without you guys, and I can't wait to see more from you going into the future.
Paint picks up 1, 2, 3. Beautiful stuff here coming out from AIM.
They'll know exactly that there's a player here and potentially trying to come up with a second play.
No, oh my god!
The Viper's pin does get pulled on out. Clutchy dispatches of Easy, and there's another entry point.
Even with all the Viper units still down here from RDW, Bunda.
They do gather the information, and Myth has actually moved around onto the other side of his poison cloud. It's great on the whole. Another picked up by Myth. A third. He's shooting. Oh my word!